Volume 1. Chapter 1. Legendary Master's Wife by Enya. Soul of a Mage. XiaoMo stands in front of a mirror, blinking at the stranger inside the mirror. After exhausting a lot brain cells, he is finally willing to believe the fact that his soul is currently attached to a stranger's body. The youth in the mirror is about 17 to 18 years old. Roughly his own age. He is wearing a long blue traditional Chinese robe with a common blue-green hairpin on the top of his head, with jet black hair. It all gives him an otherworldly look. However, he seems somewhat pale, especially his lips, completely lacking color, as if he had just received a heavy blow. The pretty pair of eyes are very red and swollen like walnuts. XiaoMo feels haggard of a sudden, not used to the sudden change in his face. After lamenting spring and autumn for a moment, XiaoMo finally evaluates the room he is in. It is extremely sparse. A wooden bed, a wooden table, a wooden chair and a wooden counter on which the mirror is placed. Not a trace of the unnecessary. Although simple, it is filled with a rustic feel, simply the style of ancient times. Connecting this with the clothing on his body, his otherworldly look, XiaoMo makes the sad discovery that he has been transported to the backward ancient times. But he is modern man. He clearly remembers that the gas leak next door caused an explosion, implicating him, the innocent neighbor, exploding him into this stranger's body. Although this sounds outrageous, it is indeed reality. After a little struggle, XiaoMo decides to go with the flow. After putting on his shoes, just when he was about to open the door and go out figure out the situation, the door is suddenly pushed open from the outside, at once making him jump in shock. The other person quickly dodges, narrowly missing colliding into XiaoMo, both gasping in surprise at the same time. XiaoMo, you're finally willing to get out of bed? XiaoMo is certain that only he himself knows his name, so this person must be calling the original host of this body. Looks like heaven is still treating him alright, giving him the body of one with the same name. XiaoMo examines the incomer. A handsome youth about his own age with a very sunny smile. But what do his words mean? What, you're finally willing to get out of bed? Don't tell me he has a bad habit of being lazy? Without waiting for him to ask, the young man starts to speak. XiaoMo, you should not lose heart. Even though your soul has a green aura, at least you can still become an intermediate level mage. You must know that intermediate level mages are still very rare. Some people can only remain as low-level mages their whole life. Therefore you should not be broken-hearted. Tomorrow morning you have to go to the mages' hall. You have to pick yourself up. XiaoMo feels his head spinning and his brain swelling. What green aura? What intermediate level mage? Why does he not understand? But on the whole he starts to understand a little. Maybe because this body has a green aura soul, making him feel like he is wearing a green hat? So he hides in his room broken-hearted and secretly crying, finally dropping dead after excess grief? XiaoMo covers his face, such a way to die, how shameful. Then what about you? XiaoMo asks cautiously. Right now, he only knows this young man. He can only try to extract information on this dimension from him. But he is afraid that the young man will discover that he is not the real XiaoMo, therefore he can't ask him straight out. However, he doesn't know that they have not known each other for long. Furthermore, after finding out that his talent is too inferior, he had locked himself inside, refusing to go out, therefore it is understandable that he is not aware of a lot of things. The young man immediately grins widely, unable to contain his joy, and says bashfully while scratching his head. My aura is blue. One look and it is clear that a blue aura is a good thing, but he still does not understand a thing. This, I don't really understand. These few days my head has been muddled, forgetting a lot of things. Can you tell me more? XiaoMo asks sheepishly, afraid to look directly at him, afraid that he would become suspicious. The young man seems to be oblivious, completely unsuspecting, revealing all that he knows, including the place where they are currently at, saying all there is to be said. After listening to it all, XiaoMo is rendered speechless. Shock upon shock in his mind, to the extent that he has no idea when the young man left the room. This world is completely different from the one he knew. He has entered into the biggest sect in the Long-San continent, Tian sect. To be precise, he is just a probationary disciple. Furthermore, Tian sect is divided into two divisions. The warrior division are martial artists. Their souls do not have colored auras, but they can practice various energy control and martial arts techniques. And the other is the mage division. All mages have colored auras. The colors are separated into 3, 6, 9 levels, from light to dark, pink, yellow, green, teal, blue and purple. Pink and yellow auras can only become low-level mages. Light green and green auras can become intermediate-level mages. Blue and purple auras can become high-level mages. However, the potential for the latter is much bigger than the former. For example, the purple aura, its potential is much more than the blue aura. Therefore, there is hope of becoming a top-level mage. Blue aura means a future high-level mage. No wonder the young man has such an elated expression. As for the host of this body, he is a probationary disciple of the mage division, brought back here 3 days ago by the elders of the Tian sect. The original host is a little arrogant, but during the evaluation test, he found out that his aptitude is unexpectedly the worst among everyone. Unable to accept it, he hid himself in the room crying. This kid, such appalling mental fortitude. On top of that, he learned a very important piece of information. Because he is a probationary disciple, he must pass the assessment half a year later, or else he would be driven out of Tian sect. Tian sect is the largest sect in Long-San continent, with very stringent requirements for their disciples, especially for mages. If they are unable to produce the required product half a year later, they will be swept out the door. Look up and see no one familiar, XiaoMo with a brain that still has not connected to the right track of this world. This news is undoubtedly like thunder from a clear sky. Notes. Lamenting spring and autumn, feeling sentimental. Wear a green hat, weakling. 3, 6, 9 grades, various rank and levels. Look up and see no one familiar, stranger in a strange land. Thunder from a clear sky, bolt from the blue. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Trading Division. After leaving the room, XiaoMo finally finds out the name of the young man with the blue aura. He is called John Lu. He actually lives next door. In the beginning, he was unremarkable, but ever since the assessment, he has thrived because of his blue aura. A blue aura proves that he has the potential to be a high-level mage. Furthermore, high-level mages are hard to come by in Long-San continent. Many mages can only pace back and forth at the low and intermediate levels. But if one is able to become a high-level mage, the future is limitless. The more you are able to refine high-level miracle pills, the more respect you will get from people. Therefore, high-level mages have always been the target of big-name sections. 3 days ago, those who were brought into Tian sect with XiaoMo were all accepted as probationary disciples. But after John Lu was shown to have a blue aura during the assessment, he was promoted to an official disciple. Since John Lu is now an official disciple, he will not have to face the entrance exam half a year later. Furthermore, during yesterday's assessment, someone from the Grand Elder's lineage took a fancy to John Lu. Today he was invited to move to the inner courtyard. Therefore he has come to bid them farewell. Aside from XiaoMo, the others are all envious of Jiang Lu. How nice, when will I be able to become an official disciple like Jiang Lu? Work hard, then maybe we can fulfill this dream half a year later. If only it is this easy. XiaoMo finally can't stop himself from blurting out, is it really that hard? He doesn't want to be driven out of Tian sect. In this strange dimension, staying with Tian sect is probably the safest bet. The person who is speaking gives him a look, and just when XiaoMo starts to feel flustered, he indifferently looks away, saying with a long face, Tian sect has very stringent demands of their mage disciples. From what I know, if you wish to enter the inner courtyard, you must refine a level 3 miracle pill. Furthermore, it must be within the next 6 months. At once, sharp intake of breaths could be heard, accompanied by disbelieving faces with mouths hanging open. Low-level mages are also able to refine level 3 miracle pills, but that requires at least 2 to 3 years of perseverance, and even then success is not guaranteed. There is no guarantee that any one mage, even a low-level mage, will be able to refine a complete level 3 miracle pill. A level 2 miracle pill seems more probable. Hearing his words, everyone becomes disheartened. Although XiaoMo doesn't know what it takes to become a mage, looking at everyone's expressions, it seems to be a difficult path. Like this, he starts to feel that his future is becoming darker and darker. But it's not as if we have absolutely no hope. Looking at everyone's depressed expressions, that person suddenly perks up. What hope? Spit it out. Everyone is hanging in suspense. That person speaks secretively. Tian sect is a very large sect. The disciples number in the thousands and tens of thousands. Putting aside the warrior division, looking just at the mage division, the yearly expenses are huge. You all know that although mages can earn money, in the early stages, the burn rate is high. Therefore Tian sect also has a trading division, specialized in making money for Tian sect. Hearing this, even XiaoMo pricks up his ears. If you are able to attract the attention of the elders from the trading division, when the time comes, even if you fail to attract the attention of the inner courtyard, you still will not be forced to leave Tian sect. It's just that from then on, your destiny with alchemy comes to an end. After his words, everyone seems lost in thought. After hearing this, XiaoMo understands that the trading division is a business. But this means one must be business-minded. Furthermore, from what he said, it seems that's not all there is to it. What twists and turns lie ahead, XiaoMo doesn't know, but he doesn't intend to give up. After parting from the rest, XiaoMo decides to head to the library to take a look. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Library. The library is an all-encompassing place for both the mage and warrior divisions. Therefore, it is huge. The library is divided into East and West pavilions, 2 large sections. The materials in the East pavilion are all sorts of literature on refining miracle pills and herbal medicine, including the precious personal writings of the previous generations. The West Pavilion displays materials concerning the history and geography of Longxian continent. It also has materials on the techniques of energy control and martial arts. But not just anyone is allowed to go in and look through the material. Someone like XiaoMo, a probationary disciple, is only allowed to enter the first floor of the East and West pavilions, lacking the qualifications to ascend to the upper floors, unless he specifically applies for the privilege or becomes an official disciple. But for XiaoMo, those 2 options are unattainable. Besides, for now, he has no need to visit the upper levels. Visiting the library, XiaoMo has 2 aims. The first aim is to understand the history of Longxiao continent. He has to know what kind of world this is. The second aim is the entrance exam half a year later. He feels he has no hope whatsoever for both the trading and warrior division. But he still holds a little hope for the mage division. However, he has no idea what it means to be a mage, so he has to try to figure it out. After almost getting lost, XiaoMo manages to ask his way to the library. Still, it took him almost an hour to find it. From far away, he sees an imposing, magnificent palace. A gilded rectangular plaque is placed above the palace. On it is written 3 characters: Library. Seemingly simple and unadorned characters, but simultaneously pregnant with meaning, giving rise to an imposing aura. XiaoMo swallows nervously. The library is too imposing, even more majestic than the Forbidden City. Entering the area, the first thing XiaoMo sees is an elderly silver-haired man, eyes closed, sitting in between the east and west pavilions. Just when he approaches, the old man suddenly opens his eyes. The bright and piercing eyes are incompatible with his outward aged appearance, a sharp pair of eyes like knives, wizened with accumulated experience, shooting straight at XiaoMo, scaring him to the extent that he is afraid to go any closer. The old man gives him a look before saying freezingly, "Hand over your identity tablet." XiaoMo freezes, but soon realizes that there is indeed a tablet on him. He hurriedly fishes it out and hands it over gingerly. After taking the tablet, the old man seemingly does nothing. XiaoMo only sees him pick it up before returning it 2 seconds later. He then states, "XiaoMo, probationary disciple, access limited to the first floor of the East Pavilion." Thereafter, something flies towards him. XiaoMo dodges reflexively but not in time, paw rings out as it hits his head, before falling to the ground. Raising his head, he catches sight of a slight twitch on the serious expression of the old man. "Using that, you can enter the library." After saying that, the old man proceeds to ignore him. XiaoMo shamefacedly picks up the object from the floor, not daring to look at the old man, and runs towards the West Pavilion, probably not to emerge in the near future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Elder Brother and Junior Sister. Tianxian Sect's library is like a sea that accepts 100 rivers. The East and West Pavilion hold more than 10,000 books on the first floor alone. The way the books are displayed are like what XiaoMo expected. Tens upon hundreds of bookshelves, all sorts of books separated by category, with clear signs. XiaoMo sighs heavily and shakes his head. Perhaps it's because the history of Xiao continent is too long. He walks past several bookshelves divided by time period, ranging widely. Some from 10,000 years ago, some from 5,000 years ago. XiaoMo has no interest in the Xiao continent from long ago. What he needs to understand is the Xiao continent of today. Walking to the last bookshelf, XiaoMo finally catches sight of the label at the top, Geography of Xiao continent. Standing on tiptoe, XiaoMo reaches up for a book when suddenly his outstretched hand contacts something. A sudden electric shock-like feeling causes him to immediately retract his hand, crying out in alarm. This unexpected event scares him half to death, such a supernatural event. Calming down, he reminds himself that he is now in the dimension of Xiao continent, so he must adapt to these strange occurrences if he is to survive here. Thinking further, XiaoMo takes out the seal-like object from his chest. The very thing that was thrown at him by the old man guarding the library. The clueless XiaoMo can only raise the seal to the bookshelf. Looks like he guessed right. The dark black seal gives out a sudden flash of light, followed by a shift in the atmosphere, pushing open towards both sides, raising a few ripples. XiaoMo tentatively taps the area a few times and after not feeling the electric shock, finally realizes that he has succeeded. Quickly XiaoMo took down a book from the bookshelf, and then just like drawing a gourd by copying a model, brings down several books. Mostly basic knowledge of Xiao continent, bringing them with him to take a look. XiaoMo finds a little corner and sits down, picking up the topmost book, and just when he was about to digest the contents, a taunting laugh comes from above his head. XiaoMo quickly looks up to see a young man dressed in a white robe sitting on a roof beam. Seeing XiaoMo look up at him, he grins and leaps down, looking at XiaoMo with scrutiny and mockery. Obviously he had seen all of XiaoMo's actions from above. He clicks his tongue. Z's, really, where did this steamed dirt bun come from? The young man circles around him, talking and showing extreme disdain. XiaoMo blinks but still feels that what he said is not without reason. The him now is just like that of village folk entering a big city. Who would have guessed that the young man, seeing the lack of reaction from XiaoMo, actually became displeased? Steamed dirt bun, if you want to read, get away from here. Blocking the passageway from the second floor, don't tell me you're hoping to get close to elder brother and junior sister. Let me tell you, you are unworthy no matter what. XiaoMo stayed silent for a moment before getting up and brushing the dirt off his butt. He then goes off obediently to find another spot. Seeing him act so sensibly, the young man loses interest and leaves with oomph. Seeing him leave, XiaoMo heaves a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that just coming to the library to look for books will result in him meeting someone that loves to pick fights for nothing? He has never heard of elder brother or junior sister, let alone try to get close to them. But he never imagined that the random corner he chose would actually be the passageway to the second floor. This library really has a unique craftsman's heart, not showing even a hint of the stairway. After uttering a few curses, XiaoMo finally calms down and starts to read his books. Soon he discovers that Xiang continent is an extremely vast land, several 100,000 times bigger than the Earth of his previous existence. Furthermore, it is a continuous piece, but it appears to be more primitive when compared to Earth. Continuous uninterrupted mountain ranges, forests as far as the eye can see. Most importantly, this dimension is devoid of science and technology. What it has are God-defying mystics. According to the historical record, Xiang continent is not the only land in this dimension. For example, across the endless seas, there is another world, and even in the outer void, there are many other places. However, these books only contain a few paltry sentences on those places, with no further description. After 2 hours, XiaoMo is more or less finished with the books, having a rough idea of Xiao continent. After returning the books, XiaoMo stretches his stiff back. Just when he is about to leave, he feels a slight vibration from behind. Turning around, he sees 2 figures appearing out of thin air from the first corner where he was sitting. A male and a female, presumably the elder brother and junior sister that the young man was talking about. Elder brother has a handsome appearance with chiseled features, giving off a look of maturity, stability, and confidence at a glance. With his somewhat cold and thin lips lightly pressed together. Without looking left or right, he heads straight out of the library. The celestial-looking junior sister lightly stamps her foot and chases after him. Both seemingly unaware of XiaoMo's existence. After coming out of the building, XiaoMo takes note of the color of the sky. Feeling that it is still early, he heads to the East Pavilion. Because there are too many things he wants to read, XiaoMo decides to take the books back to his room. A book each on medicinal herbs and medical formulas, of the most basic level. Notes. Like a sea that accepts 100 rivers, diverse. Drawing a gourd by copying a model, copy mechanically. Steamed dirt bun, country bumpkin. Has a unique craftsman's heart, ingenious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Accepting a master at the Hall of Mages. When he reaches his room, the sun is just about to set behind the mountain. XiaoMo glances at the room next door, supposedly the room of the young man that came to see him earlier today, John Lu. But the room is all quiet, looks like he had already moved out. This type of good luck, of course he is envious. After all, the original XiaoMo's talent has already been completely determined, a genuine goods at fair price soul with a green aura. But that was before he was transported over. After the change in souls, it must have changed. But XiaoMo has no intention of getting reappraised. If it turns out the 2 appraisals are different, he would most likely be subjected to suspicion. After all, he wouldn't want to die once again after just being here for a few days. Therefore, even though he really wants to know his talent, he has no interest in getting reappraised. Back in his room, he puts the 4 books on the table. It has to be said that the things he superficially looked at in the East Pavilion are very profound. Perhaps others would be able to understand, but for an outsider like him, with absolutely no understanding of mages, for him to come to a sudden understanding, it really is somewhat difficult. However, despite the difficulty, he still has to digest these 4 books before the next day. Because they have to go to the Hall of Mages tomorrow, where it will be decided if they can find a good master for them to learn from. In order to become a mage, other than one's own efforts, an outstanding master is also a critical factor. XiaoMo doesn't know if he will be chosen, but he still can't afford to go there without knowing anything. Who knows if the selection process would entail some sort of assessment. If he gives 3 I don't knows to each question, he can realistically picture how no one would be willing to accept him. Therefore, XiaoMo intends to supplement his knowledge, but 4 books in a night is really no easy feat. After taking a huge breath, XiaoMo resolutely burns the midnight oil. As a result, the next day, XiaoMo has an extra pair of panda eyes. But his worry was by no means superfluous. Early next morning, someone from the Hall of Mages comes over to lead the way. The person they sent over is a young man in his 20s, with an indifferent expression. He gives them 15 minutes to get ready, not saying anything else the whole time, as if he couldn't really be bothered. XiaoMo sees a few bitter smiles from the others, because they are all considered leftovers. The reality is the ones with great potential, for example those with blue or purple auras, have already been chosen long ago, leaving only those with inferior talent, just like XiaoMo. He is the worst among the 5, as the others have green auras. But XiaoMo doesn't feel inadequate. After all, as Edison once said, genius is 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. 15 minutes later, they arrive at the Hall of Mages. The grandeur of the Hall of Mages is in no way inferior to the library. It's unclear if they are the last ones to arrive, as there are already a lot of other people assembled inside. However, the others look pretty much like them, dressed in simple green robes with ordinary hairpins in their hair, probably having entered Tianxian sect at about the same time. XiaoMo had thought that there were only the few of them, never expecting that there would be so many. No wonder Tianxian sect is able to develop into the #1 major sect in Longxian continent, with the importance they attach to the quality of their disciples. Because the elders have not arrived, the anxious crowd starts to exchange words. It's just that the topics are all of the same kind. What is the color of your aura? I wonder who would pick me. It would be great if I was spotted by so-and-so elder. That kind of worthless talk. XiaoMo lets out a huge yawn. After staying up the whole night, he finds it a little difficult to hold on. Just when he is about to find a corner to take a nap, a piercing voice makes him jump. Silence everyone. Notes. Genuine good at fair price, 100%. Gives 3 I don't knows to each question, clueless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Calm 1. This roar quiets down the whole Hall of Mages. XiaoMo looks closely and discovers that the shrill voice came from the young man that led them here. He didn't expect that someone so expressionless would have such a loud voice, and also so terse, but he soon finds out the heart of the matter. Following his words, a group of people walk in from outside. The leaders look to be of advanced ages, the youngest in the 30s. Of course, this is an assessment of their exterior appearances. In reality, some of them are probably extraordinary old creatures. Only after reading the books, XiaoMo learns that the people from this dimension, especially the mystics, seem to have particularly long lives. Just when he let his imagination run wild, the group of people have already walked up to the front. Soon the selection process begins, the 3 elders as if picking dishes at a buffet, taking away the good ones. The remainders are all crooked melons and cracked jujubes. Most unfortunately, XiaoMo is one of the leftover dishes. However, he could be considered one of the lucky ones, because the highest remaining levels are those with green auras, with the worst being the ones with pink and yellow auras, basically those limited to being lower-level mages their whole lives. You, follow me for the next half year, okay? A voice suddenly says from above XiaoMo's head. Raising his head, he sees a middle-aged man with slightly raised eyebrows looking at him, albeit with a somewhat dissatisfied look. XiaoMo immediately answered meekly with a yes. The middle-aged man doesn't reply, picking a few more mediocre disciples, in fact they are all leftovers, before leading them out of the Hall of Mages. Although he said to follow him, but the middle-aged man clearly has no intention of accepting them as disciples, conveniently tossing him and his mediocre compatriots to be guided by his eldest disciple, Fang Chenlu, before hurriedly leaving for seclusion. Thus, XiaoMo remains a probationary disciple. However, XiaoMo still manages to figure out the situation from the elder brother. The middle-aged man is Kong Wen, who can be considered as his master in name, a minor celebrity in Tian Xian sect. It is said that he is a blue aura high-level mage. Despite falling short of the purple aura, he is said to be able to refine a level 9 magic pill, albeit at a very low rate of success. However, that still doesn't affect Kong Wen's position in Tian Xian sect. Tian Xian sect is divided into 3 peaks, Heaven Peak, Flying Peak, and Earth Peak respectively. Kong Wen is the leader of the Earth Peak. Every year there is a need to recruit new blood. Therefore, every year at about this time, the 3 leaders will personally go to the Hall of Mages to select recruits. However, since Earth Peak is the weakest of the 3, every year they get to pick last. Obviously the good talents would have already been taken away by Heaven Peak and Flying Peak. Like Zhang Lu, who was taken by Heaven Peak. Therefore Kong Wen's mood is always the worst during this time, so that's why he immediately left for seclusion right after coming back from the selection. Looks like it's not easy being a master. XiaoMo laments softly. Little did he expect that Fang Chenlu would have such sharp ears, actually hearing what he said. Unable to stop himself from teasing, he says. Indeed it's not easy being a master, therefore it now depends on all of you, to win some praise for the master. Elder brother, you must know that our talent is the most inferior. The young man at his side shakes his head ruefully, this he clearly understands from what he witnessed at the Hall of Mages. Fang Chenlu pats him on the shoulder urging, You mustn't lose heart, inferior talent only relates to the question of potential. You only need to be willing to put in the effort, and there will still be hope. If you were to give up at the start, then obviously there is no hope. Elder brother is right. XiaoMo agrees in a whisper. XiaoMo had similar experiences in his past life, so he fully understands this principle, therefore unlike the others, he doesn't feel hopeless right from the start. Fang Chenlu gives him an approving nod. Alright, from now on, you are all disciples of the Earth Peak. There are not a lot of rules in Earth Peak, just for all you to be industrious and conscientious, help each other in times of need, and work wholeheartedly as one. Today is your first day at Earth Peak. Since you are all still unfamiliar with the surroundings, I won't be teaching you today. I will let your brothers acclimate you to the surroundings. Tomorrow I will tell you more at the regular assembly. Soon after, a fellow disciple comes over to help familiarize them with the surroundings. The atmosphere at Earth Peak is much better than where they were before. Wrapped in clouds and mist, birds singing in the mountain forest, and especially the air, cool and refreshing, XiaoMo no longer feels sleepy after a little walk. After strolling for an hour, that Li brother then brings them to their living quarters. Notes: crooked melons and cracked jujubes, ugly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Blue Birthmark. Earth Peak has a lot of rooms, slightly bigger than where XiaoMo was before. However, the furnishings are just as simple as the one before, except for an additional simple screen, behind which is a very big wooden tub. The screen is placed facing the door, blocking the view of others. XiaoMo moves in that very day. He has very few things, only 2 sets of clothes and 4 books. He doesn't intend to return the books immediately to the library. Last night, in order to deal with the situation, he was almost like swallowing a date whole, stuffing all the contents into his brain. He still haven't had the time to digest them, already failing to remember clearly some of them. Furthermore, the loan period of the library typically has a limit of half a month. XiaoMo puts his clothes and books in the wardrobe before starting to clean the room. Most probably no one lived in this room before, and no one comes over to clean it regularly, so the floor, table, chair, and bed are all coated with a layer of dust. XiaoMo touches the surfaces with his finger. The layer of dust is really quite thick. There is a wooden wash basin in the room. XiaoMo uses it to fetch clean water from outside, taking an hour to clean up the room. By this time, the sun had already set behind the mountain. Not long after, that brotherly comes over to get him and the other new recruits for dinner. Earth Peak has a dedicated canteen, 3 meals a day. A lot of the disciples will head over here to have their meals. However, there are also those who are fasting, not needing to come over for meals. The dishes are set up like a modern-day buffet. Each of the 3 meals is cooked beforehand by the cook, and placed in large pots. The disciples then take whatever they wish to eat. But in order to avoid wasting food, one of the rules of the canteen is that you only take however much you can eat. Any evidence of wasting food will be met with punishment. XiaoMo follows brotherly to pick up a food tray. He doesn't have a big appetite, so he scoops up less food. Just when he is about to start eating, a small commotion comes from the entrance. XiaoMo raises his head and looks over. Looks like elder brother Feng Chenlu has arrived. His arrival is immediately met with greetings from a lot of people. It is evident that he is quite popular in Earth Peak, maybe only second to the master. After dinner, XiaoMo returns to his room. Remembering that he has yet to take a bath, he takes out a set of clothes from the wardrobe and places them on a small stool beside the wooden tub. There is actually a hot spring in Tianxian sect, however, it is quite far away. Therefore most people would bring back hot water to their rooms to bathe. During the day, brotherly brought them to the place for hot water, so XiaoMo knows the way. Going back and forth 5 times, XiaoMo finally fills the tub. XiaoMo wipes the sweat off his brow, closes the door, takes off his clothes and slips into the water. The water temperature is just right, wrapping around his body, making him feel drowsy. XiaoMo struggles to keep awake, using the towel to wash his hands and legs once over. Just when he wasn't paying attention, something similar to a birthmark slowly emerges on his chest that had been soaking in the water. Like a blue tear drop. The color becoming brighter and brighter. XiaoMo suddenly feels his chest is very hot. Looking down, he can't help but be dumbfounded. When did this birthmark appear on his chest? Furthermore, it is blue, very strange. Looking at the bright drop, it seems as if it is about to drip out of his chest. He can't help but touch it with his hand. 2 breaths later, XiaoMo, who should be taking a bath, suddenly disappears. A few ripples float across the surface of the steaming water, slowly fading away, as if XiaoMo was never there, the whole room cloaked in silence. Notes. Swallowing a date whole, read without understanding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Percentage. Pu tone. A human figure drops from the sky, splashing right into jade green waves. The bone-chilling ice-cold water covers the top of his head in an instant. XiaoMo freaks out, all 6 vital organs failing to function. He flails around in the water, thinking he has fallen into the sea. The fact is, he can't swim. XiaoMo thinks in despair, don't tell me I'm going to drown right now just after crossing over here? He can't help but mourn his fate as a short-lived ghost. Thinking this way, XiaoMo just gives up and stops struggling. Since he is bound to die sooner or later, he might as well just die already. He only hopes that he won't be a short-lived ghost in his next life. Relaxing his whole body, XiaoMo slowly waits for the moment when he sinks to his death under the water. Maybe because he has completely unburdened himself, he starts to feel something is not right. Flipping open his eyes, he is stunned to find that the water is only waist deep. Straight face. Only then does XiaoMo realize that he is no longer in his room. He finds himself in unfamiliar surroundings, standing in a lake. The lake takes up a fifth of the area. It's a peculiar space. White clouds and blue skies above. A clear day but with no sun in sight. After careful examination, he finds out that everything is static. The white clouds show no signs of movement. There is no sound of wind in the air. The fresh green grass bows to the ground but remains motionless. Even the lake below him lacks the slightest ripple. XiaoMo looks down at the blue teardrop lying quietly on his chest. Could it be that he is here now because he accidentally touched it? With that in mind, he can't help but stretch out his hand and touches it again. Unexpectedly, everything turns black in front of his eyes, and he finds himself back in the tub of hot water. His ice-cold body that was completely submerged in the lake slowly starts to warm up. XiaoMo stares at the blue teardrop on his chest. After hesitating for quite a while, he finally decides to leave it alone. He hastily finishes his bath and climbs out of the tub and puts on his clothes. It could be his imagination, but he feels more invigorated than he was before. In order to discard the bath water, XiaoMo again makes several trips. At this time the sky starts to darken. There doesn't seem to be anyone up and about, only the occasional disciples on patrol. Because it is his first day here, being in unfamiliar surroundings, XiaoMo doesn't dare to run about wildly. After finishing pouring away the bath water, XiaoMo returns to his room. He lights a candle, lighting up the room, and then takes the book on his desk and continues his reading. Speaking about mages, even though there are 3 big peaks in Xian sect, the reality is, very few people can become mages. It's not a question of the lack of effort, but rather the lack of natural talent. In order to determine if someone can become a mage, the most straightforward method is to look at his soul. Only souls with colored auras can become mages. The martial artists, on the other hand, all have colorless transparent souls. Xiang continent has thousands upon tens of thousands of people, however colored auras appear in only 1% of the people. That's to say, only 1 in 100 can become mages. Furthermore, these may not necessarily be high-level mages, most likely ending up as low-level mages. Clearly, mages are a rarity in Xiang continent. Since surveying a person's soul is now widely used to identify potential mages, most major sects carry a soul detection crystal, the size of a small bowl. It's only because of this that XiaoMo is able to avoid a disaster. After successfully entering Xian sect as a probationary disciple, he no longer has to get his soul appraised. However, where he goes from here still depends on his own efforts. Notes. All 6 vital organs failing to function, scared out of his wits. Short-lived ghost, die prematurely. Black line, straight face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Legendary Soul. The next day, XiaoMo follows his brother disciples to the main hall of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. The Hall of Enchanted Herbs is the most important place in Earth Peak, where all disciples must go to every day. Brotherly was in charge of bringing them over, but because he has his own assignments, he doesn't have the time to teach them. It just so happens that elder brother has some free time, so he conveniently takes over. Since this is the first time for all of you to encounter these things, I won't get into the complicated issues. Let's start with the fundamentals. Displayed in front of you are the enchanted herbs required to refine magic pills. Go ahead and take a look. While speaking, Fang Chenlu brings forward the potted herbs from behind him and places them in front of them. XiaoMo, like everyone else, looks curiously at the enchanted herbs in the small pots. Enchanted herbs is a general term for enchanted medicinal materials. But not all enchanted medicinal materials come in herb form. For example, the second small potted plant on the left-hand side is the level 1 enchanted herb Peaceful Spirit Flower. Fang Chenlu then introduces them to the levels of enchanted herbs. Just like with mages, enchanted herbs are also categorized by levels. From level 1 to level 12. The higher the level of the enchanted herb, the higher the level of the resulting magic pill. But this also depends on the level of the mage. Low-level mages can refine level 1 to level 3 magic pills. Intermediate-level mages can refine level 1 to level 6 magic pills. As for high-level mages, they are subject to the most jealousy in Xiao continent. It is also the highest money-making profession. However, the success rate of refining magic pills decreases with each increase in level. For example, level 9 and level 10 magic pills. Even for well-established celebrated high-level mages, they can't even guarantee a 10% success rate. On top of that, the necessary enchanted herbs for these types of magic pills are very rare. Beyond these are the level 11 and level 12 magic pills and enchanted herbs. These two types are basically the stuff of legends. It is said that only the legendary 7-colored soul mage is able to refine these pills. However, there has not been a single 7-colored soul mage in Xian continent for over 10,000 years. So for over 10,000 years, it remains only a legend. Even if there was, finding level 11 and level 12 enchanted herbs is no easy task. XiaoMo has already read all of this information in the books. Although he already knows it by heart, he still listens carefully to the explanation by elder brother. Further consolidation will only be of benefit to him. Fang Chenlu also seems to notice the earnest little brother, nodding his head in approval. This information is of the most basic level, easily obtained from books. Because of that, when he relays this to new disciples, there rarely are any that pay such close attention. So it is very rare to come by such an earnest and patient little brother. Fang Chenlu inevitably takes notice of him. For now, familiarize yourselves with the level 1 enchanted herbs. 2 hours later I will come back to explain the fundamentals of mages. With that, Fang Chenlu allowed the disciples to go their own way. Seeing his brothers rush over to examine the enchanted herbs, XiaoMo simply calls out and stops Fang Chenlu. Fang Chenlu hears a pleasant voice coming from behind him. Turning back, he sees the earnest little brother looking expectantly at him with a pair of big black eyes. He can't help but find it quite funny. XiaoMo, little brother, what is it? XiaoMo didn't expect that he would remember his name. Looking down bashfully, he says, "Elder brother, I wish to take a look at the medicine garden." "May I?" Fang Chenlu freezes, sizing up XiaoMo, then finally nods his head saying, "Of course you may. I was originally thinking that giving too much information today will be too much of a burden, but since it's your request, then it's fine. But for now, you only can access the level 1 medicine garden." "Thank you, elder brother." XiaoMo quickly thanks him in delight. Fang Chenlu smiles and tells him no thanks is necessary, and then takes him there. The main medicine garden is the most important place in Tian Xin sect. Any sect that wishes for long-term expansion cannot separate themselves from it. Therefore, the medicine garden is a restricted area. Unless one has a direct order from the Grand Master, only the elders charged with taking care of the gardens are allowed inside. But the main medicine garden only grows enchanted herbs above level 5. Level 5 and below are open to the public. The 3 main peaks of the Mage Division have 5 medicine gardens each. One for each level from level 1 enchanted herbs to level 5. XiaoMo is a newly minted probationary disciple, so he only has access to the level 1 garden. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Discovery in the Medicine Garden. Fang Qianlu brings him to the medicine garden, and notifies the disciple on guard before leaving. Knowing that XiaoMo was brought here by the elder brother, the disciple gives him no trouble, simply bringing up several important points to take note of before letting him enter. The level 1 garden is very big, mostly because the need is great, so it's necessary to prepare beforehand. Upon entering, XiaoMo sees a huge expanse of enchanted herbs swaying with the wind. The most familiar enchanted herb is the contusion herb, green-colored stems and leaves, with small purple flower buds on top. This type of enchanted herb is very effective against external injuries. However, most mages don't use it to refine magic pills for treating external injuries. For mystics, external injuries are small matters, so they rarely refine magic pills to treat external injuries. However, female mystics have a different view. After all, preserving beauty is an inherent part of being a woman. Flanking the contusion herb are the winter ice herb and the peaceful spirit flower. These two enchanted herbs are frequently used in refining level 1 magic pills, so the quantity planted is comparatively greater. XiaoMo squats in front of the peaceful spirit flower. Unsure if it is just his imagination, he feels that the flower on his left is comparatively lacking in vitality, while the one on his right is blooming very magnificently and full of vitality. A thin layer of white mist seems to envelop the stems and leaves of the one on the right. What it is, he doesn't know. Looking at the other peaceful spirit flowers, there isn't any that looks as good. Most importantly, the other plants also lack the thin layer of white mist. XiaoMo stares absorbedly, his head full of questions. Because he can't be sure if he was seeing things, XiaoMo decides to shift positions. Unexpectedly, he finds 5 plants with the same condition among the winter ice herbs. Without exception, the plants suffused in white mist are all full of vitality and vigor. It's too bad XiaoMo does not have a deep understanding of enchanted herbs, so he has no idea what it means. But he's definitely not stupid, so he vaguely guesses that those few plants must be of the highest quality. XiaoMo then simply throws this to the back of his head. Even though elder brother had asked them to reassemble 2 hours later, XiaoMo was too absorbed in examining the enchanted herbs that he forgot all about it. By the time he came back to Earth, he realizes that elder brother is standing behind him smiling slightly. Surprised, XiaoMo looks up at the sky and realizes the time. He hastily apologizes, "I'm sorry elder brother, I forgot the time." Fang Qianlu does not rebuke him, instead smiles at him saying, "It's hard to come by such an earnest little brother." Elder brother is very content. "Luckily, this is the basics class, so there's not much content, so I'll just explain it again for you. Just make sure you're not late next time." XiaoMo feels a little uncomfortable but can only say weakly, "Thank you elder brother." Returning to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, Fang Qianlu proceeds to give him a personal lesson. Before, he taught them about enchanted herbs. This time, he explains the basics of being a mage. The ratio of martial artists and mages in Xiao continent to the general population is 1 to 100. Since the population of Xiao continent exceeds 1 trillion, there is no shortage of mages. The real shortage lies in the number of high-level mages. The threshold between an intermediate-level mage and a high-level mage is a very high step that many intermediate-level mages have no way of achieving. This is related to the inborn talent of the mage. The soul level determines the future of the mage. The higher the soul level, the rarer it is. For example, XiaoMo and the other disciples that entered with him. They all come from the same district, but among them, only Jiang Lu has a blue aura. However, low inborn talent does not mean that there will never come a time when one can hold one's head up high. There is a niche in every occupation. There will always be people with specialized skills in each area. Even low-level mages can have their areas of success. Elder brother, low-level mages can only refine low-level magic pills. But, a lot of low-level mages are also able to refine them. Since only rare things are considered to be valuable, what success can there be? XiaoMo doesn't really understand what he means. Fang Qinlo says with a smile in his eyes, as if the question was not unexpected. Little brother must know why there is always good and bad for everything. XiaoMo ponders for a moment before lighting up. Don't tell me it's because magic pills also have problems with quality? That's right, you guessed it so quickly. It seems little brother is quite smart. Fang Qinlo nods his head in satisfaction. He praises him because when he had asked other young disciples, they were not as quick as him. XiaoMo lowers his head, his ears a little red, neither confirming or denying. After all, he doesn't dare to say that he is from the modern era, so he is more sensitive to this problem. Because there are many counterfeits in the modern era, so the question of quality is on everyone's minds. Even he himself has done some research on this question. The quality of magic pills depends on the enchanted herbs. If the enchanted herbs used were not cultivated properly, the resulting magic pills would fall short of their promise. Therefore, magic pills are divided into 3 grades: low, medium, and top grades, with top grade as the best. So that's how it is. XiaoMo senses something flash by in his mind, but it disappears before he could catch it. His intuition tells him that it is something important, but he fails to figure it out right up to the end of the lesson. Only upon returning to his room does he suddenly cry out, "Ah! Could it be what I saw this morning?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Repeat encounter with a familiar persons. In the morning, XiaoMo discovered that the growth conditions of the magic herbs in the medicine garden are somewhat different. At first he could not understand why. Now he guesses that it should be a question of quality. Although he doesn't know why magic herbs grown in the same medicine garden would be of different qualities, he is certain that there must be a reason. Perhaps it's the uneven absorption of nutrients or the effect of some other external influences. No matter the reason, XiaoMo is very excited over this discovery. If he can discern the relative quality of the magic herbs, it would make the process of searching for magic herbs much easier for him later. However, XiaoMo feels that it would be embarrassing to ask his fellow disciples at this time, but if he doesn't, he feels that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After turning this over in his head, he decides to consult the library. The library is all-encompassing, so it should have contents that cover this aspect. After hastily finishing his dinner, XiaoMo does not return to his room with his fellow disciples, but heads directly to the library. Guarding the library is the same old man with the serious expression. Unlike the last time, because it's not his first time here, XiaoMo hands over his identity tablet without being asked, and like before, receives a black seal. "Thank you, uncle." XiaoMo thanks him politely before heading to the East Pavilion. XiaoMo with his back turned does not know that the old man twitches when he hears the word uncle. His impression of this probationary disciple inevitably grows stronger. Entering the library, XiaoMo subconsciously looks to see if there are other people around. The last time he had jumped in shock when the young man unexpectedly appeared. He doesn't want that to happen again. Being spied on is not a good feeling. But XiaoMo is just being paranoid. Usually there is rarely anyone present in the first floor of the East and West pavilions. Because the volumes are rather large, unlikely to be finished in a few hours, so most people would choose to bring them back to their own rooms. On the second row of bookshelves, XiaoMo finds a book on the topmost shelf, Common Problems Associated with Growing Magic Herbs. The book is about 2 centimeters thick. Taking into account XiaoMo's speed, he probably wouldn't finish reading it even after a day. So he decides to take the book back to his room. After all, he definitely will be needing this knowledge later. But XiaoMo does not leave immediately. He looks through the other bookshelves and only prepares to leave when he doesn't find any other useful books. But just when he turns around, he feels a disturbance from one side of his body. This is followed by the appearance of a white silhouette from out of thin air. And right after, a pink figure appears on the left side of the white figure. After taking a clearer look, he realizes that they are actually the same pair he saw the last time at the West Pavilion. Because they appeared very close to XiaoMo this time, the man seems to sense his presence almost immediately. The eyes that resemble two cold stars inlaid in the chiseled handsome face suddenly fall squarely on XiaoMo. The unfeeling gaze causes XiaoMo to feel a cold shudder from head to toe, his hand trembling while holding the book. He had originally assumed that this elder brother and junior sister were from the military division. But seeing them appear in the East Pavilion, XiaoMo is now unsure. Are they of the East or West Pavilion? At first the girl dressed in pink was not aware of XiaoMo, but since all her attention was focused on the man, once he looked over at him, she immediately becomes aware of his presence, immediately creasing her eyebrows. What are you looking at? Have you never seen beautiful people? Scram! Such unprecedented shameless behavior. Fine. You win, pretty girl. XiaoMo really doesn't like this type of cunning and obstinate girls. One look at it's obvious that she is thoroughly spoiled. Getting involved could only result in himself suffering a huge loss. While leaving, he can still hear the petulant voice of the pink-dressed girl towards the man. Brother Xiao, you clearly promised father that you would accompany Yun to the library. Why do you suddenly want to leave? How hateful, I still haven't finished reading. With a start, XiaoMo quickly picks up speed and flees from the East Pavilion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. The Danger of Magic Pills. Returning to his room, XiaoMo's mind slowly clears up. The words of the pink-dressed girl revealed quite a bit of information. That elder brother most probably is a top-level disciple of the warrior division, while the pink-dressed girl should be a mage. Even though XiaoMo is not very sociable, he knows that she couldn't possibly be from Earth Peak. That pink-dressed girl should be a disciple from Heaven Peak or Flying Peak. Tossing out the petulant voice of the pink-dressed girl from his mind, XiaoMo starts to read his book seriously. Speaking of the quality of magic herbs, the book actually does touch on the subject. Magic herbs will grow differently depending on the method of cultivation, leading to good and bad magic herbs. However, without exception, regardless of cultivation method, the quality of magic herbs have never exceeded 95% perfection. Of course, this would directly affect the quality of magic pills. It is recorded in the book that problems arose in the method of cultivating magic herbs several thousand years ago. From then on, no one has been able to cultivate top-quality magic herbs, affecting the usability ratio of the herbs. Therefore, magic pills are divided into 3 grades: top, middle, and low grades. Flipping further, XiaoMo studies how to judge the quality of magic herbs. Simply put, it's related to the spiritual energy absorbed by mystics. Magic herbs are so-called because they absorb the spiritual energy of the universe. With spiritual energy flowing in the meridians of the magic herbs, soaking in day by day, growing to maturity. Therefore, the quality of the magic herbs can be determined by the amount of spiritual energy contained in them. Only now does XiaoMo understand that the white mist he saw earlier on the stems and leaves of the peaceful spirit flower in the medicine garden represents magic herbs of the best quality. But the probability of this happening is not high. Even in the level 1 medicine garden, there are only the occasional few plants. What more the high-level magic herbs? The probability of this happening is practically zero. Furthermore, because of the different magic pill grades, there is a predetermined risk for the martial artists of the warrior division when they take the pills. The lower the grade of the magic pills, the higher the risk. For example, for low-grade magic pills, since the quality of the magic herbs lie between 60 to 70%, the risk for the martial artists when they take low-grade magic pills reaches up to 35%. Not high yet not low. The results for mid-grade magic pills are slightly better. Since the quality of the magic herbs are from 70 to 85%, so the risk of taking mid-grade magic pills is only 20%. Naturally, the lowest risk is the top-grade magic pills. The quality of top-grade magic herbs is 90%, so the risk of top-grade magic pills is only 8%. This is why top-grade magic pills have always been the goal of mages and martial artists. The high-level mages of Xiao continent, other than spending time refining magic pills, also regularly devote themselves to researching the cultivation methods of magic herbs. However, there are some exceptions. 500 years ago, a high-level mage discovered another way of reducing the risk of magic pills. That is to refine the extraction process, removing the impurities. The more impurities are removed, the better the quality of the magic herbs, leading to decreasing risk in the resulting magic pills. Later, when the discovery was passed on, it caused a huge uproar among mages. From then on, more and more mages adopted this method, one after another, hoping to further distill the magic herbs to reduce the risk of the magic pills. However, this method can only reduce the risk of the magic pills, not increase the grade. That's because the grade of magic pills is dependent on the level of spiritual energy contained in the magic herbs. Removing more impurities does not affect the original level of spiritual energy contained in the magic herbs. Regardless, the method discovered by the high-level mage is still very useful. Going through the distillation process, the risk of low-grade magic pills is reduced to 15%, mid-grade to 10%, and top-grade to 5%. All this information leaves XiaoMo confused and disoriented. It's really quite complicated. Now he understands why those disciples said earlier that refining magic pills is not easy. Looks like it takes so many steps just to refine one magic pill. Refining a level 2 magic pill within 6 months does not seem plausible no matter how you look at it. XiaoMo's head starts to ache. Looks like he needs to put in 200% of effort if he plans to stay with Tian Xin sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. The Force of the Soul. The next day, by the time XiaoMo leaves his room, his neighboring brothers have already left for the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. XiaoMo's interaction with them is neither hot nor cold. Usually, when they encounter each other, he would give the usual greetings, nothing more. Therefore, he definitely does not have a tight relationship with them. They must be aware of their own precarious situation. After all, their inborn talent is not much. Furthermore, they are the newest disciples. So, they have to be more conscientious, heading off to look for elder disciples early in the morning, in order to get on their good side. XiaoMo is the last to arrive. Once again, the person leading them today is elder brother Feng Chenlu. Because of his earlier good impression of XiaoMo, he simply nods his head in acknowledgement at XiaoMo without rebuking him when he arrives. As for a few of the other disciples, who were already displeased at having to wait just for him alone, upon seeing that elder brother does not reproach him, it only increases their dislike for him. XiaoMo feels ashamed for being late, unaware that feelings of resentment towards him have begun to arise in the others. It can't be helped, he was reading late into the night, so he woke up late. Only after XiaoMo takes his seat does Feng Chenlu start today's lesson. The work of a mage is to refine magic pills. But that does not mean one is able to do it just because one wants to do it. That's because there is a very important factor that is needed, the force of the soul. Only souls with colored auras possess this force. Therefore, the first step in becoming a mage is to stimulate this force. How to stimulate this force is the most important point of Feng Chenlu's lecture today. There is a risk to stimulating this force, but it's definitely not a huge risk. As long as you follow the steps I give you, there wouldn't be any problems. As he says this, Feng Chenlu personally hands each person a magic herb. Once everyone has gotten one, he continues his explanation. What you have in your hands is a magic herb called Soul Herb. It is a level 2 magic herb. It's not quite like other magic herbs. Its chief use is not to refine magic pills, but to stimulate the soul's force. Now, pick out the most tender leaf in the middle and eat it. You will then feel its effect. You may feel a little pain, but just endure it and it will pass. Hearing this, everyone is eager to try the magic herb. XiaoMo is no exception. He carefully picks out the most tender leaf and places it in his mouth. 15 minutes later, XiaoMo finally regains consciousness. However, his head is covered in sweat. The back of his body completely drenched, as if he had just been fished out of water. The first thought that flashes through his mind is that he was duped. Now he understands what a little pain really means. It's not just a little, but rather so much that he would have been better off dead. He almost killed himself by biting his tongue. Luckily, he ultimately managed to persevere to the end. Looking at the others, although they have all survived through it, some appear more tragic than others, sprawled out on the floor. Looks like everyone survived the ordeal. Let elder brother first congratulate everyone on successfully getting over the threshold into the world of alchemy. Fang Chenlu beams at them, not in the least affected by the aggrieved expression in their eyes. Although everyone feels that elder brother is too cunning, no one dares to say so. Elder brother, now can we start refining magic pills? XiaoMo asks as he struggles to keep his wits about him. Of course, since you all have successfully stimulated the force of the soul. But first, I must warn you. Seeing that he is the first to recover, Fang Chenlu gives him an approving nod. Everyone perks up their ears. I have already brought this up during yesterday's lesson. Level 1 magic herbs are of the lowest level. Therefore it is easily available. So you all may have unlimited access to level 1 magic herbs. But for level 2 magic herbs, Earth Peak will allot a predetermined amount to you each month according to your circumstances. XiaoMo assumes that this is to prevent waste, but it also causes a huge problem. Before he could open his mouth, someone beats him to it. Elder brother, what happens when we've used up our quota? If you want more, you can only trade for it. There are 2 ways to trade. One way is to use your physical effort to collect merit points. And then use these merit points to trade for magic herbs. You can earn these points by cleaning the canteen or the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. You can help the elder disciples take care of magic herbs or guard the gardens and other such tasks. Fang Chenlu smiles while speaking. After hearing this, everyone can't help but look at each other in dismay. Clearly it was unexpected. After struggling to enter Tianxian sect, they still have to carry out odd jobs. XiaoMo then asks curiously, elder brother, what about the other way? Fang Chenlu's smile gets even deeper. The other way is very simple. That's to go down and buy them at the foot of the mountain. There are a lot of shops selling magic herbs down there. But you have to bear the expense yourselves. Tianxian sect does not have strict regulations on this. Each disciple is allowed to go down twice a month. Hearing this, a few brothers heave sighs of relief. On the other hand, XiaoMo's expression darkens. This method is useless to him because he has no money. Looks like he has another assignment. Make money. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. A long way to go. After asking around, XiaoMo finally understands what the merit points are all about. One stock of level 2 magic herbs is worth 5 merit points. Cleaning the canteen or Hall of Enchanted Herbs will earn you 20 points a day. Not a lot, but also not too little. But since not everyone will have the chance to do these housekeeping chores, it is decided on a rotating basis. The number of Earth Peak disciples are definitely not few. Other than a few wealthy disciples, most of them are of humble origins. So they are all vying for these few slots, especially for the task of helping the elder disciples guard the medicine gardens. That's because this task is relatively easy, but the number of merit points gained is comparatively more. Therefore, the number of people scrambling over these assignments are not just a few. But winning a spot is not guaranteed even if you fight for it. That's because connections is a very important factor. If a connected person recommends you, then the probability of success is about 80%. Without connections, don't even dream of being chosen. Even just appearing in front of the elder disciples is a problem. Thinking through this critical point, XiaoMo now understands why some people are so eager to butter up to the other disciples. Be that as it may, XiaoMo doesn't just go ahead and start to butter up to his superiors. He is not so egoistic to think that the elders would take a liking to him if he goes up to rub shoulders with them eagerly. As for Feng Qianluo, it never even crossed his mind. Even though they have spoken a few times, who knows what kind of person the elder brother is? If by chance he finds it distasteful, then it would not be worth it. But luckily, a level 2 mage is still a long way for him. XiaoMo decides to go with the flow and not worry about this problem for now. Casting aside that vexing problem, his whole person suddenly feels much lighter. It just happens to be lunchtime, so XiaoMo follows the others to the canteen from behind. The 3 persons walking in front of him are older than him, so they can be considered as his elder brothers. These 3 people are swarming around Big Brother Xiao. Big Brother Xiao and Elder Brother are both Master Kong's disciples. Big Brother Xiao is disciple number 5, a level 2 mage. But it's said that he is on the verge of breaking through to level 3. Compared to them, he is more senior and more knowledgeable. In order to ensure a better future in Earth Peak, a few disciples will go up to him from time to gather some information. Of course, they are very respectful. Big Brother Xiao, we have just been here a few days. Still clueless over a lot of things. Would you be kind enough to tell us a thing or two? You'd like to know? Seems like they might have success. Big Brother Xiao seems quite pleased. We'd like to know how the competition is for the task of taking care of the medicine gardens. One of them asks cautiously. Big Brother Xiao huffs chi, saying don't even think about it. There are not many medicine gardens in Earth Peak. Even by taking turns it would never reach you. If the elder disciples need someone, they would look for their own disciples. As for the medicine gardens of the master, elder brother, and second brother, they all already have fixed guardians. This is a disappointment but not unexpected. They are after all newly minted probationary disciples. Plump assignments is not something they can expect. Big Brother Xiao, you just said that elder brother and second brother have their own medicine gardens. Don't tell me they are already level 4 mages? It is common knowledge that only level 4 mages and up are allowed to have their own medicine gardens. This point was already covered by elder brother yesterday. Or course. Elder brother and second brother have outstanding talent. Early last year they became level 4 mages. They can be considered the most outstanding disciples in Earth Peak. Saying this, he glances at their anxious faces. Laughing, he adds, there's no need to lose heart. Although the highest for all of you in this lifetime is level 3, if you're willing to work hard, you may also achieve success in this field. With this, a look of superiority surfaces on his face. Because his aura is teal, although words of consolation fall from his lips, there is not a shred of sympathy in his eyes. The 3 of them look at each other in dismay, smiling wryly. Indeed, their inborn talent have already dictated that they could only be low-level mages. Level 4 is only something they can look up at from below, nothing more. When they enter the canteen, XiaoMo was still rooted at the same spot staring blankly. After a long time, he starts to feel a little ashamed. Just a while ago he was rejoicing that he does not need to worry about level 2 at this time. This is while the other disciples are already planning so far into the future. Indeed, if one were to start looking for chores now, saving up the merit points bit by bit, these can then be used once level 2 is reached. He actually didn't think of that. Thinking like this, XiaoMo suddenly feels that he has a long way to go. After lunch, XiaoMo spends the whole afternoon completing the assignment given by elder brother. That is to consolidate the force of his soul and to learn the good and bad magical properties of various magic herbs and so on. This is for them to build a strong foundation to avoid complications while refining magic pills. Only when the sun is almost setting does XiaoMo return to his room. Wanting to take a bath, XiaoMo suddenly remembers the Earth Peak rule that left him speechless. He never knew that Earth Peak was so poor that even water is restricted. He only found out yesterday. Each disciple can only take one bath every 3 days. But there are those only take one every 10 days or every half a month. But for XiaoMo, whose body starts to itch if he misses one day, this is pure torture. But then, there's that place connected to the blue teardrop. Even though it is unclear what that dimension is, it just so happens to have a lake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Discovering the Dimension. After fetching a fresh set of clothes, XiaoMo touches the teardrop. When he opens his eyes, he is already in the other dimension. This time, his landing site is not in the water, but by the lake. This is a result of his experiments last night. It is enough just to wish it so in his heart. After a relaxing bath in the lake, XiaoMo proceeds to wash his clothes in the lake. Because he plans to take a bath here often, XiaoMo already brought a bamboo rack here this morning. He simply puts the washed clothes on the rack. This way, he wouldn't have to bring a set of clothes tomorrow. Since time is not tight, after taking care of things, XiaoMo decides to finally explore this dimension. Up till now, he only found one use for this dimension, that is to take a bath. But that's because this place is really quite simple. One glance and it is clear, it's just a lake and grass, nothing else. He originally thought that this might be a magical place, but he finds nothing after walking all around. One lake and the surrounding land, what can be done with this? XiaoMo looks up at the clear bright sky, and then down at the thriving weeds under his feet. He suddenly cries out, "Ah! That's it, looks like there's one more use for this place, why didn't I think of it before?" XiaoMo paces back and forth excitedly. He taps his head happily while thinking that he seems to have forgotten something important. He concentrates on the grass under his feet. He finally remembers. During lunch, Big Brother Xiao had brought it up. The rules of the Mage Division stipulates that each level 4 mage is granted a piece of land. That land can be used to grow magic herbs. Even though it is not a huge piece, but it remains a dream of every disciple. After all, with a piece of land, there is no need to do chores or go down the mountain to buy magic herbs. It must be said, level 2 magic herbs, even though not expensive, if needed daily, even somewhat wealthy people may not be able to bear the costs. Not to mention level 3 magic herbs. That's why it's still most satisfying to have one's own piece of land. XiaoMo looks over the ground covered in weeds. Isn't this a convenient piece of land? To think that I was agonizing over how to find chores to earn merit points for the past 2 days. At this time, he is already certain that this dimension belongs to that blue teardrop on his chest. Although he doesn't know why there is a dimension in the blue teardrop, but since it is on his body, as long as nothing happens to it, this dimension should not disappear. This way, if he is to plant magic herbs in this space, it presumably wouldn't be discovered by anyone else. Immediately putting his thoughts into action, XiaoMo rolls up his sleeves and gets ready to start weeding. Even though weeding is very tiring, but thinking that he would soon have a big piece of usable land, XiaoMo is full of excitement. This sense of excitement is transformed into motivation. When he finally completes a 10-meter square plot, he is so tired that he can no longer move his fingers. No pain, no gain. That's just how it is. XiaoMo puts the weeds in a pile. He takes off his filthy clothes and takes another bath in the lake before returning to the outside world. Lying on the bed, XiaoMo feels that his whole body feels amazingly fresh. Nothing left of the dead tired feeling he felt after weeding. Once again he sighs in wonder at the magical properties of the lake water. After a few baths in the lake, he made a discovery. The lake's water has the ability to restore the body and mind. Like this time, he was obviously so dead tired, but after a bath, he feels an unprecedented sense of refreshment. As if he has unlimited energy reserves. Thinking of it, XiaoMo can't help giggling in delight, hugging his pillow tightly to his chest. He feels as if he has picked up a treasure, getting happier the more he thinks about it before finally falling asleep. The next day, he is awake before first light. Taking advantage of the fact that it's still not time for morning class, XiaoMo flips through the books he borrowed from the library once more. Confirming that he has a firm grasp of the contents, he picks up the books and heads to the library. This trip, his first aim is to return the 4 books he borrowed before. The second aim is to borrow more books. He is afraid that the old man guarding the library would object to him borrowing too many books, so he decides to return the ones he has. Joy puts heart into a man, XiaoMo is no exception. But excessive walking on air may result in tragedy just around the corner. So when he hears 2 people talking on the other side of the wall, he suddenly feels like stabbing both his ears. He had always thought that those schemes and intrigues on TV is very far from his reality. So much so that he would never have any contact with them. For the first time, he finds out that they are actually quite close to him. Elder brother, since junior sister likes you, why do you still keep her at arm's length? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Precision Control. XiaoMo feels a little uneasy. Just when he was hesitating over whether he should continue eavesdropping, the 2 people walk further away, their voices getting softer. He practically can't hear elder brother's reply, or maybe he didn't answer. Whatever the case, he didn't hear it. Even though he didn't hear the elder brother's voice, XiaoMo subconsciously thinks back to the pair he encountered in the library. Could it be the junior sister they referred to as that girl? XiaoMo doesn't dare to dwell on it further, quickly forgetting all about the matter. Hurrying to the library, XiaoMo returns the 4 books before borrowing another 2. One of the books records the magic herbs found on Longxiao continent up to level 6. It also has colored drawings. Most of the common magic herbs are included. The other book is on basic alchemy. Tomorrow he will start refining magic pills. It would be good to read up beforehand on the important points so that he would know what to do if something goes wrong. XiaoMo leaves in high spirits after borrowing the books, completely unaware that the old man guarding the library suddenly opens his eyes and scrutinizes him. He has guarded the library for almost 100 years, and this is the first time he has seen a probationary disciple run here twice every 3 days. Although he has inferior inborn talent, he is a hard-working baby. But that's all it is. The old man soon shuts his eyes again. After this, XiaoMo simply brings along the books to the canteen for breakfast. Since he spent some time looking for books at the library, when he arrives, there is a sea of people. The food is also mostly gone. Luckily he is not a rice bucket. After breakfast, XiaoMo follows along several disciples who were going the same way towards the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. For today's lesson, Elder Brother Fong no longer focuses on book knowledge. Since they have already stimulated the force of the soul, today they can start trying to refine magic pills. Elder Brother Fong brings them to a stone room. 5 cauldrons are placed in a row, on stone platforms. Next to each is a rectangle wooden table. From today onwards, this is where you will be refining magic pills. Now choose one cauldron and stand by it. XiaoMo is standing at the back, so by the time he goes over, the other 4 have already chosen their cauldrons, leaving him the one right at the back. After seeing that they have chosen their cauldrons, Elder Brother Fong says, "Now look at the cauldron in front of you. It is the tool by which you will refine magic pills. Level 1 and Level 2 magic pills can be refined in this cauldron." Hearing him say Level 1 and Level 2 magic pills, XiaoMo blurts out, "Elder brother, don't tell me that level 3 magic pills cannot be refined in this cauldron?" The other 4 disciples immediately give him looks of contempt. Elder brother clearly stated level 1 and level 2. Of course level 3 cannot be refined in this cauldron, and yet he actually asks such a stupid question. XiaoMo dreadfully regrets it after the words popped out of his mouth. Fang Qianluo smiles, but does not rebuke him. Level 3 magic pills is the first threshold for mages. It requires the use of a stronger force that an ordinary cauldron would not be able to support. So changing cauldrons is required at every stage unless one starts out with a relatively good cauldron. XiaoMo hangs down his head. It seems to him that is again a question of money. Following that, Fang Qianluo explains how to use the cauldron. Simply speaking, it is to transport the force of the soul into the cauldron. Because ordinary cauldrons have 3 small openings on the top, the soul force has to be divided into 3 before entering the cauldron. Therefore, this depends on how skilled a mage is in manipulating the soul force. If the skill is bad, even with top-grade magic herbs, with good luck, a low-grade magic pill will be produced. With bad luck, the magic herbs will be rendered useless. Therefore, the ability to control the soul force with precision is very important when refining magic pills. Fang Qianluo has his own things to take care of, so he can't stay by their side while they practice. So he calls over a relatively younger disciple named Wu to help out. After he leaves, XiaoMo and the others throw themselves into practice. Everything is hard in the beginning. This saying is quite true. Just when XiaoMo is deep in thought trying to figure out how to divide the soul force, one of the other disciples goes ahead impatiently. Pang! The cauldron flies from the explosion. When XiaoMo looks over, that disciple is already red-faced, full of disbelief. Big brother Wu, who the elder brother had entrusted them to, doesn't seem fazed, since he has witnessed more unexpected things. He walks over and gives the disciple a few pointers. The others quickly prick up their ears, including XiaoMo. XiaoMo takes a deep breath. When his concentration is at a high point, he sees a white diaphanous ball in front of him. That's the essence of the soul force. Under his control, he divides the soul force into 3 equal parts, before bringing them close to the 3 openings and drops them in. He can feel the soul force flooding the ice-cold narrow space. He can even see what is happening inside. Dark surface, metal that is both black and hard with the occasional glimmer from other metals. Going down the openings, he finally sees the whole space. It's a cavity with nothing else. XiaoMo moves the soul force around the space before retrieving it. When he snaps out of it, he feels that the stone room is strangely quiet. He raises his head to see the others staring blankly at him, including Big Brother Wu, who is looking at him in amazement. Notes: twice every 3 days, almost every day. Mountains and oceans of people, sea of people. Rice bucket, big eater. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. The first time in the limelight. XiaoMo feels embarrassed from being stared at. After some hesitation, he asks, "May I ask if something's wrong?" Immediately, everyone comes back to their senses. Other than Big Brother Wu, the other disciples wrinkle their brows. The relatively expressionless Big Brother Wu finally reveals a slight smile and nods at him. "There's nothing wrong. You did pretty well. Successfully dividing the soul force on the first try, like how Elder Brother did during his time." These words are unmistakably words of praise. The other disciples are immediately shocked. Big Brother Wu actually compared him to Elder Brother. This clearly means that his ability to control the soul force must be quite extraordinary. Then, thinking of how they failed after several tries, their faces turn quite unsightly. Their inborn talent is about the same as that of XiaoMo. Other than the one with the yellow aura, the lowest among them, the other 3 are green. But now they have been bested by the youngest disciple. Furthermore, it's the one they dislike, leaving them suddenly feeling dissatisfied. XiaoMo doesn't think much about it. After being praised by Big Brother Wu, he laughs a little in embarrassment. XiaoMo really didn't want to stand out. How would he know that he would succeed in his first attempt? If he had known it would be like this, he would have simply failed a few times to avoid this. Actually, he is aware that these 4 disciples don't really like him. But he just doesn't want to invite trouble, so he had always pretended to be clueless. Now that he has outshone them, looks like there will be an added chip on their shoulders. Big Brother Wu does not let him practice something else just because he succeeded. After a word of praise, he lets them go on practicing. XiaoMo also doesn't want to stand out too much, so he continues to practice dividing the soul force. But it gets really dull repeating the same thing over and over again, so a question starts to form in his head. Can the soul force be divided into 4? Thinking of this, XiaoMo secretly looks at the other disciples. They are all completely absorbed. Big Brother Wu is also not looking his way. But he still needs to be careful. He doesn't dare to do it in the open. But if he does it in the cauldron, it should be fine. XiaoMo observes the situation for a bit and only starts when he is certain that he won't be found out. First, he divides the soul force into 3. Then he drops them into the cauldron. Once they reach the bottom, he quietly divides each further into another 3, and let them run around in the cauldron. Over here to his opening, then over there to that opening, even to the extent of tying them in knots. In order to challenge himself, XiaoMo decides to tie a bow. Just when he was playing to his heart's content, the other disciples finally succeed. When XiaoMo looks over at them, they all look tired out and are sweating profusely. They also look spiritless, as if they had used up too much of their energy, on the point of collapse. Big Brother Wu doesn't allow them to strain themselves further, ordering them to stop and rest. XiaoMo quietly retrieves his line of sight. Looking down at the soul force bow in his cauldron, he suddenly feels embarrassed. He really didn't mean to be so exceptional. He doesn't understand why the other 4 disciples are so dead tired just from dividing the soul force. He himself is still full of vigor. In order not to appear strong-willed, XiaoMo recalls his soul force and then sits on the floor like the rest of them. Unexpectedly, Brother Chen at his side huffs in contempt. XiaoMo looks up in surprise and sees the raging flames of anger in Brother Chen's eyes. Although it is not terribly obvious, it definitely wouldn't go unnoticed. What could this be about? How could he know that although he doesn't wish to stand out, but anyone with eyes can see that he is not the tiniest bit tired? But he still sits down with them to take a break, as if poking fun at them. How can the 4 disciples not be furious? On the inside, XiaoMo's face is covered in tears. He really doesn't know what he has done to offend them. At this point, Big Brother Wu, who had just gone out, comes back inside. He heads straight for XiaoMo with something in his hands. These are level 1 magic herbs. You can all now start to practice dissolving them. Saying this, he places the magic herbs on the wooden tables. 6 types altogether, 20 stalks for each type. Other than him, the other disciples also received their share, but they were only given 3 types. One can well imagine the other 4 disciples adding 1 more chip on their shoulders. XiaoMo turns his head and quietly sheds tears. Big Brother Wu, are you trying to make me even more hated? Notes. Butterfly knot, bow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Success Rate. Refining magic pills can't be considered hard nor easy. The process is related to what they have just practiced, the ability to control the soul force. If their ability is high, there will be less chance of failure. The opposite is also true. That's why Big Brother Wu gives XiaoMo 6 types of magic herbs, because his ability is high. This is also a type of endorsement of his skill. The other 4 disciples are extremely dissatisfied, but they dare not voice out their objections. This is a decision made by Big Brother Wu. He is of the same seniority as elder brother. No matter how dissatisfied they feel, they dare not object. Furthermore, the truth is, they are not up to XiaoMo's standard. If they were to make unreasonable demands at this point, they could leave a bad impression on Big Brother Wu. But towards XiaoMo, this time they will certainly bear a grudge. He really stood out in front of Big Brother Wu, leaving them appearing useless in comparison. XiaoMo has no idea, but even if he does, what can he do? After receiving the magic herbs, he simply throws himself into refining magic pills. There are several steps in refining magic pills. Each step is just like what he practiced before. Take the soul force and drop them into the 3 small openings. The actual use for these 3 small openings is to extract the magic herbs. After introducing the soul force, XiaoMo chooses 3 types of magic herbs: contusion herb, living root herb, and peaceful spirit flower. The magic pill from these 3 magic herbs is called dispelling pill, used to dispel poison. But its effect is not great, only able to dispel simple poisons. At first, his actions are not smooth. This is after all his first time extracting magic herbs. He is unable to remove enough of the impurities. XiaoMo discovers that he can actually distill them a few times, but he is worried about standing out again, so he only does it once. After removing some impurities, he drops the magic herbs that have turned into fine powder into the bottom of the cauldron. He then puts both of his hands into the cauldron. At this moment, both his hands are covered by a thin layer of diaphanous white mist, his soul force. He takes the 3 types of fine powder and blends them together. It's not just simply mixing them together. There are specific steps to the process. If an error is made in any one of the segments, it will affect the quality of the magic pill or maybe even result in failure. But these steps were already explained by Big Brother Fong. XiaoMo also read them in the book, so he has them firmly in his head. XiaoMo recalls the teachings of Big Brother Fong and compares them to the steps recorded in the book. He sketches out an outline in his mind and after finding no mistakes, starts the process according to his plan. If this was the him from before, he definitely could not have done it. Although his power of memory in his past life was not bad, he still couldn't have sketched the whole detailed outline in his mind. That's why he is somewhat amazed at his achievement. Blending of level 1 magic pills has 5 steps. Although simple, one still can't afford to be careless. A high degree of concentration is required. While referring to the outline in his head, XiaoMo uses his 10 nimble fingers to go through the steps, slowly blending the 3 magic herbs together. First step, second step. When his forehead is covered in a layer of sweat, he finally succeeds in refining a level 1 magic pill. The magic pill is light yellow, with a smooth and glossy surface. One can smell the slight fragrance of the peaceful spirit flower, a very pleasant fragrance. XiaoMo examines the pill. This must be a low-grade magic pill. Normal magic pills, no matter what the color, if the color is light, it means that the grade is low. His pill is light yellow, so it must be a low-grade magic pill. Big Brother Wu comes over. He gives him a satisfied nod after seeing the magic pill in his hand. Although it is a low-level magic pill of rather low quality, but succeeding in the first try is considered very fortunate. After a few words of praise, he returns to where he was. Things like refining magic pills, it's up to the master to lead them through the door, but the rest depends on the individual. Elder Brother Fong took the place of Master Kong to teach them refining magic pills. But he only covered the basics. The rest depends on the individual's ability to grasp the concept. So today's class can be considered the final class with Big Brother Fong. After seeing that they have all grasped the basics of refining magic pills, Big Brother Wu doesn't continue to watch over them, only urging them to continue practicing in the afternoon. Just before leaving, he tells them one thing. I'm not sure if Big Brother Fong already told you this, regarding the magic pills you make. Each magic pill can be exchanged for 1 merit point. But each day you can only earn up to 10 merit points. Hearing the first part, XiaoMo was surprised and delighted. He never thought that he could earn merit points by refining magic pills. Although it is only 1 point for 1 pill, it's still better than nothing. Just when he starts to calculate how many pills he should make each day, Big Brother Wu's last words destroys all his plans. There is obviously no such thing as a free lunch. But then, this restriction is actually necessary. If not, everyone will refine level 1 magic pills to earn merit points. This would also use up a lot of level 1 magic herbs. Also, the various tasks in Earth Peak will be left undone. XiaoMo stays in the stone room and refines magic pills through the whole afternoon. Big Brother Wu did not give out a lot of magic herbs, but because he just stimulated his soul force yesterday, the reserves of his soul force is not full. He is unable to sustain too much depletion, so he has to take a break after every 5 pills. He only finishes using up the magic herbs when the sun is about set. Of the 40 portions he received, he did not waste a single one. But these 40 magic pills are low-grade pills. Although his success rate is 100%, he still needs to improve the quality. XiaoMo is not worried. After tidying up, XiaoMo goes to submit his work before heading to the canteen. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Before going down the mountain. When XiaoMo goes to submit his work, the disciple that records the results was very surprised. 40 level 1 magic pills. For a new disciple, this number is quite amazing. But because they are low-grade magic pills, he only needs to hand over half. The other half is his to keep. Tianxian sect definitely does not lack level 1 magic pills. Especially low-grade magic pills, because even if they were to sell them, they wouldn't bring in much money. Today, XiaoMo's gains are 20 level 1 magic pills and 10 merit points. Level 1 magic pills are not worth much to Tianxian sect. But for XiaoMo, it's a valuable opportunity. Yesterday, after he figured out that he could plant magic herbs in the blue teardrop dimension, an idea formed in his head. He plans to grow level 2 magic herbs in that space, but he needs seeds. Although Earth Peak collects all types of magic herb seeds, but because he is brand new probationary disciple, if he were to act rashly, he would only attract attention. XiaoMo doesn't want to risk exposing his dimension, so he is left with buying seeds from the foot of the mountain. But buying seeds requires Longshao continent currency. Before this, he had rummaged through all of XiaoMo's belongings. Surprisingly, he only has 2 sets of clothes and nothing else, leaving him feeling depressed. No money means he has to first make money. Yesterday he was fretting over this. He never thought that today he would get this opportunity. So, XiaoMo decides that 2 days later, he would apply for permission to go down the mountain. In the evening, XiaoMo doesn't go carry water for his bath. Nowadays, he just heads straight for the lake in his dimension. He is also not worried that other people would suspect him because there are many here that don't take baths for 2 months. Upon entering the dimension, XiaoMo is not in a hurry to take a bath. Yesterday he tired out himself to point of death clearing a 10-meter square plot. Although the area is not small, but since there are many types of magic herbs, he would definitely need more land soon. So XiaoMo carries on with his huge weeding project. This night, he clears a big patch of land before taking a bath. The next day, XiaoMo heads to the stone room as usual. The other 4 disciples are already there. Although they give him unpleasant looks, they don't say any hurtful words because elder brother also arrives, just a few steps behind XiaoMo. Seeing XiaoMo, Feng Qianlu smiles. Little brother, I already heard from little brother Wu. Good job. Worthy of my acknowledgement of you. Hearing this, the delight XiaoMo feels from seeing him immediately drops to half. Yet another one trying to get him into trouble. When elder brother said those words, he clearly felt the surrounding atmospheric pressure plummet. Elder brother, there is something I need your help with. Is this a convenient time? XiaoMo tries his best to ignore the other 4 disciples. What is it? Feng Qianlu asks. I would like to go down the mountain in 2 days. May I ask for permission now? Thinking it is something serious, Feng Qianlu smiles saying, so it's this matter. That's quite simple. If you want to go down the mountain, you just have to ask little brother Wu. He is in charge of this area. But since you have just arrived, you can only stay 1 night. After that, you must return. XiaoMo didn't expect that it would be someone he knew. Praising heaven and earth, he thanks elder brother. Elder brother, there's one more thing. That is. May I take this cauldron back with me? XiaoMo looks at the level 1 cauldron on the stone platform, with a gleam in his eyes. If he had the money, he would buy one for himself at the foot of the mountain. Feng Qianlu is stunned but soon nods, you may. Level 1 cauldrons are not a precious things, easily bought from outside. Furthermore, little brother is asking to increase his training of his own accord. He feels extremely happy. After all, it's someone he personally trained. After getting a positive answer, XiaoMo is delighted. His success rate in refining magic pills is just as high as before, but the grade is still unchanged. Although the magic herbs provided by the Hall of Enchanted Herbs is not the best, but if the magic herbs are distilled multiple times, even if the grade stays the same, the associated risk of the magic pill will be reduced considerably. But XiaoMo doesn't want to stand out, so he purposely only distills the magic herbs once. But once in a while he would make a pill that has been distilled multiple times. The pill still has the same color, so as long as no one looks too closely, he won't be found out. Like this, the time slowly trickles by while he refines magic pills. Just when the last disciple leaves the room, XiaoMo finally finishes the last magic pill. Wiping off his sweat, he sees that he refined 90 level 1 magic pills today. More than twice of yesterday's. Maybe it's because he is now more familiar with the process, so his speed also increases considerably. XiaoMo tidies up and brings the magic pills to Uncle Xiao. Uncle Xiao's full name is Zhaozhen, in charge of recording the distribution of magic herbs and collection of magic pills of everyone in Earth Peak. Yesterday, XiaoMo came here to submit his magic pills. XiaoMo had left an impression on Zhaozhen. This probationary disciple had submitted 20 level 1 magic pills yesterday. A success rate of 100%, that in his records, is only achieved by 5 people in the whole of Earth Peak. Of course it is an Earth Peak record for a disciple refining magic pills for the first time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Accumulate Energy Pill. XiaoMo hands over the 40 pills that he had set aside. Uncle Xiao flips through the records. 90 level 1 magic pills. Surprisingly a complete success. Again another record. But he's only a little surprised. After all, a high success rate for level 1 magic pills is not a big deal. During the exchange, Uncle Xiao gives him a magic bag to store his magic pills. The magic bag has a capacity of 5 square meters. Tian Xin sect has plenty of these small scale bags. Each disciple is entitled have one. Feng Qianlu did not give them the bags earlier because he was busy. Although the capacity is rather small, but it's better than nothing. However, XiaoMo is not like the other disciples whose faces lit up upon receiving the magic bags. That's because he had already figured out how to deal with this issue. But in front of Uncle Xiao, he leaves an impression of someone that is not easily fazed. Following this, XiaoMo asks Uncle Xiao for 100 portions of magic herbs. Uncle Xiao is not surprised, quickly sorting and counting the magic herbs before handing them over to him. This is because he is not the first one to bring the cauldron back to the room. Hard-working and smart Earth Peak disciples will also do it that way. After that, XiaoMo smoothly obtains permission from Elder Brother Wu to go down the mountain. In the dead of the night, when everything is quiet, XiaoMo takes out the cauldron that he brought back from the stone room. Then he takes out the 100 portions of magic herbs from the magic bag and places them on the table. The reason why he brought back the cauldron is so that he can refine magic pills at night. But they will be different from the ones he refines during the day. This time he is going to try to reduce the risk associated with the magic pills. Because the quality of the magic herbs is a limiting factor, even if his talent is great, he has no way of improving the grade of the magic pills. So he can only work on the distillation step, to reduce the risk associated with taking magic pills. During the day, XiaoMo observed the other disciples when they were refining magic pills. He discovered that when they distilled the magic herbs, they could do it only 1 or 2 times, not more. So the risk associated with the resulting magic pills is only reduced by 15%. That leaves the low-grade magic pills with 20% risk. So he thought to himself, if he were to further distill the herbs, would the risk get lower? He doesn't dare to attempt it during the day, so he only chooses to do so at night. He puts the cauldron on the table and picks up 3 stalks of magic herbs, rock jasmine, winter ice herb, and Korean mint. These 3 magic herbs make up the Accumulate Energy Magic Pill. The Accumulate Energy Pill is directed at martial artists. Usually before entering the world of mystics, martial artists are ordinary people. Ordinary people need to open up the meridians in their bodies in order to become martial artists. Opening up the meridians require the assistance of the spiritual energy of the universe. Therefore, if they do not have help from a master, they can only rely on the Accumulate Energy Magic Pill. The Accumulate Energy Magic Pill is able to briefly concentrate spiritual energy in the body. This spiritual energy is able to help in opening the meridians. But because the Accumulate Energy Magic Pill is a level 1 magic pill, its effect is limited and it also has a high associated risk. Therefore, most people will choose not take the Accumulate Energy Magic Pill unless it's the last resort. Of course, XiaoMo is aware of this. But he also knows that the main reason why people do not take the Accumulate Energy Pill is because the risk is too high. If not careful, it is possible that it will cause the spiritual energy to run amok in the body. Not everyone will be able to survive the fallout. But if the risk is reduced, the outcome would be different. The effect of 1 low-grade Accumulate Energy Pill is limited, but if multiple pills are taken and if the risk is not high, then the choice would be easier. When the time comes for him to sell them, he should be able to get a higher price. But this is just what he thinks. The reality will depend on the effect of the Accumulate Energy Magic Pills he refines. Thinking of this, XiaoMo throws the magic herbs into the cauldron and starts the distillation process. The distillation process involves the removal of impurities before dropping them into the cavity of the cauldron. Doing this repeatedly gets harder with each repetition, using up more and more soul force. During the day, it took XiaoMo the time to brew half a small cup of tea to refine 1 magic pill. But with the additional 2 rounds of distillation, each magic pill now takes twice as long. Although the time needed is increased, the risk actually drops. It's unclear how much risk is reduced. The light blue color of the magic pill appears a little stronger. The difference is noticeable when examined closely. XiaoMo doesn't know how to judge the risk of magic pills. After trying out 1 pill, he goes on to the second one. Like this, he only manages to refine 50 pills through the night, half of which were only distilled once. During the day, he goes to the stone room as usual. refining 100 magic pills, just like the day before. At night he returns to the room and continues refining pills without sleep or rest, finally making it through the first batch of magic pills. The next day, he gathers all his belongings and prepares to go down the mountain. Notes: Rock jasmine, Andraces umbellata. Winter ice herb, Rhabdosia rubescens. Korean mint, Agastache rugosa. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Life Story and the Winged Bird. It's not just him alone going down the mountain this time. It's unclear how many Tian sect disciples go down the mountain each month. XiaoMo doesn't know how many disciples there will be from the other peaks, but there are 4 others from Earth Peak going down with him. Among the 5, other than the 2 who are fulfilling the orders from the masters to buy supplies, the other 2 are going home to visit their families, after being away for a year. As for XiaoMo's family, he had asked the other disciples that entered together with him. He found out that he was raised in a single-parent home. His mother who raised him passed away from overwork when he was 7 years old. After that, he was entrusted to his mother's sister's family. His aunt's family lives in Peach Blossom Village. It's a small place but very famous for its peach blossoms. When he reached 17 years old, his aunt's family was looking for a reason to drive him out of the house. It just so happened that the elders from Tian sect came looking for disciples. A simple life story. XiaoMo could almost guess how his aunt's whole family must not like him. But he heaves a sigh of relief knowing that XiaoMo doesn't have a close relationship with his aunt's family. A bad relationship means his aunt's family would not welcome his return. Not needing to return means he wouldn't have to face the danger of being discovered that the soul is no longer the same. Furthermore, he doesn't know how he would handle his aunt's family. But most importantly, he doesn't know where Peach Blossom Village is. He also doesn't know what anyone in his aunt's family looks like. If he were to return and run into his aunt's family without recognizing them, that would be extremely dangerous. Because there are only 5 disciples from Earth Peak going down the mountain, Master Kong is worried that they would run into danger. So he asked Heaven Peak's Uncle Mogu to help look after them. Uncle Mogu is leading some disciples to purchase necessities. He is the most senior disciple on this trip, so it's only natural to entrust the disciples to him. They are after all Tian sect disciples. Other than disciples from the Mage Division, XiaoMo also heard that disciples from the Warrior Division will also be accompanying them this time. Although disciples from the Mage Division are skilled in refining magic pills, their military ability is generally not strong. That's why disciples from the Military Division would accompany the group every time a high-level mage goes down the mountain. Especially since the high-level mage going down this time is Uncle Mogu. XiaoMo follows the other disciples and waits at the foot of the Earth Peak mountain for an hour before Uncle Mogu and the others show up. They could hear their rowdy voices from afar, but none of them dared to make any complaints. Compared to the 5 moody disciples, that group of people could be described as raucous. Each and every one chatting and laughing, as if they are going on a pleasure trip. But the one attracting the most attention is not Uncle Mogu. It's a girl surrounded and fawned on by a few young male disciples. One look at her and XiaoMo can't help but sigh at the hand of fate. That girl is the junior sister he saw twice in the library. At that time he had guessed that she is a Heaven Peak disciple. Looks like that's true. However, that elder brother is nowhere in sight. After meeting up, Uncle Mogu doesn't say anything, not mentioning the issue of being late. Just like this, they grandly head down the mountain. Tian sect is located in the middle of lush green mountain peaks. It is said that this place was opened up by the founder of Tian sect to serve as a sanctuary. Later, when Tian sect became the largest sect in Longxiao continent, the sanctuary also expanded a great deal. With the lush green mountain peaks as the center, Tian sect's domain covers everything within a 100-mile radius. Today their destination is the town on the outskirts of this 100-mile radius. It's also the closest town to Tianxian sect, where Tianxian sect gets their supplies from each month. Because the distance is quite far, after they descend the mountain, they get on winged birds to reach their destination. Tianxian sect has about 100 winged birds. They are specially raised for transportation. They are about 5 to 10 meters tall. They are mainly used by the Mage Division because unlike the Mage Division, martial artists from the Warrior Division are able to fly on their own once they have reached a certain level. Some winged birds can hold 5 people, so XiaoMo and his brothers go ahead and take one of those. Their quiet, moody atmosphere contrasts sharply with the others ahead of them. The winged birds are very fast. The 100-mile distance is covered in the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. The 3 winged birds lands in a clearing. XiaoMo looks around. It's like a public square surrounded by a few short buildings. There are also a few thatched pens holding more winged birds. Needless to say, this place must have been set up as a Tianxian sect outpost. XiaoMo jumps down from the back of the winged bird, and just as he is about to follow the group, a familiar face walks up to them. Someone that makes him feel guilty when he sees him. He is none other than the one whose private conversation he overheard 2 days ago. The elder brother, Big Brother Xiao. He later finds out that it's not the Xiao character from Xiao. Rather, it's the Xiao character from Xiaoxian. His full name is Lin Xiao, the most talented disciple of the Warrior Division. He is also the elder disciple of the Grand Master. Notes: Yun Xiao, The Skies, Xiaoxian, Portrait. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Magic Pill Shop. No wonder he didn't see the disciples from the Warrior Division at the foot of the mountain. Looks like they had already reached the town before them. But XiaoMo didn't expect that the military division would send Lin Xiao. Thinking over what he overheard the other day, he feels all the more that something unexpected will happen on this trip. XiaoMo had planned that he would part from the rest after they leave this area. Furthermore, the things that he plans to do should not be revealed to others. Tang Yunqi is the daughter of the Grand Master, the most favored junior sister of Tianxian sect. The whole way here, the thing that XiaoMo heard the most was the gege sound of her coy giggling. Especially when the others were lavishing praise on her, as if it made her feel especially pleased. How long the winged birds flew, was how long she giggled. When Lin Xiao appears, Tang Yunqi is the first one to rush over. After an extremely nauseating Big Brother Xiao, she throws herself at Lin Xiao. But she was destined to miss as Lin Xiao dodges out of the way. Tang Yunqi does not feel embarrassed nor humiliated, as if this a common occurrence. She wraps her hands around Lin Xiao's arm and looks up at him adoringly. The other disciples are full of envy, including the 4 disciples with XiaoMo. Lin Xiao's relationship with them is quite good. Especially with Mo Gu. Before, from the time they met up until now, XiaoMo didn't see Mo Gu smile even once. His expression was always very serious, as if someone owes him money. Now, after Lin Xiao appears, a smile is hanging on his face while he nods from time to time, watching Lin Xiao and Tang Yunqi. Upon meeting, they exchange a few pleasantries before setting out. Leaving the square, Mo Gu turns around and says, "We have reached Heping town. Buy what you have to buy. We will meet up here tomorrow at this time. We will not wait for those who come late." Saying this, he leads his disciples toward the bustling market along with all the disciples from the Warrior Division, leaving not a single one. The one leading the Earth Peak disciples, Big Brother Lu, sighs softly, as if this is something he expected. Soon after, he says to XiaoMo and the others, "From here, I will go with Junior Brother Li to make the purchases Master has requested. You all should finish what you all want to do within a day. You all heard what Uncle Mo said. He will not wait for you if you are late tomorrow. We understand, Big Brother Lu. Big Brother Lu nods before heading off with Junior Brother Li in the same direction as Uncle Mo Gu. After they leave, the other disciples head off in their respective directions, going home to visit relatives. Only then does it dawn on XiaoMo that this is his first time in Yiping Town. XiaoMo, his first time in Yiping Town, has no choice but to head in the same direction as Big Brother Lu, towards the most lively area of town. From there, he slowly searches, asking around when lost, finally finding what he is looking for. Yiping Town is most famous for magic pills. Because of its proximity to Tianxian sect, they frequently have dealings with the disciples from Tianxian sect. They also do business with other smaller sections. Over time, Yiping Town slowly becomes more developed, bringing along the surrounding smaller villages. The magic pill shops are all located on the busiest street in Yiping Town, called North Street. The south-facing side of North Street is a row of magic pill shops. It's the most crowded place, practically customers in every shop, with some to the point of overcrowding. XiaoMo stands at the side of the street and observes with his eyes wide open for quite a while. He finally settles on a shop that is not too popular but not too deserted, and walks inside. When he walks in, a young man dressed as an ancient shop attendant immediately comes up to him, speaking in a polite tone, "Distinguished guest, are you here to buy magic pills?" XiaoMo glances over the shop, before returning to the brilliant smile of the young man, saying in a small voice, "Do you accept magic pills here?" The young man freezes before coming to his senses, smiling without changing the look in his eyes, saying, "We do. Our shop also accepts magic pills. Distinguished guest, please come this way." Buying and selling are not done in the same place. In order to protect the privacy of the customers, most shops set up inner rooms. Furthermore, the magic pill shops of North Street have good reputations, so one usually does not have to be worried about getting cheated or robbed. XiaoMo thinks that since they dare to set up shop close to Tianxian sect, they wouldn't dare to cheat people. So he follows him inside without apprehension. The one attending to him switches to the shop manager. A 60-something-year-old man with gray hair on both his temples. His energy though is pretty good for a 60-year-old. With a smiling face that makes him seem even more amiable, the manager sees XiaoMo and surreptitiously gives him the once-over. Rather than make small talk, he goes straight to the point. "Distinguished guest, what level magic pill are you selling?" "It's level 1 magic pills." XiaoMo answers, a little embarrassed. When he just stepped inside, he took stock of the situation in the shop. Most of the magic pills are level 2 and level 3. There are level 1 magic pills but definitely not many. This makes him feel a little inadequate, since the magic pills in his hand are all level 1. The manager is stunned for a moment before saying politely, "Distinguished guest, would you like to take out your magic pills and let this old man have a look?" XiaoMo silently takes out a few bottles of magic pills. A total of 4. Containing 4 different types of magic pills. Actually, there are only 2 types. It's only that the number of distillation rounds is different, so the quality is different, that's why he put them in different bottles. The manager picks up one of the bottles and pours out a pill and examines it closely. It's a common dispelling magic pill. He picks up another bottle and sees it's also a very common pill, an accumulate energy pill. He can't help but frown. He had thought that this young man is from a major sect, so the level 1 magic pills he brings should be something out of the ordinary, such as top-grade magic pills. But after looking at 2 bottles and finding that they are regular run-of-the-mill low-grade magic pills, he can only feel disappointed. But for someone who has been in this line of business for many years, living all these years, he has seen many unexpected things. He quickly recovers and patiently picks up the 3rd bottle. One look at the magic pill he pours out leaves him stunned speechless. Note: raise horse bit towards different routes, part ways. Seize the mountain upon opening the door, straight to the point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23. First Bundle of Riches. The manager looks at the magic pill in the palm of his hand in amazement. This is clearly an accumulate energy pill. But it's not quite the same. Looking at it carefully, you can tell the difference from the color. The light blue color of this magic pill is a little deeper when compared to the previous bottle. He has seen this phenomenon before, but those were all mid-grade magic pills. The color of mid-grade magic pills are naturally deeper than low-grade magic pills. But this accumulate energy magic pill in his hand is not a mid-grade magic pill because its color is lighter than a mid-grade magic pill. The manager quickly picks up the fourth bottle. Inside are dispelling magic pills. They are like the accumulate energy magic pills in the third bottle. He, who has seen much and experienced much, is still confused. Why is it that even though they are all low-grade magic pills, but yet their depth of color is different? Distinguished guest, this one? The manager finally asks, unable to hold back any longer. XiaoMo had long before heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the astonished expression on the manager's face. He presumes that it means his magic pills are still in play. He should be able to sell them at a slightly better price. These two bottles are not the same as the other two. Although they are low-grade magic pills, their associated risk is not high. Only about 10%. Hearing this, the manager is stunned. He looks at XiaoMo as if he is looking at strange object. There is also a hint of conflicting emotions. He really did not expect that this young man would bring him something so shocking. He is someone that sells magic pills, so of course he knows a thing or two about magic pills. From his past experience, even if distillation rounds were increased, the risk associated with low-grade magic pills have never fallen below 15%. He doesn't know if other mages have achieved this before, but this is the first time he has come across this. If this were to get out to others, it would most probably lead to a huge commotion. Low-grade magic pills with a 10% risk. Lower by 5% but enough to cause the people of Xiao continent to rush forward like ducks. If he was able to monopolize the source of these magic pills. The manager looks at XiaoMo with a complicated expression. This young man is really one of a kind. After muttering to himself, he asks, "Distinguished guest, did you refine all these magic pills by yourself?" "I refined them by myself, but I was taught by my master." XiaoMo looks at the manager with shining eyes. May God forgive me for telling lies. From the shocked look in the manager's eyes, he knows that the pills he refined must be quite different from the usual ones. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, he doesn't dare to say that he figured this out by fumbling around by himself. So he can only implicate that master of his with whom he has yet to have a formal meeting, Kongwon. And your honorable master is? The manager is not surprised. In fact, he feels that this answer is the most probable. This, I'd rather not say. XiaoMo doesn't want to flash the Tian sect trump card lightly. Even though he knows that it would make the manager look at him in a new light, it could also bring about problems. If this were to get back to Tian sect, he wouldn't be able to finish what he had dished out. The manager signals that he understands. If he knew this technique, he would also keep it under wraps. But since this young man is able to bring these magic pills out to sell, it must mean that he has permission from his master. This way, it is also easier to handle. The manager puts the magic pills back into the bottles and says seriously, "Distinguished guest, since you want to sell these magic pills, I will give you a suitable price and we will see how you feel about it. The 2 ordinary bottles for 20 gold pieces per bottle. For the other 2 bottles of magic pills, I will give you 10 gold pieces per pill. Is this acceptable for you?" At once, XiaoMo's deep black eyes start to shine. 10 gold pieces for 1 pill versus 20 gold pieces for 1 bottle, this difference seems really too much. But the price of 20 gold pieces per bottle seems higher than what he figured out from the other shops. The 4 bottles hold 20 magic pills each. But this is only half of what he has. He had kept the other half to try out other shops, but now that the manager has given him such a high price, he can't help but feel a little touched. But, Manager, the price you quoted seems higher than that from other shops, yes? XiaoMo asks tentatively. He doesn't think he has a face that would arouse sympathy from the manager, so there must be another reason for the high price. The manager smiles. Distinguished guest is a really smart person. Indeed, the price I quoted is higher than the other shops. I only hope that distinguished guest would continue to sell these magic pills to us the next time if you have any. Even if not all, but if you would at least reserve half for us. XiaoMo considers for a moment. This actually works. He already didn't plan on publicizing this. Furthermore, the price given by the manager is high. He wants to buy many magic herb seeds. He had worried that the money he would get from selling these magic pills wouldn't be enough, so this move by the manager is really like a delivery of charcoal in snowy weather. Manager, I can sell these magic pills to you, but I have a condition. What condition? Asks the manager. XiaoMo speaks cautiously. I hope that you will not tell anyone that these magic pills were refined by me. In short, don't tell anyone anything about me. If you agree, aside from the magic pills for my personal use, I will sell the rest to you. Deal. The manager agrees without even having to think twice. He was not planning on revealing anything anyway. Such a valuable source, of course he would want to keep it firmly under his control. Furthermore, this condition is very reasonable. After agreeing on the terms, the manager counts the money and hands them over. 2 bottles of ordinary magic pills is 40 gold pieces. 2 bottles of special magic pills is 400 gold pieces. Altogether 440 gold pieces. This is XiaoMo's first bundle of riches in this world. From what he knows, an ordinary household would be able to live for half a month on 1 piece of gold. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 24. Wooden Furnishing Shop. After leaving the magic pill shop, XiaoMo brings his 440 gold pieces to a shop selling wooden furnishings on a different street. When he first heard the price the manager quoted, he was very excited. He considered selling the remaining magic pills in his magic bag to him, but was a little apprehensive about selling too many at one time. So after some consideration, he decided to save them for his next trip down the mountain. But this will also depend on how much the magic herb seeds costs. If 440 gold pieces is not sufficient, he will go back and sell them all. The wooden furnishing shop, like its name suggests, sells articles made from poplar, mahogany, birch and other types of wood. There is only one wooden furnishing shop in the whole of Heping Town. The shop is very big, taking up 3 shop fronts. Above hangs a very big sign. Very conspicuous. XiaoMo notices it immediately when he gets there. Numerous brand new cupboards are displayed, in all sizes. There are also many dividers inside the cupboards. They are made from poplar-like wood, appearing to have a shiny finish. There are a few attendants in the store, but they are all serving customers. But with his sharp eyes, XiaoMo sees a rather lonely figure standing in a corner. Dongjio, a customer is here. Why are you not quickly attending to him? Before he could open his mouth, the attendant nearest to him calls out to that person with a disparaging tone. One can faintly detect some disdain and contempt. The person in the corner jumps in shock as if he didn't expect that he would be called. When he looks up, XiaoMo sees a very young face. At first glance he looks to be not older than 15 years old. More like a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Very thin, as if suffering from malnutrition. When he smiles shyly, 2 small dimples are faintly discernible. Dongjio walks up to XiaoMo. Rubbing his hands, he asks XiaoMo hesitantly, distinguished guest. Good morning. Are you here to buy wooden furnishings? Unexpectedly, the attendant other snorts Chi, mocking him softly, visiting a wooden furnishing shop, of course it is to buy wooden furnishings. Are you telling me he's here to buy magic pills? Dong Jio flushes in embarrassment. XiaoMo figures it's better to let it be and points at the cupboards by the wall on the right. How much are those? Dong Jio freezes for a moment. This is probably the first time someone goes straight for the price without first asking about the quality. He stammers, though, those are made from top-grade wood with exquisite workmanship. So they are a little more expensive than the ones outside. The small one is 1 gold and 50 silver pieces. The big one is 3 gold pieces. They can also be custom-made. Then, I would like the big one. Oh, how many ready-made pieces do you have? XiaoMo calculates the costs. 1 for 3 gold pieces is not costly. He can afford to buy a few to store magic herbs and magic pills. This trip down the mountain, he also plans to buy various necessities. He does not plan to put them in his room, but in his dimension. He had already decided that when the magic herbs he plants are matured, he won't store them in the magic bag. Although magic bags are convenient, they are not secure. If he were to lose them or if someone discovers them, he can't bear to imagine the consequences. Oh right, do you have complete sets or wooden furnishings? XiaoMo turns around to ask as the thought crosses his mind. Dong Jio has never met someone so straightforward in his life. Even as there was, they would have been snatched away by other attendants. Furthermore, his reaction and eloquence is not as good as others, so he has always been at the bottom in terms of monthly sales. This encounter makes him feel as he is dreaming. Distinguished guest, would it better if you list out the things you want to buy? Then I can check for you and tell you which ones we don't have. How about it? Dong Jio asks cautiously. Then I'll leave it to you. XiaoMo smiles while nodding. He then lists out all the wooden furnishings he wants to add. He discovers that this fellow called Dong Jio actually has a pretty good memory. After only hearing it once, he could repeat everything back to him without a single mistake. Luckily, everything he wants to buy is in stock. XiaoMo buys so many things, totaling above 20 gold pieces. Since it is a considerable sum for the wooden furnishings shop, it attracts the attention of the shop manager. Seeing that Dong Jio had hooked such a big customer, he smiles from ear to ear. He then joins forces with Dong Jio to bring out all the things XiaoMo wanted. Because XiaoMo has a magic bag, once the things were sorted out, they just put them directly into the bag. Much less trouble than moving them out. Then the manager adds up the prices, a total of 26 gold pieces. XiaoMo has the funds, and the things he is buying are all necessary items, so he doesn't feel pain spending the money. After all, he now has a source of income. Leaving the wooden furnishing shop, XiaoMo doesn't know the kind of fortune his appearance had brought to Dong Jio. The attendant that happily gave up this money-making opportunity to Dong Jio is so vexed that he almost chews his teeth to bits. He had seen that XiaoMo was dressed plainly, so he had assumed that he wouldn't bring much business. It just so happened that Dong Jio was unoccupied, so he let him have the customer just to watch him make a fool of himself. He never expected that it would turn out to be a big fish. Unfortunately, he also no chance of getting back at Dong Jio since the manager now regards Dong Jio in a new light. At the same time, Xiao is going through a crisis of life and death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 25. Ridiculous Fate. South Street, which is next to North Street, is a famous street for magic herbs. It is just like North Street, the only difference being that South Street specializes in selling magic herbs. All types of magic herbs, as long as they are level 6 and below, are available here. Most importantly, there are shops selling magic herb seeds on South Street. The availability of magic herb seeds is similar to that for magic herbs, level 6 and below. But the amount of magic herb seeds is less than magic herbs, especially for high-level ones. That's because the higher the level, the harder it is to grow from seeds. Furthermore, the time it takes to mature is also much longer. Therefore, very few mages will buy magic herb seeds to grow. Most of them would buy seeds that are level 3 and below. Even so, the number of people who buy seeds are still very few. XiaoMo wants to buy quite a lot of magic herb seeds. The shop with the most complete selection should probably be the bigger magic herb shops. But he doesn't immediately go in. He asks around everywhere to roughly determine the prices for magic herb seeds before settling on the biggest magic herb shop, Orchid Pavilion. The Orchid Pavilion shopfront is bigger than the wooden furnishings shop. Magic herbs and magic herb seeds are displayed separately. There are fewer customers buying magic herb seeds. Since seeds don't take up much space, the magic herb seeds only take up one shopfront. A few scattered customers are inside making their choices. When XiaoMo walks in, an attendant immediately greets him. After explaining what he is here for, the attendant leads him right away to where the level 1 to level 3 magic herb seeds are. Distinguished guest, you have come to right place. Our Orchid Pavilion has the most complete selection of magic herb seeds in Yiping Town. May I ask how much you would like to buy? The attendant turns around and asks politely. XiaoMo glances over the seeds on the shelves, saying I would like to buy all the level 2 seeds. How many types of level 2 seeds do you have? How much are they? The attendant says, level 2 magic herb seeds, we have 80 types. Each type sold in small packets. We have 100 seeds, 200 seeds, 500 seeds, 1000 seeds. For choices. Every 500 seeds costs 1 gold piece. XiaoMo calculates carefully for a moment. If he were to buy the 500 seeds packet, 80 types will be 80 gold pieces. That would leave him with 334 gold pieces. He can probably buy some level 3 seeds. Then, what about level 3 seeds? XiaoMo asks further. The attendant does not show any signs of impatience, and continues to explain clearly, we have 64 types of level 3 seeds. Each type is sold in the same quantities as level 2 seeds. Every 500 seeds cost 4 gold pieces. XiaoMo can't help from feeling a twitch in his eyelid. This is too costly. 3 gold pieces more than level 2 seeds, and it's only 1 level higher. It is unexpectedly so expensive. If he were to buy them all, he would have to spend 256 gold pieces in one go. Seeing the change in his expression, the attendant could roughly guess what was going on in his head. He says temptingly, distinguished guest, if you want to buy level 2 and level 3 seeds, we can give you 1 set of level 1 seeds for free. XiaoMo can't help feeling stunned. He suddenly feels as if he has gone back to the modern age. The familiar promotional tactics, although it is not buy 1 get 1 free. Although the value of a set of level 1 seeds is only 10 gold pieces. In the end, XiaoMo swallows the pain and buys them, spending 336 gold pieces. Orchid Pavilion throws in a free set of level 1 seeds. 100 seeds per packet. Although not a lot, it's better than nothing. Besides, he also wants to try planting level 1 magic herbs in his dimension. Although he can reduce the risk of low-grade magic pills to 10%, they are after all still low-grade magic pills. The effect is not as good as mid or top-grade magic pills. Leaving Orchid Pavilion, XiaoMo looks up at the sky. In a blink of an eye, he feels that time is really flying by. Before he knows it, the sun is about to set. Since they will only meet up tomorrow morning, he can only fend for himself tonight. Luckily, he still has over 70 pieces of gold in his magic bag, so he wouldn't have to sleep on the streets tonight. Just now, while he buying the magic herbs, he also asked about the location of the rest houses. The rest houses are located on West Street. Usually, those who come to Yiping Town to purchase necessities, such as the disciples from Tianxian sect, would descend on West Street if they have to spend the night. But which rest house would depend on one's individual preference. It could just be bad luck, but after going through a few mid-level rest houses, he is told by the managers that there are no vacant rooms. At first, he was very surprised. Usually, mid-level rest houses should have available rooms. Later he learns that this is the first of the month, the time when the magic pill and magic herb shops on North Street and South Street replenish their stocks. So this time period is always the busiest time for Heping Town. Left with no choice, XiaoMo heads for the biggest rest house. This rest house was especially recommended by the attendant at the Orchid Pavilion. It is operated by the same owner as the Orchid Pavilion. But because it is a little expensive, it is not XiaoMo's first choice. It is now dinner time. The seating area is 70 to 80% occupied. The waiters are eagerly attending to the customers. Steaming hot dishes fill the whole rest house with fragrant aromas. The manager is standing behind the counter flicking the abacus with a serious and calculating expression. Seeing him enter, the wrinkled old face of the manager lights up with a smile. "Distinguished guest, would you like a room or are you here for dinner?" "I would like to spend the night," XiaoMo replies. The manager checks his books and says, "Distinguished guest, we only have 2 rooms left. A main room is 5 gold pieces, would that do?" Stunned, XiaoMo blurts out, "Can't you charge me a little less?" Hearing these words, laughter breaks out behind him. Those sitting close by must have overheard what he said. Most probably it's their first time hearing someone bargaining with a rest house manager, so they find it very funny. The manager answers awkwardly, "Distinguished guest, this is the price for our rooms, we can't charge any cheaper." XiaoMo is also a little embarrassed. He had only said that unconsciously. But the reason why he didn't bargain when buying the magic herb seeds is because the attendant had thrown in a free set of level 1 seeds. Shouldn't he able to get a free meal from the manager here? XiaoMo toughens his scalp and hands over the 5 gold pieces. An attendant shows him to his room. Before he leaves, XiaoMo requests to have dinner brought to his room. The attendant did not leave him waiting. Before the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he brings over the dishes. They smell, look, and taste great. In fact, it's much better than what he has been eating in Earth Peak. He later finds out that the cost of the meal is included in the 5 pieces of gold. Because the price is high, the service is also much better than that given downstairs. The attendants also seem to be at his beck and call, comparable to the service found in modern 5-star hotels. So, the 5-star service that he didn't have the chance to enjoy in the modern era, he now enjoys in Longshao continent. After eating and drinking his fill, XiaoMo starts to sort through today's purchases. He transfers the wooden furnishings and seeds into the teardrop, then locks the room door before entering the dimension. Under the blue skies, he had cleared a piece of land that is about 30 square meters. Furthermore, he had already made the necessary preparations, reconditioning the soil. He only needs to scatter the seeds before sprinkling some water. That should do it. But he doesn't immediately start scattering the seeds. Instead, he places the wooden furnishings in a suitable spot before putting the seeds in the various compartments. In order to make it easier, he meticulously pastes a label on each compartment showing the type of seeds in each compartment. Once he is done with everything, it was already the high period, a little past 9. Leaving the dimension, XiaoMo rubs his tummy. The dinner from before has already been used up, so he simply gets up and leaves the room, planning to look for food. Just when he takes a few steps out of his room, the door of the neighboring room opens suddenly. Someone dressed in a white robe steps out. The robe looks simple, but if you look carefully it is clear that the robe is actually exquisite and luxurious. Simply on a whole different level when compared to the extremely plain green robe on his own body. When he looks up and sees the other person's face, XiaoMo immediately? Why the hell? Why the hell must I run into Lin Xiao here? What makes him most vexed is that Lin Xiao is walking towards him. XiaoMo can't help feeling conflicted. Should he greet him? Although they have not formally met, They have already come across each other multiple times, so it is possible that Lin Xiao recognizes him. Seeing that he is almost in front of him, XiaoMo's body reflexively reacts faster than his chaotic mind. As if he is running into a headmaster, he straightens his chest and calls out, "Greetings to elder brother," just lacking the word headmaster, which he luckily does not blurt out. Saying this, he immediately, because the other party looks at him in surprise, with no sign of recognition. XiaoMo suddenly has to impulse to give himself a tight slap. That's what you get for shooting your mouth off. After this incident, Lin Xiao is sure to remember him. After recovering from his surprise, Lin Xiao can only put on a gentle and refined smile, saying while looking at him, "So you're my junior brother. Why are you not together with Uncle Mo? Hearing these words, the look of horror on XiaoMo's face can be compared to that of someone seeing a ghost. This person is not actually Lin Xiao, right? Notes. Egg pain equals pain in the balls ridiculous. High period equals 21 to 2300 hours. Emoticon for OMG. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 26. Unfair Conditions. XiaoMo has only met Lin Xiao a few times. But he has never seen him smile. Even when he was with the junior sister or with Uncle Mo, he never smiled. Not to mention speaking in such a gentle way to him. This is the first giveaway. The second giveaway is his words. If he is the real Lin Xiao, he would know that he would not be together with Uncle Mo. They had already parted ways this morning when they arrived in Heping town. If they are together, it would only happen tomorrow morning. This only means the Lin Xiao in front of him is not the one he has seen before. But he clearly admitted that he is Lin Xiao. Furthermore, his face is exactly like that of Lin Xiao. If there is any difference, it would be his clothes. The Lin Xiao in the morning wore a black robe. This Lin Xiao is wearing a white robe. Not only have the clothes changed, the demeanor and aura also feels like it is a completely different person. XiaoMo doesn't even care if the Lin Xiao in front of him is an imposter. He only knows that the white-robed Lin Xiao gives off a more dangerous vibe than the black-robed Lin Xiao. He stammers, Elder brother Lin, I still have things to do, so I'll be off. See you later." Saying this, he turns around to go, pretending that he doesn't see that Lin Xiao has something he wants to say. As a result, before he could even take 2 steps, XiaoMo feels his neck tightening, leaving him unable to breathe. Soon after, he is lifted off his feet, soaring into the air and twirling around before coming face to face with Lin Xiao, their noses less than 5 centimeters apart. Elder brother Lin? A completely terrified XiaoMo looks at the handsome face right in front of him. Ling Xiao doesn't speak but smiles slightly and heads back into room, closing the door with a pang. In his hands still hangs XiaoMo. Only when it is just the two of them, does he set XiaoMo down. Gaining his freedom, XiaoMo immediately scoots away from Ling Xiao. This action only makes everything clear. Ling Xiao confirms his intention, dialing up the intensity. His smiling face, dripping with sweetness, becomes even more elitist and overbearing, like a bloodthirsty gentleman. That's exactly right. A bloodthirsty gentleman. XiaoMo realizes for the first time that someone can actually be described as a bloodthirsty gentleman. Quite simply a marvelous combination. If he was just a bystander, he would probably find it wondrous. But now that he is one right in the center of it, he doesn't feel one bit of excitement. He would rather not have this opportunity. Great warrior, I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. For real. XiaoMo has his hands over his head, trembling while speaking those words. He then stares both expectantly and with terror at that man, as if he is waiting for him to let him off in a big show of mercy. With his lips curved, Ling Xiao pressures him into a corner, his eyes filled with interest and fixed on XiaoMo. "Oh, what is it that you know?" And what is it that you saw? XiaoMo freezes. He again feels a huge urge to give himself a tight slap. Don't tell me that this man did not realize that he has already seen through his pretending to be Lin Xiao. And here, he actually dug a hole for himself. No matter what the reality is, he feels that today is an extremely unlucky day. I know you are not elder brother Lin Xiao. XiaoMo's face is completely red from the pressure. Ling Xiao looks at his helpless expression, appearing just like a lost and adorably pitiful small white rabbit. He can't help but feel a little delight. No sign of being shamed to anger. After a while, XiaoMo hears a voice coming from the top of his head. Since you have seen through my disguise, I have no choice. Let's see, how should I dispose of you? Should I kill you, or boil you, or fry you? XiaoMo immediately straight face. Is there any difference between these three choices? Whichever one is also not acceptable. I don't want to die. XiaoMo says in a small voice with a sad face. It hasn't even been 10 days since he came to this world. If he were to die yet again, who knows if he will end up in hell or just vanish in puff of smoke. Too terrifying. Then what should I do? After all, you know my secret. Ling Xiao pretends to be in a difficult position while saying this. XiaoMo's eyelid twitches and he immediately raises his hand swearing, I promise you, I won't tell anyone about you pretending to be elder brother Lin. If I do, may heaven strike me dead and shatter my soul, forever doomed to remain a low-level mage. Is this good enough? He cautiously asks the last question. You are a mage? Ling Xiao raises his eyebrow. His handsome face suddenly shows a hint of defiance. Just like his elitist and overbearing expression before, not even a tiny hint of unease. XiaoMo nods and then looks at him expectantly. If that's the case, then go ahead and refine a magic pill for me. Ling Xiao says indifferently. I didn't bring my cauldron. XiaoMo can't figure out what he is planning, but seeing him raise his eyebrows, he immediately adds, but I have ready-made ones. I have some in my magic bag, the magic pills I refined yesterday. You mean this magic bag? Ling Xiao raises his hand. Amazingly, in his hand is a bag that doesn't seem to suit him. It's none other than XiaoMo's magic bag. XiaoMo reflexively feels the area around his waist. His magic bag is not there. He can't help but be stunned. When did he take it? He didn't even feel anything. Ling Xiao takes out everything from the magic bag. There are only 4 small bottles, emanating a light medicinal scent. XiaoMo sees him open one of the bottles and pour out a light blue accumulate energy magic pill, one of the low-risk ones. Under XiaoMo's astonished gaze, he tosses the accumulate energy magic pill into his mouth. After chewing twice, Ling Xiao raises his brows slightly. He then proceeds to pour out the remaining accumulate energy magic pills and swallow them into his belly. The same goes for the other 3 bottles. Everything into his belly. As if he is eating sugar-roasted chestnuts. XiaoMo looks at him slack-jawed with bulging eyes. Didn't he hear that magic pills can't be taken willy-nilly? After eating all the magic pills, Ling Xiao licks his lips. He looks at XiaoMo with an added shred of satisfaction. I really didn't expect that the magic pills you refine are quite delicious. Especially 2 of the bottles. The taste is not bad. So congratulations, I have decided not to kill you for the time being. XiaoMo hears this with an alarmed heart and jumpy body. Time being? No, I mean, really? I cannot kill you, but Ling Xiao throws the empty bottles and magic bag back at him, revealing a smile. Every day from now on, you must honor me with 200 magic pills, specifically the magic pills in the blue bottles. The blue bottles are the ones that contain the magic pills with 10% risk. 200 magic pills? XiaoMo stammers. He is dumbstruck by the amount. With his current ability, he has no way of refining 200 magic pills in a day. Even if he were to put off eating and drinking, especially since the magic pills he wants are the low-risk ones. What's the matter? You want to refuse? Ling Xiao's brow twitches. In a flash, the space between XiaoMo's eyes feels a flash of piercingly cold pressure, almost making him unable to breathe. XiaoMo quickly shakes his head. After the hard struggle to spare his life, of course he is not going to refuse. No, great warrior. Elder brother Lin, I just learned how to refine magic pills a few days ago. 100 pills a day is my limit. Furthermore, according to the rules of Tian Xin sect, I have turned over half of the magic pills. Ling Xiao stares at him. According to Lin Xiao's memory, Tian Xin sect does indeed have this rule. So he knows that XiaoMo is not trying to pull a fast one, 50 pills. Of course, if you are not willing, I don't mind turning you into a corpse right this moment. But I mind. Of course XiaoMo doesn't dare to revolt. No matter how unfair the conditions, they still can't compare to his measly life. So he can only agree. Just when he heaves a sigh of relief, Ling Xiao's indifferent voice rings out again above his head. But, to ensure that you will not betray me, hand over half of your soul in a note. Raise horse bit towards different routes, part ways. Black line, dash underscore dash. Underscore 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 dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 27. The Truth Beneath the Gentleness. Tonight is the night that XiaoMo has the most restless sleep ever since he came to this world. The next day, he is forced by Ling Xiao's despotic attitude to follow him to the assembly point. Because he is terrified by those last words he said yesterday, he doesn't dare to resist. Only when he appears in front of everyone with Ling Xiao does he realize what he's in for. He who had always been insignificant and transparent is now the center of everyone's attention. The first to react is the junior sister Tang Yunqi, rushing up to Ling Xiao. After giving XiaoMo a look of disdain, she says to Ling Xiao, "Elder brother, did you finish what you had to do?" Ling Xiao nods indifferently. This time he is not acting. This junior sister just doesn't give him a good feeling. But Lin Xiao has always treated the junior sister in this way, so no one feels that something is amiss. On the other hand, XiaoMo wipes the sweat off his brow. But before he could slip away, Tang Yunqi aims a spearhead at him. "Elder brother, why are you with this person?" Tang Yunqi wraps herself around Ling Xiao's arm, her elegant eyebrows raised, looking at XiaoMo with disdain upon disdain. Ling Xiao calmly extricates his arm, curving up the corners of his mouth in a slight smile. "Is it a problem that I came here with him?" A smile that makes people think of the spring breeze blooms on the handsome face that does not belong to him. But it gives off a feeling of perfection, as if this person should always be smiling. But only XiaoMo knows that this is all an act. He personally experienced yesterday how this man can switch faces, flipping back and forth, just like someone with multiple personalities. The smile on Tang Yunqi's pretty face disappears. Her pupils enlarge slightly as if she can't believe that elder brother is speaking to her in this way. Emogu also sees that the Ling Xiao today is not quite the same as the one from yesterday, but he doesn't suspect that he is not the real thing. Although he is surprised that he would be together with a nobody from Earth Peak, he doesn't think much of it. "Since everyone is here, let's go." Saying this, Emogu leads the disciples towards the Winged Bird Square. XiaoMo plans to slip away secretly to join the Earth Peak disciples, but who knew that just when he turns around, he is almost strangled by a strong pull on his collar. Turning around, he is met with Ling Xiao's gentle look. "Little brother, where do you think you're going?" XiaoMo shrinks, saying spinelessly, "Nowhere, I'm not going anywhere." Ling Xiao seems to be very pleased with his spineless reaction, releasing him and telling him to keep up before walking ahead. As for Tang Yunqi, looking at his receding back, she suddenly turns around and gives XiaoMo a ferocious stare before chasing up to Ling Xiao. XiaoMo hangs down his head, resigning himself to his fate. He feels that this trip down the mountain is really filled with bad luck, actually attracting such an unbelievable mountain of trouble. Not only that, he is now hated by junior sister. His peaceful existence that only lasted a few days is now officially over. Upon reaching the Wingbird Square, XiaoMo receives another hateful glare from Tang Yunqi. This time, her fury is even more obvious. That's because Ling Xiao wants to sit on the same wingbird as him. Even though he says it indifferently, he gives the impression that it is non-negotiable. As a result, those glaring at him is not just Tang Yunqi. Several Heaven Peak disciples are also looking at him unpleasantly. Especially the one that was told to sit with the Earth Peak disciples, his face bright red from suppressed anger. "Little brother XiaoMo, come sit over here." Ling Xiao pats the spot by his side, speaking to the dawdling XiaoMo. As soon he says those words, everyone's gaze locks onto XiaoMo. There is jealousy, there is anger, and there is even admiration. But the most obvious one is the furious glare from Tang Yunqi. Finally unable to take it any longer, she states, "Elder brother, that is my spot." "Is that so?" Ling Xiao seems to think it over before saying, "Then I'm fine with the back seat." Saying this, he gets up and walks over to XiaoMo and plunks down next to him. Completely disregarding everyone's stares, including the aggrieved Tang Yunqi who looks as if she is about to cry. The one with the most seniority, Mo, takes it all in but doesn't say anything. What can he say? One is the daughter of the Grand Master, the other is the elder disciple that the Grand Master places high hopes on. This old man can't interfere with the affairs of the younger generation. Furthermore, he roughly understands Lin Zhao's character. If Lin Xiao really likes Yunqi, he would not have always treated her indifferently. In the end, Tang Yunqi is unable to change Ling Zhao's decision. Even though she had defended her position, she was still pushed away by elder brother. Even though he acts differently, for now the face is still the same. The winged bird takes off, spreading out its beautiful wings on both sides. In an instant they are soaring up to the sky, Tang Yunqi's resentful whimpers replaced by the whistling wind rushing by their ears. Because the speed of the winged birds is very fast, usually no one would speak at this time. XiaoMo also thinks so, but suddenly a teasing voice tinged with evil reaches his ear. "You see, little brother. Now everyone is envious of you." Boom, XiaoMo feels something explode in his head. He reflexively turns around and comes face to face with a pair of cold mocking eyes. But he doesn't fail to detect the flash of mischief in those eyes that leave him reeling in shock. He stares at him, eyes bulging. This is intentional? If he had not said those words, he would not have known that it is indeed intentional. When they reach Tianxian sect, XiaoMo still hasn't made any sense of the situation. But throughout the whole journey, the way Ling Xiao treats him could not be any better. At the fork, Mo wanted to ask Ling Xiao if he wants to go with them to Heaven Peak. Instead, Ling Xiao lets them go ahead since he wants to go together with XiaoMo. With Tang Yunqi looking back at them resentfully every now and then, XiaoMo is forcefully escorted by Ling Xiao back to Earth Peak. On the way, the other four disciples dare not speak, frequently stealing glances at Ling Xiao. In their hearts, they are probably thinking the same thing as the Heaven Peak disciples. Why is it that in one day the relationship between XiaoMo and Ling Xiao has become so close? Upon reaching Earth Peak, Ling Xiao follows XiaoMo to his room. Luckily it is the time for morning classes, so they don't come across anyone on the way. XiaoMo pushes open the door and walks in. Ling Xiao stands at the doorway and evaluates his room, saying, "How shabby na?" XiaoMo glances back at him and stammers, "All of Earth Peak rooms are like this. If you are not used to this, you can go back to your own room." The last part was said very softly, but Ling Xiao hears everything. His lips start to curve upwards as he laughs. "Little brother XiaoMo, would it be better if I move in with you?" XiaoMo immediately looks at him in horror. "You've got to be kidding." His expression fills Ling Xiao with delight, making him roar with laughter. XiaoMo blushes instantly, realizing that he was tricked. In the end, Ling Xiao doesn't stay. It seems as if he was only surveying the lay of the land. Before long, a junior brother comes over to fetch him, saying that he was sent over because the Grand Master is looking for him regarding something urgent. They soon leave. Once they leave, XiaoMo climbs weakly onto the bed. Wiping the sweat off his brow, he feels that today's experience really shook him to the core. Notes. Someone whose name is not in the classics, nobody. Alarm heart move soul, terrifying. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28. Heartfelt Wish. Tang Fan, the Grand Master of Tianxian sect, has held this post for almost 100 years. Under his leadership, Tianxian sect is becoming more and more like a first-class sect. Now it is regarded as the one most likely to become the leading sect in Longshao continent. Someone with this level of skill is surely not a simple man. In Lin Zhao's memory, even though Tang Fan is his master, he is still a mystery. Even though Lin Xiao is his cherished elder disciple, he still doesn't know what level of strength Tang Fan has. That's why most people have the impression that Tang Fan is like a fox, a wily old fox, enigmatic and impossible to predict. Because he is afraid of Tang Fan, Lin Xiao has never dared to expose the tiniest bit of weakness in front of him. But most importantly, because Tianxian sect is a first-class sect of Longshao continent, its true strength is not something that is easily revealed. It's a pity that even someone like Lin Xiao is unable to find out the true strength of Tianxian sect. That Tang Fan will summon him now is something Ling Xiao expected. Putting aside the huge change in his temperament, suddenly associating with a nobody from Earth Peak, just Tang Yunqi running back complaining in tears is probably enough of a reason. In Lin Xiao's memory, Tang Fan is a doting father. Anything Tang Yunqi wishes, as long as it is within acceptable limits, Tang Fan will surely help her achieve it. So, this time, Tang Yunqi, feeling slighted in front of everyone, would definitely run crying to Tang Fan. "Elder brother, Grand Master is waiting for you inside." The junior brother that brought him here leaves him outside the assembly hall. Ling Xiao looks over the grand exterior of the assembly hall. The plaque carrying the name is said to have been put up personally by Tang Fan. Appearing gentle on the surface, each stroke is actually incisive, with a cutting edge. It's just that it is deeply hidden. Pushing open the door and walking in, the vast assembly hall, although not particularly sumptuous, is extremely imposing. Two exquisitely carved chairs sit facing the entrance. On one of them sits a middle-aged man that appears to be about 40. The middle-aged man has kind brows and pleasant eyes. Upon seeing Ling Xiao, he reveals an amiable smile. "Lin Xiao, you're here. Come over to Master." Ling Xiao walks over expressionless, his lips slightly curving. "Master." This greeting of Master is actually too high a praise for Tang Fan. According to his qualifications, Tang Fan is simply not worthy to be his master. In fact, if you turn it around, Tang Fan is not even worthy of being his disciple. It's only that he is now playing the part of Lin Xiao, so he can only give Tang Fan this undeserved respect. Xiao-sun, it has been a long time since we master and disciple have had a heart-to-heart talk. Now that we have this rare time when we are both unoccupied, come sit. Let's have a talk. Tang Fan beams while looking at him. Ling Xiao is not the tiniest bit reserved, taking the first seat below Tang Fan. Master is right, we have not really talked for almost 2 years. Tang Fan strokes his beard while nodding in satisfaction. Xiao-sun, do you remember the first time we talked, the time and the place? Not many are able to enter Master's room. I still remember, the first time you looked for me was in the middle of the night. Such a distinctive move, only the honorable you is capable of that. A light smile appears on Ling Xiao's expressionless face, as if recalling something from memory, showing no chink in his armor. People age, the ability to remember is also reduced greatly. Tang Fan sighs. They continued with some small talk, mostly reminiscing. Finally Tang Fan brings up his darling daughter. Tang Yunqi is really a spoilt princess. But everyone can see that Lin Xiao has always treated Tang Yunqi coolly. This, even Tang Fan can see clearly. And because he can see it clearly, Tang Fan is not worried. Tang Fan is well aware of how unreasonable his darling daughter can be. That's why he doesn't ask Ling Xiao to let her have her way. He only asks that he occasionally gives in to her so that there wouldn't be too much trouble. After all, she is a young girl, and one that loves to save face, especially in front of the other disciples. After talking for almost 2 hours, Tang Fan finally lets him leave. Pretending to be Lin Xiao, Ling Xiao's performance can be said to be very relaxed, not in the least bit troubled. Leaving the assembly hall, Ling Xiao leisurely strolls down the long passageways. The smile on his lips getting broader and broader. What a wily old fox! 9 out of 10 sentences stuck to events from the past. If he had not absorbed Lin Xiao's memory, he would have been made. Lin Xiao is a cold man, bordering on being heartless. But his popularity in Tianxian sect is so good that it's quite unimaginable. Normal people would not be able to comprehend, but Ling Xiao, who has absorbed his memories, understands his motives all too clearly. In order to win over the hearts of others, he would frequently unwittingly grant favors for the disciples by his side. Because most of the time these unwitting actions, for those that are in a difficult spot, will seem like receiving coal in a snowstorm. More often than not, those people will remember that he is someone that has been good to them. Lin Xiao makes use of this point. That's why a lot of Tianxian sect disciples feel indebted to him and worship him. The cold and expressionless elder brother, under that indifferent exterior, hides a warm heart. It's as if all the disciples also think this way. But except for a few trusted subordinates, no one knows that there is a motive behind these actions. Truthfully speaking, Ling Xiao only absorbed his memories because it was convenient. He never expected that Lin Xiao is actually hiding such a huge secret. Ambition, that's a really good thing. So Ling Xiao resolves that since he is replacing him, he would help him fulfill that teeny tiny heartfelt wish. Elder brother, you've finally returned. A young man turns around. Upon seeing him, the young man is delighted, running over without stopping to take a breath, whispering softly, "Did you find that thing?" Ling Xiao is all smiles. "Zhou Peng, since I elder brother handled it myself, of course it was easy as reaching out my hand." He knows what Zhou Peng is referring to. It's also because of that thing that Lin Xiao came across him, and so lost his life. Zhou Peng is stunned for a moment. This is the first time he sees elder brother with such a gentle smile. XiaoMo had planned to go back to the dimension when he returned to Tianxian sect, to sprinkle the level 1 and level 2 seeds on the ground. But after the unexpected event, he does not dare to. Who knows when someone would come over suddenly to look for him. After spending the whole morning reading in his room, he finally guesses that Ling Xiao won't be coming over at this time. XiaoMo looks down at his flattened stomach and decides to go have lunch at the canteen. Even if the heavens are going to collapse, it will still have to wait until he has finished his lunch. Of course, these bold words are only said when Ling Xiao is not around. What's special about today? It seems that there are more people than usual in the canteen. XiaoMo doesn't really care. He is only worried that all the dishes would run out, so he hurries inside. He's not sure if it is his imagination, but the people coming and going, including those already seated, seem to be giving him strange looks. Most of them are scrutinizing him and sizing him up, and as if puzzled, they occasionally whisper to each other. XiaoMo doesn't realize that he is already very famous. After receiving food from the cook, he looks all around and sees that there are no empty seats. Just as he is hesitating, a voice suddenly calls out to him from a table near his right side, "Little brother, over here." XiaoMo turns around to look. It's actually elder brother Fong Chenlu. There just happens to be an empty spot by his side. So without hesitation, XiaoMo walks straight over, holding his food tray. Having not seen each other for about 2 days, Fong Chenlu is just as familiar as before, actually helping him to pull out a chair on his own accord. XiaoMo thanks him politely and sits down. Fong Chenlu looks at the food on his tray and says with a smile, "Little brother, do you eat this little for every meal?" XiaoMo nods. "This is enough, I'm not used to eating too much." Fong Chenlu laughs out loud. This is the first time he hears someone saying they are not used to eating too much. As far as he knows, eating is a human instinct. But he is the only one laughing. The other disciples at the table can't help but look at each other in dismay. Finally, one of them can't hold back any longer. "Junior brother, we hear that you have a good relationship with the rising star from the warrior division, Lin Xiao. This morning, you even came back together with him. Is it true?" XiaoMo looks up in surprise and sees that everyone who heard those words are now looking intently at him. He finally understands why people were looking at him in that way when he came in earlier. Looks like the matter from this morning has gotten around. It's obvious who spread the news. Other than the disciples that were with him this morning, no one else could have spread the story around Earth Peak this quickly. Looking at the burning stares from everyone, XiaoMo laughs in embarrassment. Actually, it's a misunderstanding. How can it be a misunderstanding? A lot of people witnessed it. That disciple frowns, thinking that XiaoMo is trying to hide the truth. It's really a misunderstanding. XiaoMo pouts uncomfortably, feeling uneasy being the target of their stares. Other than a misunderstanding, what else can he say? He definitely can't say it's because he discovered Ling Zhao's secret, so he is now being threatened by him. If he didn't experience this personally, he wouldn't believe it either. Alright, don't badger little brother anymore. He said it's a misunderstanding, so it's a misunderstanding. After all, the canteen is a place for meals, not a place to talk nonsense. Fong Chenlu speaks out to rescue XiaoMo from his difficult position. He is probably the only one in the whole canteen that is not curious about the relationship between XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. After the rest leave, XiaoMo quietly thanks Fong Chenlu. The latter only replies warmly that he is welcome. Now this is the image of an elder brother that fits what XiaoMo has in his heart. With tears flowing, he thinks, what of Ling Xiao? That one is truly not a fitting elder brother. Notes. Name not mentioned in the classics, nobody. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29. The most difficult magic pill. In the afternoon, XiaoMo doesn't go to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to refine magic pills. The other day, he had asked for 2 days of leave. Furthermore, he no longer has to report to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs every day. Those few days they went to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs was because they had just entered Tian Xin sect, so there were a lot of things that they didn't understand. That's why elder brother Fong brought them there. Now that they have all learned how to refine magic pills, as long as they have a cauldron, they can refine anywhere they want. But XiaoMo still goes to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to collect 300 stalks of level 1 magic herbs. He feels that from this day on, his life will be like walking on a long arduous road. What he doesn't know is that a few of Earth Peak disciples are lying in wait for him in the stone room to question him further. Just like this, he somehow manages to avoid it all. Back in the room, XiaoMo closes the door and windows tightly before entering the dimension. In the dimension lie all the things he prepared yesterday. After encountering Ling Xiao, he had not dared to come back for fear of being discovered. From the cupboard, he takes out the level 1 magic herb seeds that were gifted by Orchid Pavilion. XiaoMo takes the ones he is familiar with and scatters them on the ground. After using up about 1/3 of the land, he stores the remainder. Then he takes out a few packets of the level 2 magic herb seeds. Regarding level 2 magic herbs, XiaoMo had asked elder brother Feng Qinlu about them before. The level 2 magic herbs in Earth Peak's medicine garden are mostly the common ones. In the future, if he were to ascend to be a level 2 mage, he can go the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to get his share of level 2 magic herbs. That is to say that he can get whichever magic herbs he wants as long as he is able to produce the magic pills. That's why he only takes out 8 packets of level 2 magic herb seeds. He plans to first try it out with the ingredients for 2 types of magic pills. The rest he would wait to see how it goes. He scatters half of each of the 8 packets. As a result, from 2/3 of the remaining land, he is now left with 1/5 of unused land. This remaining 1/5 XiaoMo intends to grow level 3 magic herbs. Since he is now only a level 1 mage, he has no need for level 3 magic herbs. So he decides that he will only plant a little and prioritize the level 2 magic herbs. When he has free time, he would do more weeding and prepare more land. After sprinkling the seeds, XiaoMo takes out a medium wooden bucket and a ladle from the cupboard. He bought these from the wooden furnishings shop. Because he had considered that the seeds would have to be watered, he had asked the manager to find him a bucket and a ladle. The water in the lake is as clear as before. So clear that the bottom of the lake is visible. No matter what XiaoMo does to the water, it is as if there is a filter installed in the lake. Not long later, the impurities will automatically disappear and the water will regain its original appearance. XiaoMo has wondered about this before. He even went as far as to wash his dirty clothes in the water, but the result is still the same as mentioned above. The dirt will sink to the bottom and after not very long they will disappear without a trace, as if they had disintegrated. Because he doesn't see any harmful effects, XiaoMo just forgets about it after some thought. He fills the wooden bucket to the brim and brings it back to the field. He then proceeds to water the field 1 ladle at a time. He finishes watering everything after using up 11 buckets of water. Looking at the moist ground, XiaoMo smiles in satisfaction. This is the result of 2 hours of his hard work. Wiping the sweat off his brow, XiaoMo puts down the bucket and ladle before turning around to leave the dimension. Just when he turns his back, the area behind him that was sprinkled with level 1 magic herb seeds is suddenly covered with sprouts. Tender and green. Vigorous and fresh. Even swaying strangely as if sitting in shallow stagnant water. XiaoMo, who had already left, is completely unaware of all that. He is preparing to practice another type of level 1 magic pill. That magic pill is called Spiritual Energy Pill. It is the most difficult level 1 magic pill to refine. It is made up of 3 types of magic herbs: 7-petal flower, fragrant fruit, and dried leaf herb. The reason why it is the most difficult is because its main purpose is to produce spiritual energy. Not the same as the Accumulate Energy magic pill. Accumulate Energy pill works by concentrating the spiritual energy from the surroundings into the body of the martial artist. So when using the Accumulate Energy pill, one must find an area that has a relatively high level of spiritual energy. On the other hand, the Spiritual Energy magic pill is like a reserve. The magic pill is filled with pure spiritual energy. This spiritual energy comes from the 7-petal flower, fragrant fruit, dried leaf herb, as well as the surrounding spiritual energy that is present when the magic pill is refined. So the spiritual energy pill is a test of a mage's skill. The purer the surrounding spiritual energy, the better. More impurities means the spiritual energy will not be pure. Normal magic herbs, because of differences during cultivation, will contain some defects. Even high-grade magic herbs will contain a certain amount of impurities. So during the distillation process, the mage must increase the number of rounds. If not, the spiritual energy in the spiritual energy magic pill will not be pure, decreasing its value significantly. There is a reason why XiaoMo chooses the spiritual energy magic pill. Ever since he was harassed by Ling Xiao yesterday, he has been worrying over one thing. He had originally planned to rely on refining magic pills to earn money to buy magic herb seeds. But if he has to turn over 50 magic pills to Ling Xiao every day, he simply will be left with nothing to sell. This means that this way of livelihood is over. In order to keep this mode of income alive, he scoured through the ancient books and found the spiritual energy magic pill. The spiritual energy magic pill is the most difficult level 1 magic pill. Because of that, its price is more than double that of other level 1 magic pills. Especially the ones with purer spiritual energy. The price of this type of magic pill can only be high. Before he starts out, XiaoMo calculates it out. For each stalk of magic herb, he can distill them 3 to 4 times. This is calculated based on his soul force. When his soul force is full, he can distill each magic herb 4 times. But later on it won't be possible. 3 times would already be considered a lot. This could be related to the resilience of his soul. Taking all this into account, XiaoMo divides out the magic herbs on the table. Other than the ingredients for the spiritual energy magic pill, there are also that for the accumulate energy magic pill. The flower of the 7-petal flower has 7 petals, hence its name. XiaoMo plucks the 7-petal flower and throws it into the cauldron. Then he takes the fragrant fruit that is as big as his finger and the stalk of the dried leaf herb and throw them all into the cauldron before starting. Like before, he divides his soul force into 3 parts and like little streams, fly into the cauldron. Then he envelopes the 3 types of magic herbs. Because his current condition is optimal, he easily distills the 3 types of magic herbs 4 times. Just when he wants to stretch his hand into the cauldron, something crosses his mind. He shifts his line of vision into the 3 small holes. For some reason, XiaoMo intuitively feels that he can do it. He can distill the magic herbs for the 5th time. This is a baseless gut feeling, kind of like a 6th sense. He takes a deep breath and decides to follow his heart. He then proceeds to manipulate his soul force into the little holes. Quietly, the sun that was hanging high in the sky falls below the western horizon. When Ling Xiao opens the door, he sees a figure with its back facing him falling backwards. As if reflexively, he rushes over to catch the figure. When he looks down, he sees a rather pale-faced XiaoMo. There is a layer of sweat on his forehead. As if having lost half his life, his weak body falls into Ling Xiao's arms. In his hand, he holds a magic pill. Notes: 7-petal flower, Paris polyphylla. Fragrant fruit, Malus asiatica Nakai. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 30. I ate it. XiaoMo feels someone supporting him. He only manages to catch a glimpse of Ling Xiao before losing consciousness. Soul force overuse? One look and Ling Xiao can see that there is a problem with XiaoMo's condition. He frowns. He is not that well versed with mages and their practices. But he knows that usually a mage is able to tell how much soul force he has left when refining magic pills. So, most mages, when they feel their soul force running low, they would stop refining magic pills and take the appropriate amount of rest before starting again. If not, they could incur some sort of after effect. such as exhausting their soul force and being unable to recover for some time. Or being extremely fatigued, unable to move for a few days, and things like that. And here, XiaoMo actually overuses his soul force while refining magic pills. Ling Xiao doesn't get it. Yet he still lifts him up. Unexpectedly, this young boy is lighter than he imagined. After placing him on the bed, Ling Xiao's eyes fall on the magic pill firmly grasped in his hand. Is this that magic pill? Ling Xiao pries open his fingers one by one and takes the magic pill. It's only a level 1 magic pill. Looks pretty common. The spiritual energy it contains still cannot compare to the place where he used to live. But this level 1 magic pill is quite different from the one he ate yesterday. It's as if the energy contained inside is even more pure, even more concentrated. Most importantly, the impurities is much less compared to the ones from yesterday. This point amazes him. Looks like this convenient little brother can really give him such a pleasant surprise. Nebraska. Ling Xiao narrows his eyes, conveniently tossing the magic pill into his mouth. After a few chews, he then swallows it straight into his stomach. Just like that, the magic pill that XiaoMo risked his life for, overusing his soul force, is simply eaten and gone. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao feels that this is the best magic pill he has ever eaten. Although the amount of energy contained in the magic pill is not much, but it is especially pure. Spreading out from his throat through his 4 limbs, it has been a long time since he experienced this weightless feeling throughout his whole body. After finishing the magic pill, Ling Xiao walks towards the wooden table. 3 bottles and bits of magic herbs are scattered on the simple and crude wooden table. Each bottle holds several magic pills. In a sweeping glance, he sees that they hold from 10 to 50 magic pills. After tasting each one, he can't help but raise his brows. They all taste different. Furthermore, none of them are as good as the one he just ate. A vague expression flashes across his face. He then switches his attention to XiaoMo, who is still passed out on the bed. A thin and weak body. A slender neck. He only needs to exert a little force to make him disappear from this world. But this young boy, so weak that he is almost not worth mentioning, can actually refine magic pills that perfectly suits his taste. This phenomenon has not happened before, not even with many high-level mages. One can't deny that his interest in him is getting stronger and stronger. Considering your contribution in the matter of refining magic pills, I'll give you a helping hand. Ling Xiao bends over. From the back, it looks as if his whole body is pressed onto XiaoMo. He grips his lower jaw with one hand and gives him a breath of air. That breath of air seems to have a magical effect. XiaoMo's eyes that were originally tightly shut suddenly start to move. After 10 breaths, the eyes slowly open. What fills his field of vision is a magnified face. Although it is a very handsome face, he jumps up in fright. A shudder runs through his whole body. He tries hard to bury his head under his pillow. You. What do you want? Seeing him in such a frightened state, Ling Xiao's lips curve up suddenly. You fainted, so I gave you a breath. Gave me a breath? XiaoMo suddenly raises his voice, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He then covers his own lips, like someone who had just been taken advantage of, looking at the gleeful Ling Xiao. What kind of reaction is this? Asks Ling Xiao. XiaoMo lowers his eyes and says resentfully, No, nothing. Liar. Ling Xiao can obviously read the "you're bullying me" accusation on his face. Little brother, good children don't tell lies. I am not a child. XiaoMo pouts and asks after some hesitation, Elder brother Lin, how did you give me a breath? After saying this, before Ling Xiao could explain, he already starts to blush. He really doesn't want to have crooked thoughts, but those words really makes one think that way. Ling Xiao stares at his face, causing XiaoMo to get redder and redder, almost to the point of hyperemia. Only then do his lips start to curve upward slightly, saying softly, of course it's mouth to mouth. As if being struck by lightning under a clear sky, XiaoMo is dumbstruck. Inside his head, those 3 words mouth to mouth reverberate. Woo woo, his first kiss is gone just like that. What's more, it's with a man. Ling Xiao gets more and more intrigued by his expression. This is the first time he has seen someone with so much expression on his face. Even though he finds it very amusing, Ling Xiao doesn't forget to get to the important matter, resuming, "Little brother, did your brothers not tell you about the dangers of overusing your soul force?" Ah. XiaoMo looks up both resentful and flustered, just lacking 2 streams of tears down his face. Ling Xiao straightens his body and sits down by his side, explaining, "The reason why you fainted just now is because you overused your soul force. Don't tell me you don't realize that, oh, dot." Hearing those words, XiaoMo jumps up and cries in alarm, "That's right, my magic pill." Saying this, he jumps from the bed and rushes over to find the magic pill. Ling Xiao didn't touch the few bottles of magic pills on the table. Although he did take 1 each, but XiaoMo doesn't notice because the one he is looking for is not one of those. He's searching for the very last magic pill that he refined. But no matter how hard he tries, he doesn't find it. XiaoMo thinks back. He remembers that before he fell back, that magic pill seemed to be firmly grasped in his hand. As if from a psychic connection, XiaoMo turns around and immediately crashes into those smiling eyes of Ling Xiao, tinged with mischief and hidden meaning. This type of expression is the one that XiaoMo loathes the most. Because during that night in Yiping town, that was the exact expression Ling Xiao had when he finished off several bottles of magic pills. Seeing him look at him, especially that look of suspicion, Ling Xiao laughs and says wickedly, "If you were looking for that magic pill, I'm sorry to say, I ate it." Saying this, he licks his lower lip, as if savoring the aftertaste. XiaoMo warns himself, "I must endure." Notes: Magical rhinoceros horn, psychic connection. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Alchemical Technique. Although he is very angry that Ling Xiao ate his magic pill, it only lasts for a little while. Since he managed to refine that magic pill, he can just refine another one. What is regrettable is that he didn't manage to see how it is different from the others. Today, for the whole afternoon, XiaoMo refines all the 300 stalks of magic herbs he got from the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. He did not waste a single minute. His speed is significantly faster than before. An important factor to this success is his proficiency gained from experience. But the most important factor is that for 50 of them, he only distilled them once. Before, it took him the time to brew half a cup of tea to refine 1 magic pill. Now, he can refine 2 level 1 magic pills in that time. So he can refine 50 magic pills in under 2 hours. Because of this huge decrease in time, he can use the remaining time to experiment on the magic pill that Ling Xiao ate. That magic pill was distilled 5 times, the most he has ever done up till now. Usually, the most is not more than 4 times. But when he distilled 5 times, it was as if he used up all his soul force, only succeeding through sheer willpower. It's too bad that Ling Xiao ate it up before he could figure out how much the risk was reduced. So he can only console himself that it was only a level 1 magic pill. He can just find some time later to refine another one. Little brother. Just when he is immersed in his thoughts, Ling Xiao suddenly calls him. XiaoMo's reaction is rather slow. He only realizes a moment later that Ling Xiao is calling him. He raises his head and looks at him with suspicious eyes. Ling Xiao thinks that little brother is finally angry. But just when he is about to mock him, unexpectedly the resentful look on his face disappears after only a moment. It seems his ability to get right back up again is quite high. Really too amusing. Little brother. Next time don't overuse your soul force again. Ling Xiao suddenly says in all seriousness. Why? XiaoMo asks without thinking. Because it is harmful to your soul. Overusing your soul force is equal to overusing your soul capacity. Furthermore, the soul is the essence of a person. No matter if it is an ordinary person or a mystic, when the soul is no more, you will disappear from this world. But for mages, this is even more critical. Says Ling Xiao. Why? XiaoMo dumbly asks again. He really never gave much thought to this issue. It may be recorded in the library, but there is a limit to how much content he can read. Regarding the soul force and the soul, he definitely did not come across anything on the first floor. The soul force of a mage is not the same as the souls of martial artists. Your brother should have told you that only mages have a soul force. So, if there is no soul force, then you lose the ability to refine magic pills. When you overuse your soul force, you indirectly damage your soul. Understand? Saying this, he raps XiaoMo on the head and winks. It seems as if his serious demeanor a moment ago is just a facade. XiaoMo blinks in pain while holding his head. He thinks to himself that he must not admit that he is not quite used to the serious Ling Xiao. If he does, wouldn't that mean that he is a masochist? Only a fool would admit to such a shameful thing. Ling Xiaobian's saying, but the last pill you refined, the taste is really not bad. Oh. XiaoMo's scalp starts to tingle. He suddenly gets a bad premonition. Sure enough, he hears him say, I've decided to change from 50 magic pills to 20. Plus one of that magic pill. I only want one. How about it? Elder brother is really good to you, right? Good your head. XiaoMo curses silently. Elder brother. Didn't you just tell me that I shouldn't rashly overuse my soul force? XiaoMo raises his head and looks at him innocently. Ling Xiao raises his elegant brows. With your current soul force, don't tell me you can't even refine one? XiaoMo scratches his head. Right now it's not possible. The amount of soul force needed to distill the magic herbs 5 times is more than I expected. Before I refined that magic pill, my soul force was very full, but it was still not enough. In actual fact, his body felt a little weak after he finished refining 99 magic pills. So he drank some lake water from his dimension. He didn't expect that the lake water would be so magical. Not only did it restore his spirit and remove his fatigue, it also fully replenished his soul force. Really exceeding his expectations. What was he thinking at that time? When he was distilling the magic herbs, he suddenly wondered if he could do it 5 times. And just like that, he went ahead with it. How could he have known that the 5th time is more difficult than the 4th time by 2 to 3 times? Therefore, he consumed 2/3 of his soul force all at once. Not wanting to give up halfway, XiaoMo used the little that's left of his remaining soul force to complete the 5 steps of the blending stage. So it seems the most important thing right now is to increase your soul force. Seeing that his plan is not going to succeed, his expression is a little unsightly. His tone is tinged with frustration. This is not the first time this young man has refused him. And yet he is showing such a clueless expression. XiaoMo doesn't notice it, crying out, the soul force can be increased? Ling Xiao raises his brows again. How can it be that your brothers have not told you about it? XiaoMo thinks back. They really did not. But then it's probably not elder brother Feng's fault. They had just entered the sect for a few days, so the most important question was if they could refine magic pills. Knowledge on the soul force is probably something that they did not need at that stage. Ling Xiao, on the hand, doesn't think that way. He feels that Feng Chenlu has failed in his duty. He then explains, there are two ways to increase the soul force. The first one is through practice. With continuous practice, the soul force can be increased. But this method is rather slow. Changes will only be noticeable after a long time. Of course, you can compare yourself with your brothers. If you can refine more magic pills than them at one go, it means that your soul force is more than theirs. This is the first time Ling Xiao has spoken so long with someone who he just met for a day. XiaoMo, on the other hand, is listening with rapt attention, asking, then the second method any? Ling Xiao shoots him an indifferent glance. The second method is by alchemical meditation. It's more useful than you practicing from morning to night. XiaoMo's eyes start to gleam, asking hurriedly, really? That alchemical meditation. Ling Xiao's lips start to curve upwards, revealing an expression that XiaoMo is very familiar with. It frightens him so much that his delighted expression vanishes instantly. But this frightened expression brings Ling Xiao much delight, vastly improving his mood. Little brother, do you think that these alchemical techniques to train the soul force is something easily obtainable? If not? XiaoMo asks in return in a small voice. Just like a little kitten that was frightened into retracting its claws, except that he never had any claws to begin with. Ling Xiao beams, saying, alchemical techniques to train the soul force is something that not even all high-level mages have. XiaoMo ventures, can it be that alchemical techniques for the soul force is very rare? Not only is it rare, the whole Longshao continent probably has less than 10 volumes. As far as I know, even a large sect such as Tianxian sect only has 1 volume. Furthermore, it is kept as a top secret. Other than the inner circle, they won't easily reveal it to the other disciples. Of course, all these come from Lin Zhao's memory. As for he himself, he has always not bothered with affairs of Longshao continent, spending most his time in deep sleep, so it is not surprising that he doesn't know. Inner circle XiaoMo hangs down in head in disappointment. He is only a probationary disciple, so there is no reason even for wild hopes. Seeing his crestfallen appearance, Ling Xiao feels inexplicably uncomfortable, blurting out, actually, it's not impossible. He regrets saying that immediately, because XiaoMo recovers instantly like dying cinders that start to glow again, looking at expectantly. This kind of look will drive someone to their death. Like an extremely adorable little kitten. Twin pair of big black eyes like embedded gems, glistening at him, making his heart itch. Ling Xiao fakes a cough, saying, looking at your situation, it is unlikely that Tianxian sect will pass on that alchemical technique to you. But? XiaoMo nods his head in agreement, but what? But I have a way of getting it. Really? XiaoMo is immediately delighted. But after a moment of delight, he suddenly thinks of a problem, saying in shock, don't tell me you're thinking of stealing Tianxian sect's alchemical technique. Right after saying this, his head is again wrapped by Ling Xiao. What are you saying? Do I look like someone that will pose as a dog to steal chickens? XiaoMo really wants to say yes, but after considering the consequences, he unwillingly shakes his head and says, no. This word lets the great Ling Xiao feel very pleased. As for whether he is someone who would pose as a dog to steal chickens, this is probably something that only he himself knows. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 32. Earth Peak Disciple. Of course Ling Xiao can't go and steal Tianxian sect's alchemical technique for training the soul force. That volume of alchemical technique is kept on the highest level of the East Pavilion, guarded by elders of Tian Xin sect that have retired to work behind the scenes, each of them eccentrics with great strength. But this doesn't mean that he can't get that volume of alchemical technique. It's just that if the alchemical technique is stolen, there will definitely be a huge uproar in Tian Xin sect. That volume of alchemical technique is deemed as a very important treasure for Tian Xin sect, so it is checked on frequently. Once the theft is discovered, Tian Xin sect will definitely suspect that there is a traitor within its ranks. Then that group of old guys will definitely appear from behind the scenes to examine each and every disciple. This would be very troublesome for him. Furthermore, XiaoMo himself seems to have quite a bit of secrets. So stealing the alchemical technique is a very bad move. He won't choose this method except as a last resort. But he already told XiaoMo that he would get him a volume of alchemical techniques to train the soul force. As a trustworthy man, he must do what he says he would. Hence the next day, XiaoMo learns from others that Ling Xiao has gone down the mountain. Yesterday, after finishing their discussion, Ling Xiao stayed for a while before leaving with 20 magic pills. This leaves XiaoMo with 30 magic pills. He feels that he can rely on selling these for money the next time he goes down the mountain. Even though it is not a lot, it would at least stop his money bag from becoming flat. As for why Ling Xiao went down the mountain, XiaoMo unconsciously thinks that he could be going to look for alchemical techniques to train the soul force. He feels a little guilty in his heart, since Ling Xiao is helping him look for it even though it obviously has nothing to do with him. But when he considers that after obtaining the alchemical technique he will be able to refine even more magic pills, that guilty feeling slowly disappears. Holding the 50 magic pills he refined yesterday, XiaoMo gets ready to go to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to turn them over and at the same time collect some magic herbs. The Hall of Enchanted Herbs stipulates that half of the magic pills from the previous batch of magic herbs must be turned over. If not, you won't be able to get more magic herbs. There are 120 types of level 1 magic herbs that can be made into 40 types of magic pills. Up till now, XiaoMo has refined 3 types of magic pills. Even though it is a long way from 40, and even though it is not necessary that he has tried all of them once, XiaoMo decides that he will try to refine each one once. After all, Ling Xiao did say that uninterrupted practice is needed to increase the soul force. As before, the person in charge of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs is Uncle Xiao. Seeing him head over, he is no longer surprised. The bottle contains the usual 50 magic pills. Not one more, not one less. Uncle Xiao doesn't bother to count, not worried that there may only be 40-odd magic pills. How many stalks of magic herbs do you want this time? Uncle Xiao asks without even raising his eyes. 600 stalks. XiaoMo hesitates a little before answering. This is not a small number, although you can only refine 200 level 1 magic pills from this number. Still, very few disciples will take more than 500 stalks at once. But Zhaozhen knows this young man's speed. He can refine more than 100 magic pills in a day. 600 stalks will only take 2 days. Just when he is about to record the amount, XiaoMo speaks up again. Uncle Xiao, I have a request. I would like to get ingredients for 10 types of magic pills, may I? XiaoMo glances at him and quickly lowers his head when he looks back at him. He knows that he is being a little unreasonable. Zhaozhen finally looks at him properly, a little surprised but not extremely so. You may. Saying this, he starts to gather the 600 stalks of magic herbs for him. 10 types of magic pills requires 30 different types of magic herbs. He doesn't have that many, only half the amount, so Uncle Xiao allows XiaoMo to go get them from the medicine garden. The one who leads him there is a disciple from the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, a disciple that entered the sect before him. You're XiaoMo? Walking one ahead and one behind, XiaoMo suddenly hears the voice of the big brother. Not sure if it is his imagination, but the big brother's tone is quite unkind. It feels a bit like disdain, like he is talking someone that is unworthy. XiaoMo can't make any heads or tails of it. It doesn't seem as if he has done anything to offend this big brother. Furthermore, he has always maintained a low profile with no reason to offend anyone. Most importantly, he has no recollection of this big brother. On top that, when did he become so famous such that a big brother he doesn't recognize is able to call out his name? The other party stops in front of the entrance to the medicine garden. Turning around to face him and seeing the bewildered look on his face, he says, "Looks like you yourself are not aware, BA. Now, everyone in the mage division knows of your existence. And also know that elder brother Lin Xiao from the warrior division embarrassed junior sister Yunqi in front of everyone because of you. I also heard that elder brother Lin Xiao went to look for you in the afternoon. What's so great about you? Why would elder brother Lin Xiao suddenly take an interest in you?" XiaoMo is dumbstruck. Not even a day has passed and it actually spread to this extent. It's too bad that he can't say anything. If it was the previous Lin Xiao, he definitely wouldn't have anything to do with him. But inside the shell of Lin Xiao, it's already a different person. Furthermore, this person is very hateful, always taking delight in bullying him. But in the eyes of the people in Tianxian sect, Lin Xiao really did take a sudden interest in him. So it is not possible that there is no reason behind it. After some thought, XiaoMo questions, "This big brother, are you a Earth Peak disciple?" There is an abrupt change in the expression of the other party. After giving XiaoMo a glare, he turns around and leaves. After all, they have already reached the medicine garden. XiaoMo rubs his nose. Those words are a little provocative, but he has no choice. Who asked him to be so aggressive? The bad relationship between Earth Peak and Heaven Peak is an open secret. This bit is clear from what he experienced at the Hall of Mages a little while back during the choosing of disciples. After that, XiaoMo did some digging. Even though the relationship between the two peaks is not as terrible as he imagined, they have always been locked in secret competition. But Earth Peak is the one that loses terribly each time. That's because the good resources and good talent are all taken by Heaven Peak beforehand. This is also the reason why Master Kongwen is always in seclusion, refusing to appear. As for Flying Peak, always stuck in the middle, not much brilliance but also unlikely to end up at the bottom. So they end up being a passive observer. There are specialized guards to look after the medicine garden. Each day there will be a few on duty. After entering, XiaoMo hands over the thing that Uncle Xiao gave him to one of them. After taking a look, the other party simply gathers the remaining magic herbs for him. Upon leaving the medicine garden, XiaoMo heads directly back to his room. Upon reaching his room, he doesn't immediately start to refine magic pills. Instead, he takes out 20 white bottles from his magic bag. The 20 bottles is what he got from Uncle Xiao before leaving the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. Other than for storing the magic pills, he plans to use 5 bottles to hold water from the lake in his dimension. Since this lake water can replenish his soul force and physical strength, XiaoMo decides to prepare some in his magic bag, so he can use it at any time. This way, he won't have to go get it from the dimension when the time comes. With this intention in mind, the body soon appears in the dimension. This is a result of his research after fumbling around for a day. As long as he wishes it strongly in his mind, he doesn't need to touch the teardrop on his chest to get there. It's just that before he could walk over, he is shocked by the sight of a huge expanse of lush green things in front of his eyes. He doesn't even realize that the bottles in his hand have dropped to the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 33. The Legendary Master's Wife by Enya. Key moment. He just planted the magic herbs yesterday, and surprisingly, today they have all sprouted. Not only that, the level 1 magic herbs are growing faster than the level 2 and level 3 magic herbs. The lush green is interspersed with clusters of bright colors. Some of them have even bore fruit, namely the fragrant fruit herb. Although they look like they are not yet ripe, it probably won't take much longer. As for the level 2 and level 3 magic herbs, the level 2 herbs are at the seedling stage while the level 3 magic herbs are a little slower, but they have all sprouted. XiaoMo is stupefied. Even though he has never grown crops, he still knows that they usually don't sprout so quickly. Sprouting in just one day, this is simply too unbelievable. Not stopping to pick up the bottles from the ground, XiaoMo runs right over. He is not imagining things, they have indeed all sprouted. But because they are not yet mature, he can't tell if they are top-grade magic herbs. XiaoMo thinks back to the whole process he did when planting the seeds. Besides scattering the seeds, he also sprinkled them with the lake water. Thinking of the effects of the lake water, XiaoMo is sure that that must be the reason. Since the lake water can replenish his soul force, it is not surprising that it would have this effect. Thinking of this, XiaoMo gets very excited. If the lake water is able to accelerate the growth of magic herbs, that means that the magic herbs he grows will definitely grow faster than those planted by others outside. No matter what grade they are, he wouldn't have to worry if he would have sufficient magic herbs from now on. XiaoMo's face is bright red from all this excitement. He paces back and forth before forcing himself to calm down. He goes back to pick up the 5 bottles and fill them to the brim. Although not a lot, he normally only needs 1 sip. Before leaving, XiaoMo decides that he has to find the time to clear out the rest of the weeds. But right until he leaves, he doesn't notice that the air has begun to show signs of movement. After that, XiaoMo spends the whole morning and afternoon refining magic pills over and over. With everything going smoothly, he forgets to have lunch. When he refines magic pills, he will usually refine the ones that he is going to hand over first. But in order to not appear as if he hasn't made any progress, he also mixes a few of the higher quality ones inside. He then places them in his magic bag, ready to hand them over to Uncle Xiao the next day. In the afternoon, XiaoMo does some tests and discovers that his soul force has not increased one bit from the previous days. This could be what mages call the bottleneck stage. In this short period of time, he has diligently refined magic pills. Now, he can refine over 150 magic pills in a day. More than he expected. But because he isn't able to compare this with that of the other disciples, he can only judge this based on his own magic pill quantity during this short time. Although the quantity he can refine each day has increased significantly, this is due to the increased speed in which he refines magic pills. So, even though there is a change in his soul force, it is definitely not significant. Just like what Ling Xiao said, increasing the soul force through continuous practice is a very slow process. Furthermore, after 2 days, he can see that there is no change in his soul force. The books state that every mage will have different concentrations of soul force at each level. With each increase in level, the concentration of soul force will increase by up to 2 times, almost like a qualitative change. So, it requires a key moment. For example, for a mage that continues to practice refining level 1 magic pills, after days and days of practice, there will be a huge amount, but that doesn't mean there will be a breakthrough. There is a chance, but only a small chance. But if one has a book of alchemical techniques, then it would be different. Alchemical techniques directed at training the soul force is similar to the meditation techniques performed by martial artists. With each day of training, adding up to months and years, their skills get stronger and stronger. Training the soul force through alchemical techniques also abides by this principle. But XiaoMo knows that these things cannot be rushed. So he tidies up the table and gets ready to go eat. Just at this moment, the door is suddenly pushed open. A familiar figure strides in obnoxiously. XiaoMo sighs helplessly. In the whole Tian Xin sect, there is only one that is so arrogant. underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 34. The Legendary Master's Wife by Enya. Heavenly Soul Scroll. Elegant white robe, tall stature, Ling Xiao is someone that approaches perfection. After having traveled for almost a day, there is no sign of weariness as Ling Xiao walks up to XiaoMo and throws a book on the table. XiaoMo steals a glance at the book. It's not a new book, but it has been kept meticulously. The book cover is very well kept without any damage or wrinkle. On it is clearly written, Heavenly Soul Scroll, 3 words. One look and you can tell that it is related to the soul since the word soul is written on it. Seeing that Ling Xiao is not saying anything, XiaoMo can't take it any longer and picks up the book. After flipping through, his whole face darkens. Surprisingly, he can't recognize even a single word. XiaoMo hesitates, looking at Ling Xiao. Elder brother Ling, is this really a book of alchemical techniques to train the soul force? Hearing these words, Ling Xiao raises his elegant brows. Why? You think I would just take any old book to fool you? No. XiaoMo quickly shakes his head. Of course he doesn't mean that. What I mean is, these characters, I don't recognize them at all. They are completely different from those in the books from the library. This way, how can I learn? If you are able to understand, the other high-level mages would have lived in vain. Ling Xiao snorts. Do you mean that this book is written in ancient characters? He thinks of the characters on oracle bones. They are very different from the simplified Chinese characters of today. 2 completely different types of characters. But the latter is still a result of continuous evolution throughout history. How smart. Ling Xiao glances at him. His tone is definitely not one of praise. The characters of the Heavenly Soul Scroll is indeed written in ancient characters of Longshao continent. But if you really want to get to the heart of the matter, probably only a few people will be able to confirm it. That's because it is from over 100 billion years ago. 100 billion years ago, there were much more alchemical techniques to train the soul force than today. But because so much time has passed, and because some mages are not willing to pass on these alchemical techniques, the number has decreased with time. Many of them have even disappeared. That's why there are not more than 10 volumes of alchemical techniques today in Longshao continent. But XiaoMo is very curious. Since there are so few, how did he find this book? No matter how curious, XiaoMo doesn't dare to ask the question. Elder brother Ling, I don't understand the characters in this book. How can I train? XiaoMo asks while holding the book. Finally a faint smile appears on Ling Xiao's face, but it's a crafty smile. He simply says, just because you don't understand, doesn't mean I don't. XiaoMo didn't expect that he would actually understand those characters. But the moment of delight disappears with the cunning tone of his voice. He realizes that it won't come easy. Of course there will be a price. He can almost imagine his purse getting flatter. Elder brother Ling, just tell me what conditions you have. I will endure. Ling Xiao reveals a so you can be sensible type of expression. Making him run east and west, XiaoMo is actually the first to do that. I can translate the alchemical techniques for you. But once you make a breakthrough with your soul force, I want 10 of that magic pill. Everything is said in a non-negotiable tone. XiaoMo knows what type of magic pill he is referring to. That's why he is depressed. 10 times more, just like that. But he finally has a book of alchemical techniques. XiaoMo is very excited. Not just 10, even 20 he would agree. Of course, he would never tell Ling Xiao that. Elder brother Ling, then should we start now? XiaoMo holds the Heavenly Soul Scroll and looks at Ling Xiao with a pair of sparkling eyes. Ling Xiao frowns. Again with this little kitten look that makes the heart itch. What's the hurry? Even if I translate it for you now, you still can't start training immediately. Why? XiaoMo blurts out after a stunned moment. Without anyone to show you the way, do you think you will succeed with your IQ? Ling Xiao raises the corners of his mouth. Again with the self-satisfied and insufferably arrogant look. No matter how you look at it, it is clearly different from the elegant scholarly look. Why is it that the others can't see it? This is clearly an insult. Where does it show that he has a very low IQ? XiaoMo is furious. Ling Xiao stands up, walks over, pulls XiaoMo by the arm and leads him outside. Accompany me for dinner. I'll find some time tomorrow to come by. XiaoMo blinks repeatedly. Elder brother Ling, where are we going to eat? Ling Xiao looks at him from the corner of his eye and says with an ambiguous smile, of course we're going to Earth Peak's canteen. It's a while before XiaoMo lets out a miserable shriek. At the same time, in a place where XiaoMo doesn't know, something shocking reverberates across Longshao continent. It seems that the renowned top-level mage of Longshao continent, Xiao Ran, has lost something very important. Because of that, he has issued an extremely high reward. He is offering 10 level 9 magic pills and 3 level 10 magic pills in exchange for the thief. For XiaoMo, that has no access to news from the outside world, he won't know about this for a very, very long time. By that time, he will already think of Heavenly Soul Scroll as something that is rightfully his. Notes. Wind and dust, weariness. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 35. Uproar in the canteen. The result is, when the two of them appear, XiaoMo is again rightfully the center of attention. It's just that this time, there is also one Ling Xiao. It just happens to be the peak time for dinner. When the two of them arrive, there are already a lot of people seated inside. Upon seeing them, especially when they see the one by XiaoMo's side, Ling Xiao, there is a disciple that spews out his food right there and then, spraying on the disciple opposite him, covering his face with food. The latter doesn't manage to get angry or wipe himself off because he is also dumbstruck by what he sees. Right at this moment, the thought that flashes through everyone's mind is that the rumor is indeed not false. The warrior division Lin Xiao actually running over to their domain to eat. Absolutely no one would have believed it before. But now, not only has he appeared, he comes together with XiaoMo, who has been embroiled in scandal these past few days. Furthermore, their relationship is so close that they are eating together in front of everyone. If anyone dares to say that there is nothing between them, they would definitely be cursed to death. The usually noisy and boisterous market-like atmosphere of the canteen becomes unusually quiet. XiaoMo cries tearless tears. It's not as if he didn't resist. It's just that faced with Ling Xiao, his protests only seems like tickles. Ineffective and in vain. Elder brother Lin, how about we eat back in the room? XiaoMo asks cautiously. Ling Xiao shoots a glance at him in return. Since we're already here, what's this nonsense about going back to the room? Go get the food, I'll find a table and wait for you. XiaoMo feels the impulse to stab him to death. This clearly isn't what he said on the way here. He purposely wants to see him suffer. Without waiting for him to ask what he likes to eat, Ling Xiao walks away, actually going to look for a table. But most of the tables in the canteen are actually already occupied. So he suddenly hopes and prays that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to find a seat. Because he doesn't know what he likes to eat, XiaoMo can only take a little bit of everything. In the end, by the time he carries a big tray of food to look for Ling Xiao, he realizes how wrong he was. Ling Xiao found a spot. But it's definitely not an empty spot. That big table can seat 10 people, but how did Ling Xiao do it? A 10-person table, and yet there are more than 10 people crammed around him. Furthermore, they are mostly female except for a few men. XiaoMo sees him right away. He can't even pretend he can't find him. So when he goes over, there is simply no place for him. Seeing him come over, Ling Xiao says a few words to the female disciple next to him. That female disciple suddenly covers her face coyly while standing up and giving up her seat. XiaoMo is completely speechless. This man is what one calls a beast in human clothing, the black sheep in literary circles. So detestable towards him, always seeking amusement at his expense. But to the other disciples, he smiles so freely, both elegant and graceful. After he sits down by Ling Xiao's side, he hears a voice that only he can hear. "It's just getting food, why are you so slow?" Slow? He already considers this fast. Interrupting Ling Xiao being hugged from all sides. Probably due to the rapidly spreading news, more and more people are arriving at the canteen. Among them are those that have already left after eating, now rushing back again. As a result, XiaoMo feels extreme pressure during this meal. Because knife-like stares scrape across his body, if not 1,000, then at least 800. Admiration, jealousy, and hate, all embodied in those glares. But Ling Xiao is also probably fed up with the situation. He finishes quickly and pulls XiaoMo, who still hasn't finished eating, out of the canteen. This is the only time XiaoMo doesn't complain about Ling Xiao's dictatorial actions, because he also really wants to leave the canteen. He's only there because of Ling Xiao, so it doesn't matter that he hasn't finished eating. Upon reaching the room, Ling Xiao doesn't go in. He just asks XiaoMo for today's batch of magic pills and leaves. XiaoMo already has everything prepared. For the whole day, other than refining the 100 magic pills to be handed over to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, he also refined Ling Xiao's share. Just enough, not one more, not one less. As for tomorrow, other than those for Ling Xiao, the rest is for himself. After sending Ling Xiao off, XiaoMo takes out a few books from his room and hurries towards the library. Although what Ling Xiao said is right, that Heavenly Soul Scroll is written in ancient text, he still wants to go to the library to look around. To check if he can find some information. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 36. Manuscript. XiaoMo had originally planned to go to the library the next day. But because of what happened today, he decided to go while it is getting dark. Once it gets dark, usually there will be very few disciples wandering outside except for a few guards on patrol. So XiaoMo doesn't run into anyone on his way to the library. It's a pity, but XiaoMo doesn't find what he is looking for. 100 billion years ago is really too long ago. Since people no longer remember it, what more of records and books? In the end, he borrows a few illustrated magic herb handbooks and goes back. At night, XiaoMo again takes out that Heavenly Soul Scroll and looks it over. It's too bad he still can't make any sense of it. 100 billion years ago, who knows how much the characters have evolved. There simply isn't a shred of resemblance. So he can only put the book back into his dimension. This time, XiaoMo doesn't start to refine magic pills. Instead, he has a good night's sleep. Only when sunshine pours in from outside the window does he wake up in a daze. Who would expect that he would jump in fright from a magnified face in front of his eyes? With a dawn, XiaoMo's forehead crashes into the other face. It may be that Ling Xiao's face is made out steel. A hard smack and immediately a bun emerges from XiaoMo's forehead, steaming and fragrant, as if fresh from the oven. Woo woo! XiaoMo's whimpering cries can be heard after hitting his head. The chief culprit, on the other hand, is standing to one side laughing madly. The early morning sunshine on his body adds to his bright looks. Such a dazzling man. If only his character isn't so hateful. Little brother, does it hurt? Ling Xiao sits beside him on the bed asking laughingly. XiaoMo is unable to say anything. Once again he experiences this loathsome nature of Ling Xiao. Look at the state he's in. How can it not hurt? Even tears are threatening to spill out. But he is puzzled. He clearly hit Ling Xiao's face full on. But the other party is completely unaffected when he is in so much pain with bumps sprouting on his head. Your face, why is it so hard? When the fierce pain starts to subside, he can't help from asking. Ling Xiao leans over him, a gentle smile like a warm spring breeze on his face. You're only a mere mortal. How can you possibly compare to me? Even though this body is only an illusion, whichever piece of my body is still tougher than your forehead. Whichever piece? Isn't that really too boastful? XiaoMo's straight face. But he doesn't doubt his words. The more he finds out about him, the more he feels that Ling Xiao is not someone anyone can understand. He always feels that this cheeky grin is only Ling Xiao's mask. What is behind the mask, he has no idea. Elder brother Lin, why are you so early today? XiaoMo quickly changes the topic. He no longer wishes to continue with this strange topic, else he will be the only one to suffer. Didn't I tell you yesterday that I would find time to come see you? Ling Xiao says as he walks over to sit at the table. His demeanor is one that is very pleased with himself. He appears relaxed with a tinge of forced elegance. But in XiaoMo's eyes, he's just being a pompous ass. This is still too early, ba. XiaoMo grumbles in a small voice. He never expected that Ling Xiao is such a man of action. In order not to let Ling Xiao wait too long, lest he leaves from impatience, XiaoMo only takes the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea to wash up. When he returns to the room, there is a tea set on his table from who knows where, and Ling Xiao is calmly sipping tea. XiaoMo almost sputters. The beast in human clothing can actually enjoy tea. Wildly exceeding his expectations. Seeing him return, a book suddenly appears in Ling Xiao's empty hand. On the book is written the three words XiaoMo is familiar with, translation of Heavenly Soul Scroll. One look and XiaoMo immediately pounces only to come up empty-handed. Ling Xiao looks at the XiaoMo who almost fell flat on his face, his lips curving up into a smile. No need to be so impatient. Let us first discuss the terms. A translated manuscript from the Great Me, there is only one such book in the whole Long Xiao continent. Do you think you can send me away with a few measly magic pills? XiaoMo turns into stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 37. Face to Face. So, after agreeing to conditions akin to forfeiting sovereignty and humiliating the country, XiaoMo finally gets the book he has been wishing for. Brimming with excitement, XiaoMo flips open the book. One look at the contents and a deep fissure immediately appears on his face. On the first page is written tadpole-like characters in a complete mess. The awesome-looking characters make him want to roar at Ling Xiao with rage. This, what kind of joke is this? XiaoMo is roaring with anger inside. How wrong he was. It's really like he said. Someone capable of writing the manuscript this way, it's probably only him alone in the whole Long Xiao continent. The exuberant Ling Xiao sees XiaoMo gets all stiff, so he asks kind-heartedly, "Little brother, how is it?" XiaoMo lifts up his head, trying his best to appear calm and composed. "Elder brother Lin, this. I still don't understand." Ling Xiao narrows his eyes, looking back and forth between the expression on his face and the manuscript in his hands, finally settling on his face. He suddenly takes back the manuscript and scoffs. "I haven't written in a long time, and also, the characters I use don't seem to be the same as what you know, and you still want me to show consideration for your feelings? Since you don't understand, then you don't need it. I'll personally translate it verbally to you word for word." XiaoMo shudders, he feels that he has made a mistake. If Ling Xiao is going to translate it verbally for him, doesn't that mean that for a short while they would have to be together day and night? But after one morning, XiaoMo finally gets a taste of sweetness. Ling Xiao personally translating it verbally for him is indeed better than him learning on his own by reading. At the least, he will explain things to him when he encounters the occasional things that he doesn't understand. Although there are occasional unkind words, in the end, the benefit he derives is still significant. Heavenly Soul Scroll is a high-level alchemical technique, one of the best among other alchemical techniques. Otherwise, the only top-level mage Qiu Ran would not have issued such a high reward. This underlines the prized nature of the Heavenly Soul Scroll. The Heavenly Soul Scroll is divided into 6 core levels. The first 3 levels are comparatively easy to practice. The last 3 are extremely hard to practice. Although there are only 6 levels, less than that of other alchemical techniques, but with the breakthrough of each level, the benefit cannot be conveyed in just a few words. The success that the top-level mage Qiu Ran has today can't be separated from his innate talent, but if he didn't have that Heavenly Soul Scroll, he would need several hundred years to achieve the same level of success. So much so that it would be 1,000 years later before he succeeds. The contents of Heavenly Soul Scroll is definitely not much. It's called a book, but it actually only has some 10 pages. But after translating these 10 pages, the content is still obscure and hard to understand. XiaoMo, as a modern-age man of the 21st century, is used to the straightforward meaning portrayed by simplified characters. If Ling Xiao doesn't explain it to him, he simply won't be able to understand. This type of inborn defect was mocked by Ling Xiao many times. Just like this, the whole morning passes with them in teacher and student mode. XiaoMo thought that Ling Xiao would again go to the Earth Peak Canteen for lunch, completely aware of his doomed fate. But instead Ling Xiao just suddenly disappears after saying he will be back tomorrow. XiaoMo is surprised by his sudden move, but a second later he learns the reason: because there is a Coco at the door. Elder brother Fong Chenle's voice comes in from outside. "Little brother XiaoMo, are you there?" XiaoMo quickly answers him and immediately keeps the book before going over to open the door. Fong Chenle stands at door but doesn't enter. Seeing him, he smiles warmly and says, "Little brother, master sent me to ask you to go over." "Why? Does he want to see me?" XiaoMo is stunned. It is a while before he remembers which master he is referring to. Elder brother's master is the one in charge of Earth Peak, Kongwon. But ever since the disciple picking event at the Hall of Mages, he has not seen Kongwon again. Furthermore, he doesn't even know if he is considered his disciple or not at this time. Wanting to meet him is really unexpected. This you'll know when you get there. Fong Chenle sees that he is hesitant but doesn't give him any explanation, instead leaving him with a mysterious answer. One of the higher-ups wants to see him. Even if it is not Kongwon, he would still have to go. XiaoMo doesn't question any further. He nods, showing that he understands, and returns to the room to straighten out a little before following him on the way. Although Earth Peak is firmly oppressed by Heaven Peak and Flying Peak, that doesn't have any effect on Kongwen's status. This is because he is one of the 3 mages able to refine level 9 magic pills. Although the success rate is not high, it is still something that can't be belittled. So even though Heaven Peak is always oppressing Earth Peak, they don't dare to issue a deadly blow because it will only lead to the ire of the Grand Master and the Elders, the losses clearly outweighing the gains. Such a powerful man wanting to meet him today really leaves XiaoMo a little unsettled. All the disciples of Earth Peak know that Kongwen has been refining magic pills in seclusion all along. Now, the minute he comes out of seclusion he calls for him. He must have heard of the matter regarding him and Ling Xiao. If it is something good, then that would a different thing altogether, but XiaoMo's greatest fear is that it's something bad. Feng Qianlu quickly leads him to Kongwen's compound. Because his status is different, he has his own compound. Before they could enter, Kongwen seems to sense their approach, simply inviting them to come in. Come on in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 38. Formal Disciple. XiaoMo enters behind Feng Qianlu. As they cross the courtyard, he sees a few magic herb plots. Of course there are more magic herbs in the magic herb gardens, but XiaoMo stares at these because the magic herbs in the plots are all high-level magic herbs. These high-level magic herbs are those above level 6. He read about them before so he recognizes them. But usually these are only needed by high-level mages because low-level and mid-level mages are restricted by their level. Even if they have high-level magic herbs, they are unable to refine any magic pills. But these high-level magic herbs are only at the seedling stage, a long way from maturing. Upon entering, Feng Qianlu doesn't bring him to Kongwen's room, but walks towards the backyard. After a few steps, a figure in blue is visible. That person has his back towards them, squatting next to a magic herb plot. He seems to be fiddling with some magic herb. XiaoMo freezes for a moment. This person is Kongwen, but he clearly heard his voice coming from inside the room just a moment ago. Master, I've brought him. Feng Qianlu says respectfully to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wipes his hands and gets up. He turns around saying, Qianlu, go ahead and help Master infuse a pot of tea. I have some things to discuss with your little brother. Feng Qianlu happily agrees. Before leaving he surreptitiously winks at XiaoMo and mouths the word congratulations. XiaoMo is puzzled. Why would elder brother congratulate him? Do you know what this magic herb is? After Feng Qianlu leaves, Kongwen again turns towards the plot of magic herbs behind him. The first thing he asks is related to magic herbs. Although he did not call him by name, XiaoMo knows that he is the one being asked. That's because he is the only one here. He cranes his neck to look at the magic herb at Kongwen's feet. Luckily he has seen this magic herb in the books. After some thought, he names it. If I remember correctly, this should be the level 7 magic herb, Goldthorn herb. Goldthorn herb is just like its name implies. No matter the leaves or stems, they all appear golden. Every time the sun shines, the radiance of the goldthorn herb is very dazzling. Usually one would not be able to look directly at it at this time. But it is also the best time to identify the goldthorn herb. Luckily for XiaoMo, he has been reading a lot these few days. Although there are not many level 7 magic herbs in the books, there are simple descriptions of their characteristics. So with one look, XiaoMo is able to identify it. As far as he knows, one that glitters so brightly is the goldthorn herb. Furthermore, since Kongwen is a high-level mage, his courtyard is mostly planted with high-level magic herbs. Just like those few magic herb plots he saw when he came in. Putting these two things together, he guesses that it must be the goldthorn herb. Kongwen nods in apparent satisfaction. Not bad, even though you only entered the sect for less than a month, but you can already recognize the goldthorn herb. That's not easy. Furthermore, Master has already heard from Uncle Xiao from the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. He says that you are very diligent in refining magic pills. Even though your inborn talent is lacking, you have the will to improve. So Master has decided to receive you as a formal disciple. XiaoMo is temporarily giddy from having been hit by the golden goose that fell from the sky. Kongwen wants to accept him as a formal disciple? No wonder elder brother congratulated him before leaving. Looks like this is the reason. What is it? Are you not willing? Kongwen asks, seeing that he doesn't respond for a long time. XiaoMo immediately comes back to his senses, stammering, "Willing, disciple is willing. Mas ____________ honorable master, please accept this one disciple." Saying this, he kneels down and gives Kongwen a proper kowtow, banging his head on the ground. Of course, he's just copying what he has seen on TV. Kongwen doesn't stop him, fully feeling that he deserves this act of respect. He later allows him to stand up. "Master has 6 other disciples below me. From today onwards, you will be number 7. They are all your seniors. The one that brought you here today is your elder brother Feng Chenlu. I trust you already know each other. Later he will bring you to meet the other 5 disciples." "Yes, Master." Xiao replies respectfully. After that, Kongwen says a few words. The usual things that he should pay attention to. From start to finish, he doesn't bring up the matter between him and Ling Xiao. As if the only reason he called him over was to accept him as a formal disciple. When it is about the way period, that is to say 1 p.m., Kongwen finally lets them leave. Feng Chenlu simply brings XiaoMo to the canteen. Although it is a little late, the cook would usually leave some food for Feng Chenlu. Because he knew that they would be late, Feng Chenlu told the cook to leave aside a little more this time. After lunch, Feng Chenlu brings him to meet a few of the other disciples. Being able to become a disciple of Kongwen is a matter of intense pride in Earth Peak. Kongwen is a high-level mage, one of the top in the mage division. He has the highest power in the whole of Earth Peak. Even though Earth Peak is ranked last among the 3 peaks, there are still a lot of people that want to be his disciple. Although there are so many disciples in Earth Peak, only 6 can be considered Kongwen's disciples. So that means that it's not easy to become Kongwen's disciple. A good master can steer oneself to the right direction, cutting down the number of detours. XiaoMo didn't think that a high-level mage like Kongwen would accept his as a disciple. So he never had such extravagant hopes. He had only thought that if no one is willing to accept him as a disciple, he would just learn everything from books. Who would have guessed that such good news would come crashing down on him? Although happy, XiaoMo was still a little uncertain. Why would Kongwen accept him as a disciple? He believes that it can't be just because he is diligent. There must be some other reason, but he can't figure it out. So it's best to drop it. After all, being a disciple of Kongwen will only bring him more good than harm. Kongwen has 6 disciples. Among them is 5th brother Xiao Dazhou and 3rd brother Wu Yan, both of which he has met before. Xiao Dazhou is the one he met on the way to the canteen before, when he was following behind a group of people. It's also that big brother Xiao that let him know that one must have connections with the higher-ups in order to get good work assignments. That was what made him give up that idea. But this big brother Xiao has always had connections since young. He is the son of Uncle Xiao, who is in charge of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. His nature is completely different from that of Uncle Xiao. He is rather fond of showing off, but his basic character is definitely not bad. Otherwise, Kongwen would not have accepted him as a disciple. As for 3rd brother Wu Yan, he is the one that was there when he first tried refining magic pills. He was the one elder brother asked to look after them. A very amiable and patient big brother. Then there is 4th sister Nan Gonying and 6th brother Mao. An elder brother brings him to meet all 4 of them one by one. Hearing that master accepted a disciple right after coming out of seclusion, all four of them were very surprised, especially Zhou. However, they didn't show an extreme reaction since elder brother is personally bringing him around, so master must have already accepted him as a disciple. If Zhou had not give him a thinly veiled appraising look, XiaoMo would have been quite pleased with this trip. As for the second brother Fu Zilin, XiaoMo doesn't get the chance to meet him. According to elder brother, he went down the mountain a few days ago to look for a magic herb. Furthermore, this second brother has a completely different character than the rest of them. Referred to as a little genius, Fu Zilin is actually someone with an poker face, also falling into the class of people that are habitually silent. Among the disciples, the only one that is used to his nature is elder brother Feng Chenlu. Furthermore, elder brother is the only one that can talk to him. If others were to talk to him, they would be ignored. So it seems that Fu Zilin doesn't have many friends, even though he is a little genius when it comes to refining magic pills. When XiaoMo reaches back to his room, the sun is about 2 hours away from setting. Because he spent the whole morning with Ling Xiao practicing Heavenly Soul Scroll in the room, and then going to meet Kongwen, and then going around to meet the other disciples, it took up a lot of time. As a result, he hasn't refined a single magic pill today. Thinking that Ling Xiao may be back at any time to collect magic pills, XiaoMo rushes to bring out his cauldron and prepares to refine magic pills as soon as he returns to the room. This time refining magic pills is not the same as before because he has already practiced Heavenly Soul Scroll. Ling Xiao had told him that he can make use of Heavenly Soul Scroll at any time, especially when refining magic pills. Because it is necessary to stimulate the soul force when refining magic pills, from ample to lacking, from lacking to ample, an unending cycle of consumption and recovery, making use of Heavenly Soul Scroll, alchemical techniques, one can continuously challenge the limits of the soul force. This way one can achieve a breakthrough and increase the soul force at the same time. Because he had already tried it out a few times in the morning, XiaoMo easily gets the Heavenly Soul Scroll, alchemical technique to resonate with his soul force. In this way, he can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Because of this, XiaoMo purposely slows down his speed in order to avoid making any mistakes. As a result, by the time the sun sets, XiaoMo only refined 10 magic pills. Even then, he is so tired and covered in sweat that he can hardly lift any of his fingers. Luckily, there is the magical lake water. After drinking half a bottle and taking a short rest, XiaoMo continues. Originally worried that Ling Xiao would come over and criticize him for not having the magic pills ready, XiaoMo was on edge for over 2 hours. In the end, waiting until the middle of the night, when most people have fallen asleep, there is still no sign of Ling Xiao. Notes: Meat pie, golden goose. Wait period, 13 to 1500 hours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Lecture at the Skylark Hall. The next day, XiaoMo heads to the Skylark Hall. Skylark Hall is where a few high-level mages will give lectures. Usually about once a month. This month is Kongwen's turn. Yesterday, before leaving, elder brother told him about this, stressing that he has to go no matter what he is going on. Yesterday, Kongwen accepted him as a disciple. But the people who know this are few. So Kongwen plans to make use of this occasion to introduce XiaoMo to the whole Earth Peak because lectures from high-level mages are always a packed affair, gathering many more times the usual number of people. In order to not be late, XiaoMo sets out ahead of time. Because this is his first time going to Skylark Hall, and because he is unlike the other disciples, frequently asking around for information, until now he actually has no idea that Earth Peak has a Skylark Hall. So by the time he arrives at the Skylark Hall, all the seagrass floor cushions seems to be already occupied. A dense mass of heads. Because it is not yet time, everyone is busy chatting. All the whispers added together makes it seem like a vegetable market. XiaoMo stands at the entrance and looks inside, trying to look for elder brother. Instead he sees someone right at the front stand up, turn around, and wave to him. Little brother, over here. The person waving at him is Fong Chenlu. He has been waiting for this little brother for a long time. He coincidentally caught sight of this little brother craning his neck, looking all over with knitted brows and anxious face. He can't help but find it amusing. Knowing that it is his first time here, so he probably doesn't know how to make head or tail out of anything, he decides to call out to him. But the whole Skylark Hall quiets down at Fong Chenlu's voice. Rows of heads turn around at once, immediately catching sight of XiaoMo standing at the door. Quite a few people immediately recognize him, some even to the extent of exclaiming out loud, Isn't he the one who ate together with the warrior division's Lin Xiao at the canteen? Why is he also so familiar with elder brother Fong? XiaoMo feels the burning stares from all sides, only able to quicken his pace towards Fong Chenlu. The whispering start up again, except that it is louder than before. Because Fong Chenlu had told the few disciples in the know to not reveal that XiaoMo had been accepted as Kong Wen's disciple, most people still do not know about this. Otherwise, it would be even more shocking. Fong Chenlu had already guessed that he would not be able to find a seat, so he reserved one for him beforehand. Walking over, XiaoMo sees an empty seat next to Fong Chenlu. The other 4 disciples are seated at his side, in the same row. After thanking elder brother, and greeting the other disciples, XiaoMo puts on a blank face and sits down. He suddenly realizes that although he has always wanted to keep a low profile, the people he knows always make him appear in a high-profile way in front of everybody, leaving a high-profile image in everyone's mind. He really doesn't know if it is a good thing or a bad thing. Kong Wen finally arrives 15 minutes later. Dressed in the usual simple blue robe with a white jade hairpin on his head. Definitely not particularly eye-catching, but he still radiates the imposing manner or a superior man. Most people would feel the urge to lower their head upon seeing him. Following his arrival, the whole Skylark Hall quiets down. So silent that the sound of a needle falling on the floor would be heard. Today he doesn't launch straight into the lecture as he usually does. Instead, he starts by introducing someone to everyone. This person is the one that had just been deeply scrutinized by everyone, XiaoMo. Once they hear that he has been accepted as the 7th disciple of Kong Wen, all the disciples seated on the seagrass floor cushions erupt loud "Hua." Master Kong actually accepted a disciple. When did this happen? This XiaoMo is really something. A few days before, he became the talk of the town with the warrior division Lin Xiao. And in just a few days, he actually succeeded in becoming Master Kong's disciple. Really too much. Really, what is his background? Why do all the big shots in Tian sect want to associate with him? I heard that his inborn talent is nothing to shout about. Why would Master Kong accept him as a disciple? Can it be that this is what they call nepotism? Many people start questioning one after another. A few days ago, when he got involved with Lin Xiao, some people already started to investigate him. As a result, they found out that his inborn talent is nothing much. Not too long ago at the Hall of Mages, he definitely wasn't selected by Heaven Peak or Flying Peak. In the end, he was accepted into Earth Peak by Master Kong, but Master Kong did not immediately make him his disciple. If his talent is that good, Master Kong would have definitely accepted him on the spot. But he did not. Now when they hear this news, most of them will think of his good relationship with Lin Xiao. Although the Mage Division is essential to Tian sect, the Warrior Division is also something it can't do without. Tian sect is able to become the #1 sect because of its Warrior Division. If you want to describe the role of the Mage Division, then one could say that it plays more of a management role. Lin Xiao, who is the #1 among the younger generation in the Warrior Division, has a high chance of becoming the next Grand Master. So, if Master Kong were to say some nice things about XiaoMo, it is possible that he may gain some favors. Silence. Kong Wen says calmly. Everyone immediately seals their mouths. Heavy breathing can be heard throughout Skylark Hall. It's obvious that everyone is worked up over this, maybe even furious that XiaoMo succeeded in becoming Kong Wen's disciple. Anyway, a mixture of admiring, jealous, and hateful glares once again fall on XiaoMo, and not for the first time. XiaoMo can only pull in his head. Seeing his tortoise-like behavior, Fang Chunlu, who is sitting next to him, can only find it very funny. This little brother is always giving him an uncommon, pleasant surprise. Everyone had thought that Kong Wen will say something about this matter, but he does not. Instead, he acts as if he doesn't hear anything and carries on as if nothing happened. The main topic he wants to cover today is his insights on refining magic pills. With him being a high-level mage, his experience refining magic pills is rich and valuable. If you were to miss it, don't think of hearing it again, because he will not talk about this topic again. XiaoMo, who is hopelessly uncomfortable, soon becomes transfixed. Although Kong Wen is talking about mid-level magic pills, not something that he can engage in for the moment, he still can listen and prepare beforehand. The lecture lasts for 2 hours. XiaoMo looks on with a face that shows he doesn't want it to end. Right up to the point Kong Wen declares the lecture over, XiaoMo is still transfixed. As a result, Fang Chunlu has to call him back to his senses. Little brother, how long do you intend to continue sitting here? XiaoMo suddenly wakes up. He sees elder brother looking at him with a teasing smile, and soon realizes that both of them are the only ones left in Skylark Hall. He immediately scrambles to stand up awkwardly. Fang Chunlu doesn't continue teasing him. Instead, he asks kind-heartedly if he understands what Master was talking about. And if he doesn't, then he can always look for him anytime. XiaoMo thanks him and parts ways with him upon leaving Skylark Hall. But when he returns to his room, he finds that there is someone he doesn't recognize standing by the door. That person seems to be waiting for him. His expression is coldly indifferent. It could be just his nature, or it could be due to something else. Upon seeing him, he asks immediately without any words of greeting. Are you XiaoMo? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. 4 days. XiaoMo doesn't know who he is, so he just nods his head. That person also doesn't beat around the bush. Ling Xiao asked me to get a message to you. These few days he is out on assignment. He will look for you when he gets back. So you don't have to worry. XiaoMo blushes. He understands the first part, but what does the last part mean? What not to worry? When did he worry about that fellow? Simply making something out of nothing. Not waiting for him to speak, that person continues speaking. And also, he wants you to prepare the quantity for these 5 days. When the time comes, he will come to collect them all together. So you should not be lazy. So this is the important point. XiaoMo can't help but roll his eyes. He doesn't need to be told that. Especially since he has never been lazy. On top of that, he is now Kong Wen's disciple. If he were to make his master lose face, it wouldn't be good for him. I understand. Thank you for coming over. Inwardly cursing over and over, XiaoMo still politely thanks him. That person gives him a look. A handsome face that is as cold as ice. He says flatly, "You don't have to thank me. Elder brother asked me to come. I did not come here especially for you. Furthermore, even though I don't know what kind of agreement you have with elder brother, I hope you will stay far away from elder brother. Being together with him will bring you no good. Soulmate nah." XiaoMo almost rushes over to grasp his hand. Ling Xiao, that scum. Getting involved with him not only does him no good, he also gets bossed around. Not even a bit of personal freedom. It's too bad he can't tell this young man that Ling Xiao is already not the elder brother, you know. He is only an imitation, nothing more. So the one that will not benefit from being together with Ling Xiao includes him as well. But this is the first time someone so kindly warns him about getting near to Ling Xiao. It's also the first time someone looks at him without judgment. XiaoMo can tell that this person is simply warning him. There is no sign of contempt or disdain unlike the others. Thinking of this, XiaoMo smiles at him, saying earnestly, "Thank you for your sincere advice." That person clearly did not expect that he would thank him so sincerely, so he is momentarily stunned. Normally wouldn't someone get angry when they hear this? But he doesn't plan to ask him this. He just looks at him carefully for a moment before leaving. This person seems to be different from those who have approached him or elder brother before. After closing the door, XiaoMo jumps in excitement. Thinking of how he won't have to see Ling Xiao for some time, he feels especially good. Furthermore, he is full of enthusiasm from listening to Master Kongwen for 2 hours, so he is full of energy. Taking out the cauldron, and with the remaining magic herbs from yesterday, XiaoMo starts to refine magic pills in high spirits. Since he doesn't know how long Ling Xiao will be away, XiaoMo decides to store up 2 days' worth. This will save him from trouble if Ling Xiao suddenly comes back. Maybe it's due to his good mood, or maybe because good things have been happening to him in a row. XiaoMo's speed in refining magic pills is faster than yesterday. Before, he could only refine 10 relatively good quality level 1 magic pills in 2 hours. Now he can refine 15. Furthermore, XiaoMo discovers that his soul force is stronger than yesterday. Even though it is not very obvious, it is still noticeable. Looks like this is the difference between having and not having alchemical techniques. Previously, he refined magic pills non-stop, at least 100 pills every day, and yet there seems to be no change in the strength of his soul force. Or maybe the change was too negligible. But now with just 1 day practicing the alchemical technique, there is significant advancement in his soul force. No wonder Tian sect keeps its alchemical techniques under wraps. It turns out that alchemical techniques have this much power. But what XiaoMo doesn't know is that if Heavenly Soul Scroll is only a common alchemical technique, his advancement wouldn't be so obvious. For example, the alchemical technique that Tian sect has. Even though it is so closely guarded, it is actually only a low-level alchemical technique. Simply not on the same level as Heavenly Soul Scroll whatsoever. If XiaoMo could compare them, only then would he know how incredible his advancement is. But the reason why the progress is so obvious only after 1 day is because each alchemical technique is not too difficult in the beginning. But it gets harder as one progresses, so the following advancement may not be so obvious for XiaoMo. Due to the increase in his soul force, his speed also increases. So XiaoMo quickly uses up the remaining magic herbs. All of it was for Ling Xiao's share. He then goes to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to take 1,200 stalks of magic herbs. At this time, the fact that he has been accepted as the 7th disciple by Kongwen has already spread throughout Earth Peak, and actually throughout the whole mage division. He could be mistaken, but XiaoMo feels that Uncle Xiao is looking at him with a friendlier smile. As if he had become family overnight. Furthermore, he doesn't hesitate at all when he asks for 1,200 stalks of magic herbs. He could basically figure out the reason. Because his son, Zhao Dazhou, and him are now disciples under the same master, much like sitting on the same boat. So a change in attitude is only to be expected. But the change in attitude is not only with Uncle Xiao alone. There are also other disciples, the few he met along the way. Those few people will smile and greet him as if their shunning attitude before yesterday was all an illusion. Of course, status is just like how boats rises with a surge in the tides. Other people will start to treat you better. Such is the cruel reality of humankind. Luckily XiaoMo is not someone who cares about these things. If not, he would be really depressed. They are all clearly disciples of the same group. It's bad enough that they are not committed to refining magic pills to surpass heaven and Flying Peak. On top of that, they scheme and plot against each other. On the way back there were a few disciples that wanted to talk to him, but XiaoMo pretends that he doesn't notice them. He hugs the big pile of magic herbs and rushes back to his room. He then starts the dry and dull process of refining magic pills. During that time, no one came to disturb him, including Feng Chenlu that had originally planned on coming over to find him. But he found out from Uncle Xiao that he had asked for such a large amount of magic herbs, so he just dismisses the idea while laughing. Such a hard-working little brother. Looks like the master has good judgment. 4 days later, XiaoMo finally comes out of the room sporting 2 black eye bags. The sun that has not been seen for so long, too dazzling. 4 days earlier, his surging spirits resulted in him not taking 1 step out of his room. But it is worth it because he refined a heap of magic pills. Especially one of them, called the fasting magic pill. Like its name, with this pill, you can stop worrying about feeling hungry or thirsty, but only for a short period of time. For example, the fasting magic pill that he refined is only effective for not more than 10 days. Fasting magic pill is a level 1 magic pill, so its effect cannot be too great. There is no risk in taking the fasting magic pill, but the higher the grade, the longer the effect. So XiaoMo continually improves the distillation of the magic herbs and finally refines a highly effective fasting magic pill. It lasts for half a month, and could be considered to be the best among low-grade fasting magic pills. It must be said that ordinary low-grade fasting magic pill would only last for 5 days. For longer periods one has to look to mid or high-grade magic pills. It is said that the best mid-level magic pill can last for half a year and the best top-level magic pill can last for 10 years, although it's not clear if that's the truth. Be that as it may, XiaoMo only refined 20 fasting magic pills. First of all, he is an earthling. Used to eating 3 times a day. If he doesn't eat, it would feel a little strange. Secondly, he is not familiar with the fasting magic pill. Furthermore, he doesn't need to frequently go into seclusion. After thinking it over, he decides to only refine 20. In addition, he also refined a huge pile of other magic pills. Other than those for Ling Xiao and the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, he refined 100 pills for himself. So he decides that he would go down the mountain once more. This time it is again to exchange magic pills for money. He wants to buy more magic herb seeds, especially level 1 magic herb seeds. If nothing unexpected happens, he would be needing much more magic herb seeds in the future. Little brother, finally willing to come out after 4 days of seclusion? At the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, just when XiaoMo is about to take out the magic pills from his magic bag to hand over to Uncle Xiao, he hears a somewhat joking gentle voice from behind him. XiaoMo turns around and sees that it is elder brother Feng Chenlu. He also just came out from inside, coincidentally catching sight of him, so he comes over. Since they now share the same master, their conversation manner also becomes more familiar. XiaoMo has always had a good impression of this elder brother. Other than Ling Xiao, he is more at ease with Feng Chenlu than with Kongwen. Elder brother. XiaoMo hands over the magic pills to Uncle Xiao and then walks up to him. Seclusion for 4 days and your condition seems to be better than ever. Feng Chenlu sees that he is full of energy with a rosy complexion, so he can't help but feel a little surprised. Not at all like someone who has been seclusion for 4 days. How could he know that during those 4 days in seclusion, XiaoMo had drank quite a lot of lake water? XiaoMo also can't tell him that, so he can only rub his own head and laugh stupidly. Just at this time, a somewhat cold voice calls out behind him. XiaoMo, looks like you're having a fine time when I'm not around, ma. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 41. Jealousy. From the sound of his voice, XiaoMo immediately knows who it is. Turning around, he sees the familiar figure. He is finally back after being away for 4 days. Furthermore, from the look of it, it seems like he came right over after coming back. Looks like he really can't wait for the 100 magic pills. XiaoMo doesn't notice his displeased tone. He walks up to him and asks casually, "Elder brother Ling, you've finally come back. Last time someone came over to tell me that you were going on an assignment. That person must be your younger disciple BA?" Saying this, he takes out 2 small bottles from his bag. Just when he is about to hand them over, Fang Chenlu walks over to them. "You are the warrior division brother Lin Xiao BA. How do you do? I am Fang Chenlu. Pleased to meet you." Ling Xiao calmly narrows his eyes. Under his scrutiny, Fang Chenlu actually smiles very freely. Of course, this is when there is no pressure. If Ling Xiao were to emit his power, even 100 Fang Chenlu wouldn't be able to withstand it. XiaoMo realizes that he has yet to introduce them to each other. "Elder brother Ling, this is my elder brother Fang Chenlu." After a brief frown, Ling Xiao puts on an earnest look, saying like the spring breeze, "How do you do? I had long heard little brother XiaoMo talk about you. Meeting you now, it's clear why you are the outstanding disciple of Earth Peak. I heard that you are already a level 4 mage at such a young age. How admirable." Not so. Lin brother is exaggerating. The number 1 talent of the warrior division. I should be the one to admire you. Fang Chenlu smiles while nodding. Even though he feels that the Lin Xiao in front of him now is different from what he has heard, since this is the first time meeting him face to face, there is no way for him to bring it up. XiaoMo had long grown accustomed to the phoniness of Ling Xiao, changing faces at the drop of a hat and such. But this skill, he didn't expect. Meeting for the first time, these two are praising each other. You praise me once. I praise you once. Neither willing to fall behind. In the end, it is Fang Chenlu that stops the conversation, saying that he has something to do before leaving. Right after Fang Chenlu walks away, Ling Xiao gives XiaoMo a cold look and huffs him before turning around and walks off. Getting huffed at for no reason, XiaoMo is momentarily stunned. He quickly chases after him and only catches up when they reach his room. Ling Xiao simply pushes open the door and walks in. He sits on the chair stonily, not uttering a single word. XiaoMo has no idea why he is in such a bad mood. He closes the door before walking over. Elder brother Ling, did the assignment not go well? XiaoMo asks gingerly. Saying this, he steals a peek at his face. Seriously black and forbidding. Who is the fool that angered him so? He should know that this dude is very malicious. If he is to exact revenge, the other party would be better off dead. As such, XiaoMo's mind is filled with the 10 greatest tortures of the Qing dynasty. Of course, he has no idea that the fool in question is himself. When I act, do you think that there is anything that I can't do? Hearing him bring up the assignment, Ling Xiao scoffs indignantly. Since the mission was successful, why are you angry? XiaoMo asks curiously. Seeing that he has no idea, Ling Xiao puts on a black face. Just when he is about to open his mouth, XiaoMo suddenly cries out. Ah, I know. After exclaiming, he immediately places 2 bottles in his hands. Elder brother Ling, I remembered what your disciple said. These are 5 days' worth of magic pills. I already refined them. Would you like to count them? XiaoMo. Ling Xiao suddenly calls his name softly. Here. With a start, XiaoMo unconsciously raises his hand, as if giving his commanding officer a salute. Seeing his sudden strange reaction, Ling Xiao almost loses his straight face. But thinking about the scene he just witnessed at the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, the flames of anger fire up again. Although in a bad mood, he doesn't reveal it on his face, actually slightly smiling while saying, Seems you have quite a good relationship with that Fang Chenlu. Laughing stupidly at him. Are you worried that you're not stupid enough? The topic of conversation switches so quickly, XiaoMo is almost unable to keep up. Hearing him bring up elder brother, he thinks nothing of it and says, Oh, you mean elder brother ah. We are now disciples under the same master, so our relationship is now a little closer. 4 days ago, the day that you left, Master Kongwen called me over and accepted me as his disciple. Elder brother is Master's eldest disciple. So we can now be considered as disciples of the same line, But what does him smiling at elder brother has to do with his brain? Furthermore, he is also not stupid. Kongwen? At once Ling Xiao knows who this Kongwen is. The highest person in charge of Earth Peak. Speaking of which, Feng Qianlu is indeed Kongwen's eldest disciple. This bit is stored in Lin Xiao's memory. Originally, Lin Xiao and Feng Qianlu do not have contact with each other. It wouldn't be strange if he didn't know him, but since Lin Xiao is a man of ambition, he had long ago investigated the outstanding disciples of the Three Peaks. Although not completely clear about their situations, he still knows a thing or two about them. But _________________. Even if you are brothers, you should not get too close. Your innate talent is so lacking, Kongwen must have some ulterior motive in accepting you. Oh. XiaoMo answers him dejectedly. Even though he has low innate talent, there is no need to keep reminding him ma. Such a weak answer. Did you not have breakfast today? Ah, right. After speaking, he rubs his tummy. Not eating for several days, he is really not quite used to this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Consoling. After Ling Xiao leaves, XiaoMo remembers that there is something he hasn't done. Originally, when he went to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs, other than handing over the magic pills to Uncle Xiao, he also wanted to apply to go down the mountain with Big Brother Wu Yan. Each disciple is allowed to go down the mountain twice a month. XiaoMo has one time left this month. So he plans to use it up the day after tomorrow. Because it will be the next month in a few days, if he were to go later, he would get one less chance. Because they are now disciples under the same master, Big Brother Wu Yan grants him permission without hesitation. The next day, XiaoMo tells this to Ling Xiao, who had come to look for him. Hearing that he wants to go down the mountain, Ling Xiao doesn't ask him what he plans to do. He just beams at him saying, "Just nice. I also want to go down the mountain. We'll just go down the mountain together tomorrow." XiaoMo really regrets telling him about it. Didn't you just come back yesterday? Why would you want to go down again? That was an assignment from Tianxin sect. Every month, the disciples from the warrior division will go out for training. As an elder brother, I have to look after them a little. If not, they might get killed off after a day or two. If it wasn't to avoid attracting suspicion from Tianxin sect, I wouldn't have gone. But ___________________ listening to your tone, could it be that you don't want to go down the mountain with me? Ling Xiao doesn't hesitate to tell XiaoMo about the assignment. After all, it is not a top secret matter. But getting to the last point, his tone becomes threatening. XiaoMo hurriedly waves his hand. No, you're thinking too much. Speaking of which, your Mage Division disciples will also be going for training soon. Ling Xiao suddenly changes the topic to the Mage Division. I just entered the sect less than a month ago. Outside training is probably not something I have to think about for a while. Instead, there will be an entrance exam in 5 months. That is rather troublesome. I heard that the passing requirement is refining a level 2 magic pill. If not, one will be kicked out of Tianxin sect. Hearing Ling Xiao bring up the experience training, XiaoMo recalls the entrance exam. He has now refined 20 over types of level 1 magic pills. But he still has not refined a level 2 magic pill, so he is a little uncertain. However, since there are still 5 months left, he isn't too anxious. But he will occasionally think about how he is now Kongwen's disciple. If he were to fail the entrance exam, wouldn't that cause people to make fun of his master and brothers? Hearing his words that lack confidence, Ling Xiao laughs easily, saying, "Little brother, I think you're underestimating yourself, ba." XiaoMo was stunned, not understanding the meaning of his words. What do you mean? Ling Xiao crosses his legs. His actions quite elegant, not the least bit affected, as if this noble air is part of his nature. No matter from which angle, one would feel that this is natural for him. He then lifts up the teapot on the table and pours a cup of green tea. Because it has just been infused, it is still a little hot. He takes a leisurely sip before speaking. Heavenly Soul Scroll is a high-grade alchemical technique. The benefits it gives you can't be compared to low-grade alchemical techniques. If you practice it diligently, you wouldn't need half a year to become a level 2 mage. Actually, you would be even stronger than mages of the same level. Of course, he didn't tell him this. Really? XiaoMo lights up, especially that pair of gem-like eyes inlaid in his face, sparkling brightly like crystals. Ling Xiao glances at his overjoyed expression and immediately looks away calmly. There is no need to lie to you about this. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao is trying to console him, XiaoMo admits that his mood is much improved. The pressure he felt inside is much less than before. That's right, even though Ling Xiao is very evil, always attacking him, making fun of him, disrespecting him, he is actually very good to him. Like the last time, knowing that he lacked alchemical techniques, he found him one the next day. XiaoMo doesn't say it, but in his heart he is actually very touched. Although it is most probably for the sake of magic pills. Early next morning, Ling Xiao comes over to look for him as expected. Except that behind him are two people that XiaoMo are familiar with but can't wait to get away from. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 43. Miscalculation. Walking in front is a young woman dressed in a set of pink traveling clothes whose beauty and elegance is clear from afar. With smooth and glossy skin, an oval face like a goose egg, paired with a pair of large and beautiful eyes. Along with gentle curves, she is simply a beauty that moves people. An unrivaled beauty through and through. If her character was also as delightful as her outward appearance, she would definitely be a well-loved Super Mary Sue. It's a pity that her character is completely unlike that of her outward appearance. As pretty as she is also somewhat crafty and willful, ordering everyone around with just a tilt of her chin. This beautiful young woman is none other than Tang Yunqi, the daughter of Tian Xian's Grand Master. She is also the most beautiful woman in Tian Xin sect. It is said that when she turned 18, quite a few people came forward to ask for her hand. But Tang Yunqi found none of them to her liking, as her heart is obviously fixed on Lin Xiao. This bit is known by everyone in Tian Xin sect. Even XiaoMo, who has only met her 2 or 3 times, can tell. It only proves how clearly she shows it. The other person is the disciple who was squeezed out to another winged bird when XiaoMo and Ling Xiao sat on the same winged bird the last time. This person has always looked at XiaoMo with hatred ever since the first time, as if he can't wait to peel off his skin. He is clearly still brooding over what happened before. Seeing XiaoMo looking at those two, Ling Xiao remembers that those two are behind him. Without waiting for XiaoMo to ask, he simply explains, junior sister Tang and junior brother Li also happen to be on their way down the mountain. Knowing that I too will be going down the mountain, the Grand Master asked me to bring them with me, so that I can also keep an eye on them. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth start to curve upward upon mentioning the last bit. Looks like he seems to be in a good mood. XiaoMo notices this act, but his instinct tells him that Ling Xiao is not in a good mood, so it's better not to provoke him. Speaking of which, yesterday he had just used this excuse. And now, someone else used this excuse on him. What more, a personal request of the Grand Master? There is simply no way to refuse. It would only be strange if he is in a good mood. Tang Yunqi obviously did not expect that the person going down together with Ling Xiao would be XiaoMo. Upon seeing him, she asks bluntly, "Why is it you again?" Well, isn't that just how it is? He also doesn't wish to see her. It's just that sometimes ape shit is just like this. The more you don't want to see that person, the more likely it is that that person will appear in front of you. XiaoMo smiles awkwardly, not giving her an answer. Tang Yunqi dislikes this disciple that had just entered the sect not too long ago. If not because of him, she wouldn't have lost face in front of so many people the last time. If it wasn't because they are in different peaks, she would have tormented him to death a long time ago. Since it's only 4 of them this time, they simply choose a winged bird that can seat 5. Unexpectedly, Tang Yunqi objects. She is used to sitting on the big winged birds, so she feels that sitting on a small bird is beneath her. But just a casual remark from Ling Xiao shuts her up. Since you don't want to sit on this winged bird, you can just sit on another one with junior brother Chen. XiaoMo looks at Tang Yunqi with both sympathy and glee, still daring to provoke him at this crucial moment. This junior sister Tang is really brave. Tang Yunqi is worried that elder brother will really chase her off onto another winged bird, so she hastily denies, there's no need for that elder brother. Really? Taking a small winged bird is actually good. I don't mind, really. Don't ask me to take another winged bird. Actually, she wanted to sit on the large bird in order to separate XiaoMo from Ling Xiao. What she didn't expect is that the latter would instead chase them off. No, I should thank you for reminding me. 4 people on a winged bird is too crowded. If something were to happen on the way and someone were to fall off, what would we do? So, I have decided that you should sit on another winged bird with junior brother Chen Ba. A little more space is better. Ling Xiao beams while saying, elder brother. Tang Yunqi stamps her feet. Her anger distorts her mouth, but she still looks pretty. Junior brother Chen, for this trip, I have to trouble you to take good care of junior sister. Ling Xiao doesn't care if he agrees. He dictatorially orders the junior brother, who is showing some signs of delight. For Tang Yunqi, of course she doesn't want to be separated from Ling Xiao. But for junior brother Chen, he actually can't wait to share the same space with junior sister. Therefore, Ling Xiao's suggestion gives him a huge opportunity. He just doesn't let it show on his face. In the end, Tang Yunqi is still unable to change Ling Xiao's decision. She and junior brother Chen were chased onto another winged bird. The latter very happy, although his face only shows signs of fury. On the winged bird, XiaoMo secretly looks back at Tang Yunqi, whose face is distorted in anger. He then looks back at Ling Xiao, who is mightily pleased with himself, with a face like the spring breeze. Pouting, he is certain that Ling Xiao didn't think of this in the beginning. If Tang Yunqi didn't give him the inspiration, they would probably all be on the same winged bird at this time. This is what they call being a victim of one's own brilliance. Notes: skin like congealed fat, smooth, soft, and glossy. Melon seed face, oval face. Mary Sue, idealized character with extraordinary abilities. Apeshit, homonym for fate. Junior brother, somehow his name changed from Li to Chen. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 44. Separate Ways. Hepping Town is just as lively as before, not much different from the last time. Because he is now familiar with Hepping Town, XiaoMo doesn't have to go one whole round, like he did the last time, to find what he is looking for. As for Tang Yunqi and brother Chen, they both actually have a reason to come down the mountain. But it's not something big, just helping to get some tea leaves for Grand Master Tang. Grand Master Tang is a tea lover. But he only likes to drink a type of tea known as immortal herb tea. Because the yield for the immortal herb tea is very limited, even the biggest tea shop in Heppingtown would get not even 1 gene of immortal herb tea each month. The tea shop owner knows that Tion Xiansek would send someone over each month to buy some, so he simply sets it aside waiting for them to come pick it up. And so arises a point of divergence. That tea shop is on East Street, whereas XiaoMo wants to go to North Street to sell magic pills. Simply not on the same street. XiaoMo doesn't want them to know that he wants to go sell magic pills, so he proposes that they split up. They go to East Street while he goes to North Street. At first, this suggestion is just what Tang Yunqi wants. She can't wait to get XiaoMo out of her sight. But the problem is Ling Xiao. He chooses to go with XiaoMo to North Street, leaving Tang Yunqi to go with Brother Chen to East Street. They would meet up later at the largest restaurant on West Street. Tang Yunqi is unwilling, but she already experienced how Ling Xiao's words can't be denied. Each time he makes up his mind, it can't be changed. Ling Xiao is someone that will do what he says. Looking on helplessly as XiaoMo and Ling Xiao walk away, one at the front, one following behind, Tang Yunqi restrains herself so much that her nails dig into her flesh to stop herself from chasing after them. Chen Gaoyang at her side, although happy at having the opportunity to be alone with junior sister, is still a little uneasy seeing how upset she is. Moreover, isn't this just the chance to ingratiate himself, junior sister? Junior sister, don't be angry. That XiaoMo, even though he is close to elder brother, the both of them, one in Earth Peak, one in the warrior division, they simply wouldn't be together normally. Perhaps it won't be much longer before their relationship cools down. Tang Yunqi scoffs him, saying with a clouded face, not in the same division, and elder brother still goes to see him every day. Yesterday, as soon as elder brother came back, he immediately rushed over to Earth Peak. Do you still think their relationship will cool down? I had already heard that recently. Elder brother is always going over to Earth Peak, almost certainly to see XiaoMo. It looks like elder brother really has his heart set on that XiaoMo. Chen Gaoyang really has no idea just what is so good about XiaoMo to warrant such attention from elder brother. Big brother Chen, do you have a way of teaching XiaoMo a lesson? Tang Yunqi asks hatefully. This, I'm afraid, won't be easy. I heard that 4 days ago, Master Kong accepted him as his own disciple. Chen Gaoyang looks uncomfortable as Tang Yunqi sees his helpless expression. Inwardly calling him a good-for-nothing, but what he says is not wrong. XiaoMo is a disciple of Earth Peak. And Kong Wen's disciple on top of that. His current status is unique. If he was from Heaven Peak or Flying Peak, she would have her ways of teaching him a lesson. But he just has to be from Earth Peak. Earth Peak disciples dislike Heaven Peak, and it goes both ways. Unable to find a solution, the two of them decide to leave it for now and first complete the task from the Grand Master before discussing it further. They never expected that this trip to the West Street will almost cost them their lives. On the other side, XiaoMo doesn't take much time to find that medicine shop. Not sure if he is mistaken, but XiaoMo feels that the shop front looks a little newer than before. As if it has been renovated. Before he even enters the shop assistant near the door shouts with glee towards the inside of the shop, "Boss, that Master Yu is here." As soon as the words are out, the manager rushes out helter-skelter, almost tripping on himself. Seeing XiaoMo, the manager immediately becomes excited, rushing over saying, "Master Yu, you're finally here. I have been waiting for you for many days." XiaoMo goes. What is going on? After saying that, the shop manager realizes that he had lost control of himself. He quickly puts on a smile and invites them in, at the same time telling the shop assistant to serve some tea. "Master Yu, the magic pills you sold me the last time really exceeded my expectation. In less than 2 days, they were completely sold out. Furthermore, customers have been coming non-stop to ask about the next batch. But don't worry, I definitely did not say anything about you." The shop manager uncharacteristically winks at XiaoMo. Upon saying this, he notices Ling Xiao who came with him, asking, "This distinguished guest is?" Ling Xiao doesn't pay any attention to him, taking a sip of the tea that the shop assistant had brought over. XiaoMo laughs awkwardly. "He is a friend of mine who came along with me. You don't have to bother about him." The manager immediately understands, and asks, "Master, are you here to sell magic pills again this time?" "Yes." XiaoMo says while taking out the 100 magic pills he refined in the past few days. 5 bottles altogether. Each one containing 20 level 1 magic pills. These were all refined in those 4 days. The quality is definitely better than ordinary level 1 magic pills. The manager carefully picks up a bottle and opens the stopper. Immediately a strong medicinal fragrance wafts out. Notes: Gene 500G, OMG. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 45. Bearded Man. The magic pill transaction concludes without a hitch. Furthermore, the price for these 5 bottles is even higher than the last time. Because the effect of the magic pill far exceeds that of ordinary level 1 magic pills, a few customers have indicated that one after another that they are willing to pay a high price after having tasted the sweetness. Although Longshao continent does not lack level 1 magic pills, in fact, it is more like there is a flood of it bordering on disaster. There is also an unending number of martial artists that have a need for magic pills. As long as there is a better option, they would rather pay a little more. The manager made use of the magic pills that XiaoMo sold him the last time to boost his reputation, so the shop now looks completely different. But because he didn't know when XiaoMo would come again, he didn't dare to accept pre-orders. He only agreed to let them be the first to know if more is available. Now, even though there are only 100 magic pills, it is enough for the shop manager. Because the selling price for these magic pills has doubled, the manager kindly gives XiaoMo a higher price. In this way, this young man would most probably sell the magic pills to him. The manager is operating based on this assumption. After all, there is money to be earned, and on top of that, the shop's reputation can be raised. Who wouldn't want to do that? The only troublesome thing is that the surrounding shops have started to inquire about the origin of these magic pills. XiaoMo leaves the shop perfectly content with the 2,000 pieces of gold that the manager had given him. This time the price for the magic pills increased by 50%. 15 gold pieces for 1 magic pill. 1,500 gold pieces for 100 magic pills. Add to that the 10 over pieces of gold remaining from the last time, his entire wealth is more than that of a lot of Tianxian sect disciples. Even disciples from slightly wealthy backgrounds do not have this much. Ling Xiao doesn't hinder his selling of magic pills. Seeing that the transaction is over, he leaves the medicine shop together with XiaoMo. Where to next? Ling Xiao is not least bit impatient. His whole person is unreadable, not giving away any sign of what he is thinking. Elder brother Ling, don't you also have something to take care of? If you keep following me, wouldn't that hold up your business? XiaoMo doesn't immediately answer his question. Instead, he looks evasively in all directions, everywhere except at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiles slightly. There's no hold up. Furthermore, it is still early. XiaoMo is crestfallen. After this, he wants to go buy magic herb seeds. But he definitely does not want Ling Xiao to go with him. Because usually only mages with medicine gardens will buy magic herb seeds. As for him, a newly minted level 1 mage, there is no reason to buy so many magic herb seeds. Obviously something is fishy. Someone as intelligent as Ling Xiao would definitely be able to tell. So when the time comes, he will undoubtedly question him. He had already predicted that Ling Xiao wouldn't abide by his wishes and leave. But he still maintained a glimmer of hope. In the end, Ling Xiao follows him to South Street where they sell magic herbs. South Street is less lively than North Street, but there is still quite a lot of people. A few of them are martial artists. Most of them are mages. Orchid Pavilion is the magic herb shop that XiaoMo visited the last time. When XiaoMo walks over, the attendant that served him the last time seems to remember him. Seeing him come over, he warmly receives him and invites him in, of course not forgetting Ling Xiao that is by his side. In reality, the one that the attendant noticed right away was not XiaoMo but Ling Xiao. For someone like him that works on commission, judging people is important. With one glance, one can tell that the luxuriantly dressed Ling Xiao is one of those privileged nobles with 10,000 strings of coins in their money belt. But because he is a previous customer, the attendant's attention falls mainly on XiaoMo. Hearing that he is here to buy more magic herb seeds, the attendant swiftly takes out fresh stocks that just arrived a few days ago. Level 1 to Level 3. All the seeds are fresh and plump. XiaoMo thinks about the speed at which the magic herbs are growing in his dimension. He also thinks about the considerable amount of money in his magic bag. This time he buys a lot of magic herb seeds in one go. He buys a set of 1,000 seed packets for Level 3. 2 sets of 1,000 seed packets for Level 2. Altogether over 800 gold pieces. And so his money bag shrinks by more than half. The good thing is the beaming attendant gives him one set of 500 seed packets of Level 1 magic herb seeds. Upon leaving Orchid Pavilion, XiaoMo looks painfully at the money left in his magic bag. There's only 700 or so left. But XiaoMo steals a glance at Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, he actually didn't ask him why he bought magic herb seeds. Elder brother Ling, I have bought all the things I needed to buy. Now are we going to take care of your things or are we going to meet up with junior sister Tang and company at the rest house? Ling Xiao narrows his eyes and looks at him. Staring at him until his scalp starts to feel numb before saying leisurely, let's go to the rest house first ba. After all, those two were brought here by me. If anything were to happen, it would be difficult for me to explain to the Grand Master. Even though he puts it like that, XiaoMo feels that there is no sign of the difficulty he mentioned on his face. Just as they were about to set out to West Street, the crowd behind them suddenly bursts out noisily, accompanied by a chaotic rush of footsteps. XiaoMo turns to take a look and sees a group of people rushing towards them. But the look on their faces is not one of alarm but rather a look of curiosity after having heard some juicy news. This type of expression is something XiaoMo is used to seeing. The look of wanting to witness something exciting. The group of people rush past them towards East Street. XiaoMo is not interested and is about to leave when he hears two street vendors chatting. I hear something is going down on East Street. I heard it too. It seems there is again some conflict. The last time it was at West Street. This time it's at East Street. Don't tell me it's the same group of people? They don't seem to think much of Tian Xin sect ba. Although Heping is not inside the limits of Tian Xin sect, it is still under its influence. Who is behind that group of people, actually daring to stir up trouble here? Who knows? But it must be someone big. No one dares to provoke them. It's only that the girls of Heping are now in a wretched situation. Exactly. The girls in my house are not allowed to go out, lest they encounter that group of people. Ha, the girls from your house? There is still the question of whether they would be interested. What do you mean ne? XiaoMo's eyes pop out when he hears the last bit. If he isn't mistaken, Tang Yunqi and that brother Chen seem to have gone to East Street. Thinking of this, he immediately turns to Ling Xiao, elder brother Ling, how about we go take a look at East Street first? If it really is what he is thinking of, things are bound to go to hell. With Tang Yunqi's character, the situation can only get worse and worse. Ling Xiao is not interested in finding out if the protagonist is Tang Yunqi. He only feels that she would bring him trouble. But since Tang Yunqi is the daughter of the Grand Master, he can't just stand aside. Only this makes him go along with XiaoMo towards East Street. South Street is not very far from East Street. But even leaving now, it would take the time to brew 2 cups of tea to get there. Who knows if in this short period of them, something irreversible would happen. Because of this, Ling Xiao simply picks up XiaoMo by his collar and walks to a corner. When they reappear, the both of them are already at East Street. XiaoMo is all confused and dizzy, basically having no clue of what just happened. Soon he is shocked back to his senses by a shrill scream. This familiar voice is something he can't forget even if he wants to. It's what comes out of Tang Yunqi's mouth. Turning towards the direction of the voice, XiaoMo's pair of eyeballs almost pop out of their sockets. His face flushes bright red, glancing left and right, not daring to look towards junior sister Tang again. The Tang Yunqi now, it is really unimaginable that they had parted ways not more than 2 hours ago. The pink long robe is missing a huge piece of cloth revealing a pair of beautiful slender and fair legs. The remaining piece of cloth barely covers her ample buttocks. The top part is even more tragic. The material at the chest has been ripped open, vaguely revealing soft white breasts. Most probably because she feels extremely ashamed and furious, the exposed skin is flushed pink. It can't be denied that the Tang Yunqi now is even more beautiful than before. Even more alluring. All the men in the crowd are dumbstruck while the women are looking on in admiration, jealousy, and hate. A few of which are also gloating in her misfortune. If there is anyone not moved by the beauty, there is most probably only Ling Xiao. His face can't be any calmer. His gaze is definitely not like the others looking lecherously at the barely clothed Tang Yunqi. Instead, it is directed at the bearded man facing Tang Yunqi, calmly narrowing his eyes. That man is the one that attacked Tang Yunqi, the lecher that tore her clothes to shreds. But he is definitely not an ordinary lecher. Damn lecher. Disgracing me like this. Wait till my father finds out. He will definitely set 1,000 knives on you and hack you into 10,000 pieces, but Tang Yunqi is so furious that it distorts her pretty face. The intense flames of hate in her eyes burns fiercely. If looks could kill, the man in front of her would probably have died 1,000,000 times over. The man is not the least bit afraid of her threats, laughing out loud instead. Licking his lips lewdly and wickedly, he says, "By the time your father finds out, I'm afraid it would already be too late ba. By that time you will already be mine. I advise you to obediently yield to me. Perhaps the great me would be pleased and treat you a little gentler." Evil lecher. My elder brother is close by. If you dare to touch a single hair on my junior sister, my elder brother will definitely not let you go. Chen Gaoyang, who is lying on the floor, says hatefully. Earlier, hearing this man humiliate junior sister, he had fought this man but was unable to beat him. If not, junior sister would not be in such a dire condition. On top that, the earlier scuffle severed both his legs, leaving him unable to even stand up. Elder brother? Humph. The man laughs coldly. Don't worry, if he dares to appear in front of the great me, I will. What will you do? A flippant voice emerges from the crowd, cutting him off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Unlucky XiaoMo. Everyone looks towards the direction of the voice and sees a handsome man stepping out from the crowd. The man's face is calm and collected with a chiseled outline. Even though he is rather expressionless, he still gives off an overwhelming force. A resplendent white robe with a string of green jade at his waist. At a glance, one would think of a noble rather than a martial artist. XiaoMo follows behind Ling Xiao, but he doesn't dare to walk up to the front. It's obvious that the bearded man is a martial artist. The muscles on his body are extraordinary. If not, Chen Gaoyang would not be so helpless. Without waiting for everyone to guess who Ling Xiao is, Tang Yunqi and Chen Gaoyang exclaim happily, "Elder brother." At this moment, there is no longer any need for introduction. Everyone now knows that this is the beautiful girl's knight in shining armor. When they first heard them saying elder brother, they had envisioned a fierce and strong skilled person. Never did it cross their mind that it would be some frivolous princely noble. Elder brother, you must take revenge for me. They tore my clothes. Really too hateful. Seeing that her elder brother has come, Tang Yunqi is both surprised and elated. She quickly runs up to him complaining shamefully and furiously, her pretty face on the point of tears. Absolutely lovable and charming. Ling Xiao glances at her indifferently and frowns. Seeing the situation, XiaoMo quickly takes out a set of clothes from his magic bag. Although the workmanship is nothing much, but it's still better than clothes that fail to cover the body. Furthermore, reputation is the most important thing for young maidens. Who would expect that his one act of kindness would be met with a glare from Tang Yunqi? She then takes out a set of light yellow clothes from her own magic bag and puts them on. Looking on in a daze, XiaoMo quietly puts his clothes back. If he had known that she has her own clothes, he would have minded his own business. But this woman is really strange. Since she had brought a set of clothes in her magic bag, why didn't she bring them out immediately? Really incomprehensible. So you're that elder brother. You don't look like much. Little boy, I advise you to be sensible and leave right now. If not, you will be the next one lying on the ground. The bearded man looks Ling Xiao up and down. When he heard those two talking with such confidence before, he had thought that the so-called elder brother would be a powerful, formidable foe. Instead it's a pretty boy, immediately causing him to feel extreme disdain. There's no hurry. Let me ask a question before leaving. Ling Xiao slowly starts to smile, looking at the bearded man in amusement. Elder brother? Tang Yunqi's eyes pop out in disbelief at Ling Xiao. She thinks she must have misheard him. How could elder brother withdraw from the field of battle? Looks like you know your place. The bearded man snorts in satisfaction. He also thinks that Ling Xiao is really afraid of him and is preparing to slink away in shame. How should I address you, sir? Ling Xiao asks casually, looking completely relaxed. I am Luo Shan, the cousin of the once-in-100 years rare talent of Qingcheng sect Luo Shuhi. If you have any sense, you will leave behind the girl at your back. I may still leave you people some viable options. Luo Shan says with immense pride. Now everyone knows the reason why he dares to swagger through the streets. With the backing of Qingcheng sect, no wonder he is so arrogant, snatching girls by force in the streets. Speaking of Qingcheng sect, its scale is about the same as Tianxian sect. But its resources and history is slightly inferior to Tianxian sect. That's why Tianxian sect is in the number 1 position in Longshao continent, while Qingcheng sect can only take second place. But these few years, Qingcheng sect's reputation has sprung up, announcing happy news one after another as if they are eager to let everyone know. One of those things is related to the Luo Shuhi that Luo Shan mentioned. He is also an outstanding talent from the warrior division. Just like Ling Xiao. Both have had success in martial arts field at a young age, leaders of the younger generation. The second piece of news is that there is a high-level mage in Qingcheng sect that can refine level 9 magic pills. Level 9 and level 10 magic pills is a high barrier that most high-level mages cannot pass. Even for large sects like Qingcheng sect and Tianxian sect. Although they have many talented high-level mages, the ones that are really able to refine a level 9 magic pill is still very few. Such as XiaoMo's master Kongwen. He has made a name for himself for many years, but right now he can still only barely manage to refine a level 9 magic pill. The two high-level mages of Heaven Peak and Flying Peak are also the same. As for Qingcheng sect, the reason why they couldn't compare to Tianxian sect before is because they don't have a high-level mage that can refine level 9 magic pills. Now, Qingcheng sect has risen up a level in strength, signifying that they can now sit on the same table as equals with Tianxian sect. Luo Shan daring to stir up trouble on the outskirts of Tianxian sect is most probably because of this. But while others fear Qingqing sect, Tang Yunqi as the daughter of the Grand Master is not afraid. So what of Qingqing sect? I am the daughter of the Grand Master of Tianxian sect, Tang Yunqi. Let me tell you, there is no way this will end like this. The crowd immediately erupts in an uproar. Isn't this just a little too dramatic? Before, a lot of people were still discussing the situation between Qingqing sect and Tianxian sect. After all, one mountain can't hold two tigers. Who would have thought that the disciples from the two sects would clash in the streets of Little Hepping Town? Furthermore, one is the daughter of the Grand Master and the other is the cousin of Luo Shuhi, both of equally high status. No one notices that upon hearing these words, a ray of black light flashes across Luo Shan's eyes. Luo Shan, do your words and actions represent that of Qingqing sect? Among the clamoring voices, Ling Zhao's indifferent voice cuts across like a flash of ice cold in the middle of summer. The group of people standing around immediately quiets down. Even Luo Shan looks across at him in surprise. After understanding what he said, he raises his chin arrogantly. My position is of course the position of Qingqing sect. I see. Great. Great. Ling Xiao smiles slightly while saying great twice. Before anyone can figure out what great refers to, Ling Xiao flings his sleeves towards Luo Shan. The latter suddenly lets out a horrible scream and is flung back. This hit is not slight. The strong as an ox Luo Shan flies back 5 meters like a rag. When he climbs back up, both his eyes have changed to pitch black empty sockets. The whites of the eyes seems to have disappeared into the sockets. Looking directly at him will numb one's skull. Heavens, isn't that a demon? How can Luo Shan turn into a demon? All of a sudden, panic-stricken screams rise up from the onlooking crowd, followed by even more sounds of violent gasps of shock. Many of their faces start to pale. One after another rushing backwards in fear. Some of them fall to the ground from excess haste, and get stepped on, including the unlucky XiaoMo. XiaoMo was originally standing behind Ling Xiao but Tang Yunqi squeezed him away when she came over. Gentlemen don't fight with women, so XiaoMo moves a little further away from Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that the crowd would suddenly panic? A few people while rushing back out of fear kept pushing him back and back. In the end, someone tripped him, causing him to fall to the ground. Before he could scramble back up, the out-of-control crowd steps on his right leg. Kacha, XiaoMo clearly hears the sound of his bone cracking. Crocodile tears almost squeeze out from the corners of his eyes. Right at this moment, someone grips him by the wrist and pulls him up. Then XiaoMo feels his head fall onto a warm broad chest. A refined voice comes from above his head. Idiot! You can even fall down while standing. I really wonder how you managed to live until now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Secret exposed. XiaoMo looks up and sees Ling Xiao frowning at him. Just when he is about to speak, Tang Yunqi shrieks and runs towards them in a panic. Looking over Ling Zhao's shoulder, XiaoMo sees Luo Shan struggling to stand up. At this time, his outward appearance is completely different from before. His skin was originally dark yellow but now it is covered in a layer of blackish gray. The 10 nails on his 10 fingers are 2 inches long and appear black. The body is half a meter taller than before. The muscles bulge out and break through his clothes. Where is the appearance of Luo Shan? This is obviously a demon. XiaoMo has never heard of demons. So he is not really clear why people are calling Luo Shan a demon. Furthermore, they are acting as if they are looking at the devil. What happened to that guy? XiaoMo shrinks into Ling Zhao's arms as he asks. There's no helping it. He really doesn't want to be so useless. But his right leg is already injured. The people around are all in a panic. If he were to rush out, his other leg would probably also get trampled on and broken. He doesn't want to have come down the mountain walking and go back in a stretcher. Demon. Ling Xiao turns around and looks at Luo Shan, who is walking towards them. How did it turn out like this? Isn't he Qingqing sex man? How did he turn into a demon? XiaoMo asks while gulping. Heh, that you'll have to ask him. Ling Xiao smiles slightly, yet a hint of contempt appears in his eyes. Inferior beings are inferior beings. And yet he dares to fan the flames of disorder in his presence. A copper-colored flying sword appears in his hand. Who are you actually? Actually able to see my real nature. The demon Luoshan stops 3 meters away from Ling Xiao. Although his eyes are completely black, it still can be seen that he is afraid of Ling Xiao. The stink on your body is so foul, is there any need to even look? Ling Xiao says unhurriedly, his voice as gentle as jade, extremely pleasant to the ear. Except that there is someone who upon hearing feels his head burn in anger that he almost charges over. But, since the nephew of the Grand Master of Qingqing sect is a demon, doesn't that mean that the whole clan is also made up of demons ba? The demon Luo Shan smiles sinisterly. The pupils of eyes his slowly condense into red dots, the most obvious outer characteristic of demons. As such, the crowd standing around looking on immediately recognize him for what he is when they see that appearance. He doesn't answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, he leaps onto the roof and after gaining his footing, looks down at them from above. He extends both his arms and laughs darkly. Sooner or later, Longshao continent will be the territory of demons. As for all of you, you will soon become our slaves. Saying that, the demon Luoshan turns to leave. Since there is no way of winning this fight, he can only escape. His speed is extremely fast, almost covering 1,000 meters in a flash, his body engulfed in a black cloud. Ling Xiao lifts the flying sword in his hand and breathes on the blade. He then sends the flying sword away in the direction of the fleeing demon Luoshan. XiaoMo just catches sight of his actions, but before he can ask, the flying sword disappears, no longer visible to the naked eye. Even though the demon Luoshan left, the news that a demon appeared in Heping Town spreads in a day. If Luoshan is a regular martial artist, most of the big sects would just send their disciples to encircle and suppress Luoshan. But he is clearly a disciple of Qingqing sect and a nephew to the Grand Master at that, changing the significance altogether. Speaking of the word demon, there is not one martial artist that would be unaffected. They do not form a sect, but they can be considered as living in a group. Much like martial artists, forming an independent faction in Longshao continent. Demons are based in the north. The north is formed by unbroken mountain ranges, a good place for demons to hide. Therefore, martial artists won't normally go to the northern mountain ranges casually, because they can encounter demons at any time. The lucky ones will leave with life-endangering injuries. The unlucky ones will have their life force completely sucked out, turning into a human shell. Therefore, demons and martial artists are mortal enemies that cannot live under the same sky. Much like the relationship between cats and mice. After the demon Luoshan left, everyone no longer has the mood to stroll about. The surprise appearance of a demon in Heping Town cannot be kept hidden. After all, who knows whether the demons will come again? In order to protect their little lives, most people no longer have the wish to stay. Many shops immediately become deserted. Tang Yunqi suggests that they return to Tianxian sect immediately. But Ling Xiao uses Yu Xiaoma's injury as a reason to follow the original plan. So he lets her go back first to notify the Grand Master. He is very firm on this. Moreover, both of Chen Gaoyan's legs are also injured, not able to move easily. Tang Yunqi has no choice but to return first to Tianxian sect. Ling Xiao arranges a room for Chen Gaoyang before returning to his own room to check on XiaoMo. XiaoMo is sitting on a chair with his injured leg resting on another chair. The injury on his leg has been treated, wrapped in gleaming white bandages, looking a little swollen. Because it is a fracture, he can't move about for the time being. He needs to rest for some time before it gets healed, but that is under normal circumstances. Since he has nothing to do, XiaoMo can only wait for Ling Xiao while drinking the steaming hot tea that had just been delivered by the rest house attendant. Hearing the door open, there is no need to look to know that it is Ling Xiao. XiaoMo quickly and eagerly pours another cup of tea. Elder brother Ling, how are brother Chen's injuries? XiaoMo offers him the tea and asks. Ling Xiao takes the tea and raises an eyebrow at him. Why are you so concerned about him? XiaoMo was rendered speechless momentarily. He's only making conversation, nothing more. He's not really concerned about him, someone that always gives him a nasty look, and always plotting against him with Tang Yunqi. He would have to eat to the point of bursting before getting concerned over him. After all, he is no goddess of the white lotus flower. I'm only asking. What about that demon Luoshan Ini? Seeing that he is displeased, XiaoMo can only change the topic. He is also very curious to know where the flying sword ended up. Him? Ling Xiao snorts mockingly, dead. How can it be? XiaoMo can't help raising his voice. This news is too sudden. Not even 2 hours after he escaped and he is already dead? Do you think the flying sword I sent out is a herbivore? Ling Xiao's elegant brows twitch as if he is annoyed at his doubt. XiaoMo almost spurts out the tea in his mouth. Wiping the corner of his mouth and explaining, of course your flying sword is not a herbivore. It's just a little unexpected, that's all. From the day they first met, XiaoMo already knows that Ling Xiao is not a herbivore. Able to casually kill Ling Xiao and take his place, how can he be a herbivore? Most probably ordinary fish and meat are also unable to satisfy his appetite. XiaoMo, you have the time to worry about others, why don't you worry about yourself? Ling Xiao suddenly narrows his eyes, his penetrating eyes revealing a domineering attitude, with a hint of questioning. His voice simultaneously filled with a teasing tone, as if he is cracking a joke. XiaoMo doesn't understand what he means, lowering his head to look at his injured right foot. I don't quite understand. What is there to concern myself with? Ling Xiao sees him acting dumb but doesn't get angry. He takes a sip of the tea and says like the gentle breeze in light clouds, isn't there something good in those bottles hidden in your magic bag? Pouring it on your wound, wouldn't it make you heal faster? This time XiaoMo is unable to contain it. A mouthful of tea sprays over the whole table. Before he manages to wipe his mouth, he almost blurts out, how did you know? Luckily he quickly thinks that maybe Ling Xiao is referring to the magic pills he refined. After all, other than those few bottles of lake water, his magic bag is filled with all sorts of bottles. XiaoMo doesn't dare to look at Ling Xiao anymore. He tilts his head, racking his brains looking for an excuse. What to do? What to do? Although there are many bottles in his magic bag, but they are all empty. The bottles containing magic pills he had already sold them this morning. Other than the fasting magic pill, but Ling Xiao also knows this, so he definitely can't get it past him. Ling Xiao also doesn't rush him. Seeing that he doesn't dare to look at him, he calmly asks, how is it? Have you thought of a good excuse to fool me? XiaoMo's cerebrum immediately crashes. These words obviously mean that he already knows. How did you find out? XiaoMo forces himself to ask. Even if he is to die, he wants to die knowing. He has clearly been so careful, never taking it out in his presence. Ling Xiao fiddles with the cup in his hand, looking at him with a vague smile. Are you taking the great me for an illiterate fool? A newly minted probationary disciple, one lacking innate talent, actually able to refine over 100 magic pills in a day, uninterrupted at that. If not for some secret trick, only a fool would think it's possible. XiaoMo's jaw almost drops to the floor. Looks like this is the reason. But only after his warning does XiaoMo realize just how much he had inadvertently revealed in front of Ling Xiao. Furthermore, your complexion is a little too rosy. Ling Xiao suddenly leans towards him, extending his hand to stroke his cheek. Really very tender and smooth. XiaoMo's cheek immediately flushes red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 48. Magic Water Dimension. My. Rosy face, what has it got to do with that? XiaoMo stammers, the sudden attack on his cheeks almost scares him. Ling Xiao straightens up. Looking at his frightened expression, he still doesn't feel that he did anything inappropriate. After looking him up and down, he says, which mage after 4 days of seclusion won't come out looking on the point of death? Unless it's a high-level mage. Which mage of your level would come out with a face that is glowing with health? XiaoMo immediately rubs his cheek reflexively. He really didn't pay attention to this point. He usually doesn't practice together with his brothers. So there is no way for him to compare. That's why he doesn't know whether his condition is normal or abnormal. Now, after Ling Xiao brings up this point, he finally understands. Although he strives to be as low-key as possible every day, his actions are so high-profile that it can't be any higher. Based on his ability to refine over 100 magic pills a day, that alone is enough to show that something is up with him. XiaoMo finally understands why Kongwen would suddenly accept him as his disciple. Confession begets leniency, resistance begets tyranny. Choose one. Ling Xiao simply tosses him a choice. A war between heaven and man is being waged in XiaoMo's mind. Hearing these words, his expression immediately becomes conflicted. Is there really a choice? Although XiaoMo doesn't know how tyrannical Ling Xiao can be, he doesn't want to find out, not even a little bit. So he can only fess up and ask for leniency. After making his decision, XiaoMo takes out the 3 bottles filled with lake water from his magic bag. There were originally 5, but he had used up 2 of them, so he is left with 3. They are filled to the brim and undiluted, so there is abundant spiritual energy. This is water that can restore the soul force as well as physical strength. During the 4 days of seclusion, I relied on this. XiaoMo pushes the 3 bottles of water in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao opens one of the bottles. A whiff of concentrated spiritual energy immediately assails his nostrils. What kind of water is this? XiaoMo hangs his head. I don't know myself. I only know that drinking this, the dried up soul force will be restored to abundance. Physical strength will also be restored. Very convenient and very effective. So when I refine magic pills, I will drink some of it. This water, where did you get it? Ling Xiao asks flatly. He can feel that the magic water in the bottles contain a very high amount of spiritual energy. As if the spiritual energy has been condensed to an extreme degree such that it condenses from gaseous form into liquid form. If this is the case, the secret hidden in XiaoMo's body is no ordinary secret. XiaoMo looks at him with a complicated expression. He finally curls up his lips sadly and grasps his hand. Just when Ling Xiao is surprised at his action, he suddenly feels a spatial distortion. It's only an instant, and he discovers that he and XiaoMo are now in another dimension. Strong scent of green grass. Blue sky and white clouds. A rather large lake in the distance. The lake water is a milky white yet crystal clear. It's just that under the blue sky, it appears dark blue like jade. Other than that, there is a large patch of flourishing and luxuriant magic herbs next to the lake. From level 1 to level 3. The level 3 magic herbs probably need a few more days to reach maturity. But the level 2 and level 1 are already mature. A competing riot of colors swaying away. XiaoMo steals a glance at Ling Xiao. Surprisingly, there is not even a little sign of astonishment. Ling Xiao seems to notice his little action. A light smile blooms on his expressionless face. He says warmly, "What are you looking at, Ne?" "Nothing, I'm not looking at anything." XiaoMo quickly shakes his head. Smiling so warmly, he knows that something is coming. It's better for him to not say anything at this point. Ling Xiao walks towards the field of magic herbs and simply sits down on the chair that XiaoMo usually takes a rest on. Arranging his clothes, he calmly says, XiaoMo, do you want to explain this yourself or do you want me to ask you one by one? XiaoMo's heart immediately goes dang. Hearing his princely tone, it's obvious that his anger has not yet dissipated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 49. Take off your clothes. So, XiaoMo explains how he discovered the blue teardrop in full detail. After all, his biggest secret is already laid out in front of Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter whether he tells him or not, so he might as well tell him everything from beginning to end. Actually, the process is not at all complicated since he himself doesn't know how the blue teardrop appeared on his chest. He's even more clueless on the magical nature of the lake water. So he finishes the explanation in just a few words. After speaking, XiaoMo secretly observes Ling Xiao's face. Whoa, no change at all. You mean that blue teardrop appeared when you were taking a bath? Then it didn't appear when you were taking a bath before? The great Ling Xiao is not so easily fooled. Right away he zeroes in on XiaoMo's weak point. This question, even he himself doesn't know the answer. Actually, XiaoMo himself is not sure if the blue teardrop on his chest appeared when he was taking a bath, because at that time, he had just come to this world, so everything is in a blur. After all, it's not as if he would have immediately taken off his clothes for no particular reason to see if had any birthmarks or such things on his chest. So there are two possibilities. The first is that the blue teardrop already existed on the original XiaoMo before he died. The second is that it only appeared after he transported over. But, the transportation of his soul is XiaoMo's biggest secret. He can let Ling Xiao know about the blue teardrop, but this he can't tell. The reason why is because he and Ling Xiao have not reached the level of closeness for him to share such an important secret with him. I also don't know what the deal is. I just know that it suddenly appeared that day. It may not have anything to do with taking a bath. XiaoMo has a certain characteristic. If he doesn't want to say something, even if you beat him to death, he still wouldn't say it. He also won't say it clearly to avoid selling himself out, so he would frequently give ambiguous alternatives. Once you get to know him more, you would discover this habit. But Ling Xiao has not known him for long. He also believes that XiaoMo wouldn't dare to lie to him, so he believes his words. Come here. Ling Xiao narrows his eyes and beckons him with his finger. XiaoMo hesitates for a moment before walking apprehensively over to him. Because he feels guilty, he doesn't dare to look directly at Ling Xiao. Take off your clothes. Ling Xiao simply orders him when he comes up to him. Take off my clothes? XiaoMo reflexively grips the front of his collar, looking at Ling Xiao in terror. Little brother, do you not understand what I'm saying, or do you want me to help you take it off? Ling Xiao thinks that he is playing dumb, his tone a little displeased. It doesn't cross his mind that there would a problem between males. XiaoMo shivers and considers between he himself taking it off or letting Ling Xiao help him take it off. He finally chooses the former. The clothes on his body is still one of the sets he had before. Very simple and of ordinary material. Because the weather is not cold, he doesn't have much on. No matter how much he dawdles, it still doesn't take much time before he takes off his shirt. The small and thin body is clear and fair. Washed by the magic water, it becomes even more sparkling and translucent. His flesh is smooth and glistening. Even more smooth and tender than a newborn baby. Maybe because he feels a little embarrassed, a pink flush starts to spread across XiaoMo's upper body. Everything above his neck had turned bright red a long time ago. Ling Xiao doesn't notice his awkwardness. He is completely absorbed by the blue teardrop on his chest. The radiance of the blue teardrop is even more brilliant than what XiaoMo observed before, extremely fascinating. If you stare directly at it, it would seem as if you have entered a dreamlike fantasy world. But this does not apply to Ling Xiao. After staring at it for quite a while, there is still no change in his expression. Elder brother Ling, is there anything wrong with this teardrop? XiaoMo asks with a red face. Letting a man stare at one's chest, even though both sides don't have any particular intentions, it would still make one feel uncomfortable, especially for the thin-skinned XiaoMo. Ling Xiao raises his head and glances at him. His ambiguous gaze roams over his fair and clear body. He then says lightly, "It's a very peculiar dimension. Someone must have left it intentionally on your body, only to be opened when the proper time comes. Who can it be? XiaoMo exclaims in astonishment. If the person had evil intentions, wouldn't this teardrop be a predetermined time bomb? No matter who it is, for that person to put such a valuable thing inside your body, it wouldn't make sense if it's not someone close to you. There are benefits, but there are also corresponding dangers." Ling Xiao seems to know immediately what he is thinking of. What are the dangers? XiaoMo frowns with a sad face. He knows that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Ling Xiao leans over to him, smiling slightly. "Think about it yourself. If people find out that you have such an unfair advantage, not only can it be used to grow magic herbs, it can also expedite their growth. When that happens, how many of them will go crazy over it? Even for the number one large sect Tian Xin sect, they would probably take it away forcibly for themselves and kill you off to silence you." The last part was said extremely sweetly. XiaoMo can actually feel an invisible hand squeezing his neck. He cries out in dismay, "Then what should I do? Elder brother Ling, woo, I don't want to die." Ling Xiao snorts pu-chi, and roars in laughter while looking up to the sky. Notes: count by 5s and 10s, systematically and in full detail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 50. Deal. The cowardly, afraid of getting into trouble, and weak XiaoMo, Ling Xiao never liked this type of people. But unexpectedly, not only does he not detest XiaoMo, he actually finds the him that is this way very lovable, so much so that he sometimes can't stop himself from teasing him, deriving great pleasure from it. "Little brother, if you don't want to die, you have to listen to me obediently, understand?" Ling Xiao raises the corners of his mouth and says in delight. XiaoMo immediately nods his head as if he's pounding garlic. Now, his life is already in his hands. Even if he doesn't understand he still has to pretend to understand. Ling Xiao stands up and walks a few steps. He turns back towards XiaoMo that is following his every move. "From now on, don't let anyone besides me see the blue water drop on your chest. This is very important. Understand?" "Understand." XiaoMo nods his head vigorously. Although he very much wants to tell him that it's not a blue water drop but a blue teardrop, after thinking it over for a bit, he decides to let that rot in his stomach. After all, the shape of a water drop and teardrop are pretty much the same. Also, the magic herbs planted in this dimension. When the time comes, you can take out a few but not too much to avoid attracting the attention of observant people. Furthermore, the reason why you can refine over 100 magic pills in a day is due to the effect of the lake water. If an observant person wants to investigate you, sooner or later they will find out that something is not right. So from today onwards you must not overdo it. Ling Xiao instructs him word by word with a serious tone that he has never used before. XiaoMo also knows how important it is, so he agrees to all of them. After committing all these to memory, XiaoMo suddenly thinks of another issue and asks hastily, "Elder brother Ling, can I still drink that magic water?" Ling Xiao thinks it over briefly. "Yes, but you must not hand over the magic pills too early. You should at least wait 1 or 2 days. There's no need for a detailed explanation, XiaoMo knows what he means. The last time, he took 1,200 magic herbs and finished them off in 4 days. This speed is really too fast. For a disciple with his innate talent, it is quite abnormal. After going through all the details, Ling Xiao casts his gaze on the large field of magic herbs in front. The colorful magic herbs are growing quite well, quite unlike those the original Lin Xiao had seen before. The ones that Lin Xiao had seen were the magic herbs of Heaven Peak. Because he is the elder disciple of the Grandmaster and because Tang Yunqi is the daughter of the Grandmaster, so based on this relationship, Lin Xiao is rather close to Heaven Peak. Before, when he visits Heaven Peak, the disciples and seniors did not treat him cautiously just because he is from the warrior division. But this may no longer be the case now. Recently, the rumors that he is very close to XiaoMo is very rampant. On top of that, XiaoMo is now a direct disciple to Kongwen. It's hard to say if there will be those that read more into it. But Ling Xiao has not gone over to Heaven Peak for some time, so he doesn't know if those people have changed the attitude towards him. The area of this land in this dimension is quite large. Are you planning on using that piece of land to grow magic herbs? Ling Xiao surveys the dimension. The area of this dimension is actually not considered small. Just that small lake is as big as Heaven Peak. No, I actually plan to use the whole area to plant magic herbs. But, there's too many weeds, I still haven't finished clearing them. XiaoMo lowers his head, his cheeks blushing shamefully. It has already been 10 days but he only has one pair of hands. His time is usually spent refining magic pills, basically leaving him with no spare time to weed. On top of that, he was in seclusion for 4 days before this, not even having the time to harvest the mature magic herbs, let alone weeding. Given your efficiency, you may not even finish it in a year's time. Ling Xiao says indifferently, glancing at him. XiaoMo can't refute it. This dimension is so big. It is true that he may not be able to clear all the weeds in a year's time. Thinking it over, he then asks cautiously, then do you have any ideas? A gentle smile like the spring breeze suddenly blooms on Ling Xiao's face. Not just anyone can get the great me to lend a hand. XiaoMo pouts, how many magic pills do you want? 20. And the best kind. Ling Xiao says without the slightest bit of shame. XiaoMo grimaces. He knew it wouldn't be a small demand. 20 magic pills, of the best quality at that. With his current ability, it would probably take a day. Luckily the magic herbs in his dimension is already mature. This way, he wouldn't have to continuously go to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to get magic herbs. He also doesn't have to hand over half, so it will save him quite a bit of time. In the end, XiaoMo exchanges 20 top quality level 1 magic pills for Ling Xiao's effort. Then a shocking scene unfolds. From where did he conjure up tornadoes? Several small tornadoes appear out of thin air, and purposefully wreaks havoc in the dimension. Everywhere they go, all the weeds are uprooted. XiaoMo doesn't even need to further prepare the land. In under an hour, other than where they are standing, and that field of magic herbs, every other inch appears to have met with some disaster, in a complete mess. Underscore 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 underscore. I don't speak Chinese. Corrections welcomed. Hello? It's 50 chapters and this is not even 10% of it. Time to revisit the. It's a very long story, so please don't get too attached to it. Although I don't want to give out spoilers, but this seems to be important to readers, so. This story is really just an adventure story. The BL stuff is just a side note. The steamy stuff is really next to zero in this story. Maybe once or twice in over 700 chapters. So please don't expect it. It's very light reading, the complete opposite of. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 51. Uncle Pooh Chan. After explaining all the details about the dimension, there is one thing that troubles you, XiaoMo. That thing is related to the dimension. Just like what Ling Xiao said, the blue teardrop is an extremely valuable treasure. Even Tian sect would be intrigued. Why was there not the slightest reaction from him? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he just kill him and snatch it? This type of thinking is a little unfair to himself, but XiaoMo can't help but think this way. But right up to the time they both leave the dimension, Ling Xiao doesn't bring up the matter. This finally lets him feel a little relieved. Because there are still a lot things happening outside, they can't stay too long in the dimension. After Ling Xiao sets the tornadoes free and clears up all the weeds in the dimension, they both leave the room. In order to not attract attention, XiaoMo doesn't use the magic water to heal his injured leg. Not long after they both go out, a big group from Tian sect arrives. They are disciples from the warrior division. The leader is a senior. His beard and hair is interspersed black and white. Seems he is not young, but his eyes frequently emit rays of light. This person is Lin Xiao's senior, Uncle Pooh Chan. He is also the Grand Master's disciple. He is very shrewd, but he is also notoriously harsh. Seems Tang Yunqi is quite fast. Immediately notifying her father upon returning. Tang Fan takes this issue of demons very seriously. Furthermore, it appeared in Hepping Town. When Tian sect disciples apply for leave, most of the time it is to head down to Hepping Town. So in order to protect the safety of the disciples, this issue must be treated seriously. So he immediately sends his own trusted subordinate. Pooh Chan is this trusted subordinate of Tang Fan. Putting aside his shrewdness and harsh nature, the reality is, he listens and follows Tang Fan's words to the letter. This trip, bringing people down the mountain, Pooh Chan operates in his usual style. He simply directs his people to surround Hepping Town. Although the demon Luoshan had escaped, it doesn't necessarily mean that his comrades are not still hiding in Hepping Town. Only after doing this does Pooh Chan head towards the rest house. At this time, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo have already left the dimension. Just as they are chatting about trivial matters, the room door is forcefully pushed open from outside. It's the arrival of Pooh Chan. He is always abrupt when dealing with the juniors, with a haughty manner. On top of that, he never holds back when he speaks, so a lot of disciples don't like to deal with him, including the original Lin Xiao. He was also quite fed up with him, but he would never reveal it because Pooh Chan is Tang Fan's most trusted disciple. Lin Xiao, tell me in full detail how you discovered the demon. Pooh Chan is very strong, tough and stocky, with a beard that completely covers his face. Upon walking in, he completely blocks up the door, leaving no way for the people behind him to enter. But he is really rude. In XiaoMo's memory, when people meet Ling Xiao, they are always respectful and courteous. This is first time seeing someone so arrogantly ordering Ling Xiao. He steals a look at Ling Xiao. He seems to be smiling too brilliantly. Upon seeing that, XiaoMo immediately lowers his head. Ling Xiao doesn't immediately reply. He lifts up the cup of tea that XiaoMo had poured for him, taking a leisurely sip as if enjoying the light breeze and cloudless skies. Somewhat like being unmoved by the impending collapse of Mtetai. Only after Pooh Chan frowns and is about to explode does he open his mouth. Uncle Pooh, you should ask this to Brother Chen. He is clearer about this than me. XiaoMo can't help grinning. Luckily his head is bowed down. The thick black brows of Pooh Chan draw tight. He obviously did not expect that the response he waited for would be these few words. If it wasn't Lin Xiao in front of him, he would have certainly flipped out. Too bad. Pu Chan snorts derisively before turning around to leave. As for the XiaoMo seated next to Ling Xiao, from the beginning to end, he was completely ignored. Probably XiaoMo himself doesn't realize, but this is the first time his low-profile plan succeeds. Elder brother Ling, do you think the demons will stay in Hepping Town? After Pu Chan leaves, XiaoMo opens his mouth and asks. He feels that Pu Chan doesn't have to take such drastic measures. Since demons and martial artists are natural enemies, after Luo Shan's identity was exposed, the other demons would definitely not stay behind. Even if they do, it doesn't mean they would be found out, otherwise, Luo Shan's identity would have been exposed long ago. It's just posturing for others to see. Ling Xiao says derisively. XiaoMo nods his head, seeming to understand. In fact, after such a serious event, if Tianxian sect doesn't conduct an investigation, it would probably have a negative effect on Hepping Town. Up front, Hepping Town is not in the territory of Tianxian sect. But in reality, the power behind Hepping Town is Tianxian sect. That's why the appearance of a demon must be investigated, if only as an act to reassure the people. As Ling Xiao said, Pu Chan is only here to make some rounds. After finding out the details from Chen Gaoyang, he sends people to chase after the demon Luo Shan. But they are doomed to return empty-handed. As for Ling Xiao and company, since they have nothing to do with what happens next, and since they have bought what they came for, they simply took the winged bird back to Tianxian sect that very day. Because of his leg injury, XiaoMo doesn't head to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to collect magic herbs in the next few days in order to keep up appearances. During that time, Fang Qinluo comes to visit him, bringing with him Kong Wen's words of concern. Notes. Back of a tiger, waist of a bear, tough and stocky. Intitai, sacred mountain in China. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 52. Grand Plan. The appearance and disappearance of demons caused a sensation in Longshao continent. After that incident, XiaoMo remained inside Earth Peak, so he doesn't know much about what is happening outside. But he hears some disciples discussing the matter. It is said that Tianxian sect linked up with other sects to pressure Qingqing sect to account for what happened. After all, Luo Shan is indeed the nephew of the Grand Master of Qingqing sect. Furthermore, his transformation happened in front of many people. While the transformation took place, his facial features did not change much, so that negates the rumor that it was an impostor of Luo Shan. The Grand Master of Qingqing sect, Luo Changyuan, also never considered that his own nephew could actually be a demon. But after a thorough investigation, a shocking secret is uncovered. Luo Changyuan's younger brother, Luo Changyun, is Luo Shan's father. When he was young, he often left Qingqing sect to train and gather experience. The Luo Changyun at that time could be considered a dashing and elegant handsome prince. His admirers could almost encircle twice of Qingqing sect's territory. It's just that Luo Changyun didn't think much of them. But not even 6 months after leaving Qingqing sect to train, he encountered Luo Shan's mother. Luo Shan's mother is a half-demon. The so-called half-demons are offsprings between demons and martial artists. Because they still have human blood lineage, these type of people are usually called half-demons. The biggest difference between them and pure-blood demons is that half-demons look exactly like humans, completely devoid of any demon outer characteristics. Because of this, although demons detest humans, in order to accomplish their grand plan, they will capture some humans to mate with low-level demons. The offsprings are gathered and trained, and when they reach a certain age, they will be sent to infiltrate the humans. Luo Shan's mother is just one of those spies dispatched to lie low among humans. Because Luo Shan's mother is very beautiful and also because her intellect is very high, she quickly attracted the attention of Luo Changyun. Not long after, the both of them became caught up in the river of love, unable to extricate themselves. Soon they conceived Luo Shan. When the two of them got married, they did not notify Luo Changyuan. Because of all sorts of complicated reasons, Luo Changyuan only knows that his younger brother got married and that they have a plump and strong son called Luo Shan. After getting married, Luo Changyuan planned to bring his wife and son back to Qingqing sect. It's on the way back that Luo Changyuan discovered his wife's true nature. The reason she got close to him was to infiltrate the inner core of Qingqing sect. In a fit of rage, Luo Changyuan and his wife fought to the death and both of them died that very night, leaving behind the son. But according to eyewitnesses, the couple was a victim of a surprise attack. All of them died in the end. As for Luo Shan, he disappeared since that night. Some people said that he died. Others claim that he was picked up by passerbys. In short, the opinions are widely varied. The reality was, the newborn Luo Shan did not die, and he also wasn't stolen away. He was taken away by the associate of Luo Changyuan's wife because Luo Shan was even more suited to being a spy than his mother. Because he only has 1/4 of the demon blood lineage, the probability of him transforming into a demon is not high, so the probability of him being found out is also not high. This was the plan that the demons had. So they brought Luo Shan back and trained him since young, planning to send him back to recognize his clan when he is older. So when Luo Shan turned 10, he was sent back to Qingqing sect. The Grand Master Luo Changyuan had always felt guilty towards his younger brother's family. If he had sent people to greet them at that time, they wouldn't have fallen victim to villains and suffered early deaths. So, when Luo Shan returned, Luo Changyuan felt ashamed and remorse, so he was always relatively indulgent for many things. This is one of the reasons why Luo Shan grew up to be so arrogant and considers everyone beneath him. Of course, this is also related to Luo Shan's role as a demon spy. The 10-year-old Luo Shan already considers himself as a demon, with humans as the enemy. Qingqing sect was unable to keep this matter under wraps. It very quickly leaked out and caused a huge uproar. While everyone was sobbing and sighing over this, they also started to become more vigilant. If not for this exposure of Luo Shan as a demon, they would still be clueless of this demon Ran plan. Actually sending those half-demons to lie low among humans. If a battle between the two sides were to happen in the future, wouldn't the other side easily stab them in the back? Thinking like this, all the big sects erupt in a frenzy trying to dig out half-demons. It is said that this continued on for almost 3 months, leading to the discovery of several half-demons that were then thrown out. The Northern Skeleton Mountain Range. After getting this news, the number 1 commander of the demons flies into a rage right on the spot. He kills the messenger, but that doesn't reduce his rage. A violent and sinister killing energy sweeps through the main hall while the frightened underlings don't dare to utter a sound. The banquet that had been in full swing with song and dance falls deadly silent in an instant. The women demons that were dancing erotically are reduced to small shivering lumps. Tell me, what is going on? Why is it that our spies in all the main sects are being rooted out? The demon commander orders darkly, his furious glare falls on the other messenger. His killing aura threatens to erupt and tear the latter into pieces. That demon who just witnessed the death of his comrade, had long ago become weak-kneed from fright. Dripping with cold sweat, he doesn't dare to waste even a second when he hears those words. He repeats everything he heard about the matter in a cautious tone as if he is terrified that he would leave out a word. After listening to the whole thing, the demon commander slowly closes his eyes. When he opens them up again, the furious rage is even more intense than before. At the same time he says icily, "What you're saying, is that the spies we sent out 15 years ago were kicked out by Xian sect? Yi? Yes. That person seems to an outstanding person from the warrior division of Xian sect, a leader of the younger generation, called Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao? The demon commander spit out these words coldly. How did he find out Luo Shan's identity? Even if he is outstanding, he can't have discovered the identity of Luo Shan, who only has 1/4 of demon blood. This, no one understand this. At that time, he was also doubtful. But further investigation also revealed nothing. At this moment, the young demon standing next to the command commander, who is also the second in line, steps up. He clasps his hand and bows respectfully, saying, "Commander, in my lowly opinion, this Lin Xiao must have obtained some ingenious method to discover demons. If not, he wouldn't have discovered Luo Shan's identity after meeting him only once. If he had already figured it out earlier, Tian Xian's sect would have taken some action long ago and not waited until now." "You are right. Looks like we can't let this Lin Xiao be. Do we still have spies in Tian Xian's sect?" The demon commander is obviously not brainless. It seems he immediately agrees with his underling's way of thinking. The young demon says, "We do. But only one. Furthermore, that person's status in Tian Xian's sect is not low. If we are to rashly show our hand, it may expose his identity. If this happens, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to send another person to get inside." The demon commander waves it off, not paying it any heed, saying, "We can ignore the matter of being exposed for now. If he really possesses this ingenious method, that person would be exposed sooner or later. It's better to dispose of him to avoid an endless stream of troubles in the future. Commander has decreed, so your servant will arrange it." The young demon no longer objects. At this time, Ling Xiao still doesn't know that he is now considered a nail in the eye by the demons, with them unified in thinking up a way to dispose of him. If he knew, he would most probably find it very amusing and eagerly await the arrival of that person. But if it was the former Lin Xiao, he would most probably be very uneasy. After all, if that spy's status is not low in Tian Xian's sect, with Lin Xiao's ability, he probably won't be able to put up a fight. Just when the demons are putting forth schemes and plans, Tian Xian's sect's warrior division is welcoming their grand annual friendly competition. Note: exquisitely carved intellect, very smart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 53. Pleasant Surprise. For the following short period of time, XiaoMo uses the excuse of his leg injury to gradually cut down the number of times he goes to the Hall of Enchanted Herbs to collect magic herbs. This dawdling dragged on for almost a month. His leg injury finally heals. During this time, he took 1,200 magic herbs. It appears as if he only refined 400 magic pills. In reality, he was busy gathering the mature magic herbs in his dimension. Ever since he found out that the magic water can accelerate the growth of magic herbs, XiaoMo has been thinking of how to use the magic water to cultivate magic herbs. After a few experiments, XiaoMo gradually figures out a few points. Firstly, the level 1 magic herbs. Level 1 magic herbs grow much more quickly than level 2 magic herbs. If you don't water them with magic water, it will take a few months to grow. If you use magic water, it won't even take half a day for the magic herb will change from a seed to a fully mature magic herb. The effect is very impressive. But because it is so impressive, XiaoMo feels that is somewhat wasteful. Although the lake takes up 1/5 of the dimension, it is unknown if it will get replenished. What would happen if he uses it all? With this in mind, XiaoMo tries to dilute the magic water with ordinary water. He finds out that although the effect of the diluted magic water is not as strong as undiluted magic water, it still has an accelerating effect. It's only the rate is a little reduced in accordance to the degree of dilution. With this, he can adjust the rate of growth of the magic herbs. After figuring this out, he simply stays in his dimension carrying out tests. He also requests Ling Xiao to go down the mountain to help him buy 50 big wooden barrels because he already used up this month's 2-trip quota. Also, frequently going down the mountain would attract attention. Ling Xiao knows that during this time he has been busy planting magic herbs. Although he doesn't say he would do it, he buys the 50 wooden barrels for him that very day. XiaoMo never expected that he would be so fast. He only asked for them not 4 hours before, and Ling Xiao already brings the wooden barrels over. Feeling moved, he almost promises him 10 or more magic pills right then and there. Luckily, he is able to stop his mouth in time. Ling Xiao also doesn't ask for compensation. Seeing that he is busy, he simply leaves. When XiaoMo gets busy, he easily forgets those next to him. So he doesn't realize when Ling Xiao left. On top of that, his bubbling spirits causes him to not take any notice. After moving the water-filled barrels into his dimension, he starts to dilute the magic water. He prepares 2 different dilutions of magic water according to the needs of the 3 types of magic herbs. One is for watering level 1 magic herbs. Because they grow too fast, XiaoMo isn't able to come in every day to take care of them, so to avoid being wasteful, he dilutes the magic water 1:100. This way, the magic herbs will take 5 days to grow. However, watering magic herbs cannot be stopped, basically they need to watered once a day. The second one is for watering level 2 magic herbs. Because level 2 magic herbs take a longer time to grow when compared to level 1 magic herbs, the dilution factor is lower. But XiaoMo doesn't want to spend time harvesting magic herbs, so he adjusts their growth rate to 1 month. As for level 3 magic herbs, since he can't use them now, XiaoMo plans to observe them for now. So XiaoMo puts diluted magic water in 15 of the 50 wooden barrels. The rest are filled with ordinary water just in case. After finishing this, XiaoMo gathers up the mature magic herbs and places them on racks. Luckily, he had the foresight to buy over 10 racks. He puts the ready magic herbs on top of them. When the time comes, he just needs to take them from these racks. But while he is picking magic herbs, he makes a big discovery. He discovers that whether it is the stalks or the leaves, they are all filled with spiritual energy. The high concentration clearly shows that they are top-quality magic herbs. After this surprising discovery, he goes to check on the level 2 and level 3 magic herbs. While he was experimenting, these 2 levels of magic herbs also matured one after the other. At this time, the magic herbs in the field is already the second batch. These 2 levels of magic herbs are also top quality, on a completely different level than the ones in the magic herb gardens of Earth Peak. XiaoMo immediately thinks that this situation is related to the magic water. Since the magic water is a result of super concentrated spiritual energy, condensed into liquid form, wouldn't that mean that magic herbs watered with the magic water will all be first class? Although there are some doubts, XiaoMo is almost certain of this. This is because he had already checked when he was harvesting the magic herbs. Each and every one is undoubtedly top quality. This makes XiaoMo's spirits rise as if having been injected with chicken blood. This many top-quality magic herbs, if they were to be refined into magic pills, wouldn't they all be top-quality magic pills? Having gone down the mountain twice, he already inquired about the prices of magic pills. Top-grade magic pills, no matter the level, once they appear, they will be snatched clean. So for higher-level top-grade magic pills, they will usually be sold at auction. As for low-level magic pills, if the quantity is big, they can also be sold at auction. Although very excited, XiaoMo doesn't immediately use these magic herbs to refine magic pills. Because he has to take care of magic herbs, because he has to refine pills for Ling Xiao, and because he has to deal with the occasional visits from elder brother, he is busier than most other people. Only after he finishes all these things, and after his leg injury has healed, does XiaoMo leave the room. Before he can notify Ling Xiao, elder brother Fong Chunlu coincidentally comes over. Saying that master wants to see them to discuss some matter, they both head over together. Although he is Kong Wen's disciple, XiaoMo has only met Kong Wen a few times. Most of the time it is elder brother that comes to see him. But this time there is an added good news. Apparently, that second brother that XiaoMo has yet to meet, Fu Zilin, has returned. Fu Zilin returning means that he has found that magic herb. XiaoMo is very curious about this little genius of a second brother. It is said that there is not much of an age difference between him and elder brother. The two of them entered Tianxian sect at the same time. However, Kongwen did not take them as disciples at Tianxian sect. When Kongwen was outside, he chanced upon them, and discovered that their innate talent was not bad, so he simply accepted them as disciples before bringing them back. After that, the two of them did not fail to live up to Kongwen's expectations. Only in 2.5 years, the both of them became level 3 mages one after the other. It must be said that usually people take 2 to 3 years just to progress from level 2 to level 3. For example, Xiao, he is about the same age as them, but he is only a level 2 mage. Although he will soon rise to level 3, he has already spent almost 5 years at this level. Furthermore, he grew up in Earth Peak. However, one of the reasons is also his poor understanding. On top of that, the transition between level 3 to level 4 is more difficult. Fong Chenlo and Fu Zilin also spent a few years before managing to break through. It's only that their two characters are poles apart. Elder brother is nice and warm. Second brother is poker-faced, only showing emotions when facing his childhood friend elder brother. As for his relationship with others, one can well imagine. The meeting place is at Earth Peak's Assembly Hall. When two of them arrive, most of the people have already arrived. XiaoMo had originally thought it would just be a meeting between brothers. He didn't think there would be other people. One of them is Zhao Dazhou's father, Zhaozhen. Looking at this array of people, he must be a blockhead if he still thinks this is just an informal gathering between master and pupils. XiaoMo takes a sweeping look over the place, but he doesn't find that second brother, although the others are already here. Seeing them enter, Kongwen signals for them to go over. Who would have guessed that the first thing he asks is about that 1 month of seclusion? That is his secret. How can he say anything? Notes. Try to go south by driving the chariot north, have nothing in common. Bamboo horse, childhood friend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 54. Spot on the list. I heard Uncle Xiao say that you didn't refine many magic pills this month. Did something happen? Kongwen looks at him calmly, his eyes falling onto his right foot. Seeing that he is walking normally, he doesn't bring it up and just brings up the issue of refining magic pills. Since he is his master, this is also quite reasonable. XiaoMo had long ago prepared himself mentally for this. After all, he refined much less magic pills this month compared to last month. In fact, it's not even half. Putting aside the doubts of Uncle Xiao, Kongwen as his master must have even more doubts, since it's very likely that Kongwen accepted him as a disciple because of this issue. XiaoMo had already thought up his excuse, immediately saying respectfully, "Master, before this, your disciple went overboard with refining magic pills. The result is there was not strength left even though the will is there. Your disciple is worried that the body wouldn't be able to take it, so decided to slow down a little. Refining over 100 magic pills in a day is just too uncommon. Now that he is slowed down, he finds a convenient excuse." Kongwen also doesn't suspect him, nodding while saying, "When refining magic pills, one must be sure to move ahead steadily and strike sure blows. This you must be sure to remember from now on. Disciple will sincerely follow master's guidance." XiaoMo is all respectful and earnest. Kongwen nods in satisfaction, then lets him sit at the lowest position below him. This is arranged according to seniority. XiaoMo is the newest disciple and also the youngest. Above him are all older brothers and sisters. It's reasonable that he should sit at the last position. Before long, second brother Fu Zilin arrives. Although letting his brothers and master wait for him seems a little self-important, but everyone more or less understands his character. No one seated shows any sign of displeasure, including the one who usually makes thoughtless remarks, Zhao Dazhou. But Fu Zilin actually has the qualifications to let others wait. Not mentioning the fact that he is a level 4 mage, it seems that this time down the mountain, he brought some good things for master. XiaoMo cranes his neck and peeps outwards. He sees a black figure stepping steadily over the threshold. The first impression he gets is one as cold as ice. Fu Zilin is very handsome. His facial features appear strongly etched. Deep features and a prominent nose, completely different from what he had in mind. He had thought that he would be pretty boy. He didn't think that he would actually be such a handsome young man, and basically a human-type air conditioner. This type of person, if you put him next to elder brother, you would definitely not think that he is younger than elder brother by 2 years. XiaoMo observes that since Fu Zilin stepped inside, he only looked towards elder brother, master, and the other uncles. As for his other younger brothers, he seems to overlook them completely. Master, your disciple is back. Fu Zilin bows with cupped hands as he speaks in a cold and firm voice. Kongwen doesn't ask him to account for his lateness because this second disciple is not someone who would come late without a serious reason. He simply nods and lets him take his place. Seeing that everyone has arrived, Uncle Xiao nods towards master. The reason for this gathering is to discuss an important matter. I'm sure you all know that the warrior division will soon hold their grand annual friendly competition. Although it is a friendly competition, it is considered a grand event for Tian Xin sect, so the Grand Master of course is taking this competition seriously. The ones that went last year were Chen Lu, Wu Yan, and Mao Can. This year, you all discuss among yourselves who will be the ones to go. Upon hearing this, XiaoMo immediately becomes pensive. Friendly competition? Why has he not heard of this? It sounds like a grand occasion. Seems his seclusion left him out of the loop. But XiaoMo has some doubts. What does the warrior division's friendly competition have to do with the mage division such that they have to send people over? Seeing that the disciples are not saying anything, Kongwen adds, you all must be aware of the demon appearance a month ago at Heppingtown. Although Tian Xin sect did not uncover any demons, that doesn't mean that there are no demons here. A few days ago, I, your uncles, and the Grand Master already discussed this. There must always be at least 2 of us guarding Earth Peak at all times. As for the warrior division's grand friendly competition, you all can also bring some extra people. When the time comes, your Uncle Xiao will take the lead. Master, this time will disciple also be going? Feng Chenlo stands up and asks respectfully. That sounds good, you can also choose 3 others to go with you. Kongwen considers briefly and answers him. Although elder brother already went the last time, but if he is there then as a master he would feel more at ease. Feng Chenlu as the elder brother not only has a relatively high seniority, he also has popular support. Most importantly, he is cautious, well prepared and calm in the face of unexpected events. If something comes up, it would be a good thing to have him in charge. Among his 7 disciples, Kongwen feels the one he can rely on the most is this elder brother. The other disciples are in agreement. It's clear that Feng Chenlu is very well liked in Earth Peak. Younger brother Fu escaped the last 2 times. So there is no escape this time. Feng Chenlu smiles as he looks at Fu Zilin at his side. The latter just stays quiet. Kongwen also laughs out loud while nodding, saying, that's right. This time your elder brother has decreed. Zilin can't have any excuses. Feng Chenlu knows that master wouldn't object, continuing, 3rd brother and 6th brother went last year so not this year. So the second person would be younger sister Nangong Ba. Women are more attentive. As for the last spot, little brother XiaoMo, it'll be UBA. It's not good to constantly be in seclusion. One should go out and experience things. Being called on, XiaoMo freezes then immediately raises his head, his line of sight colliding with the beaming face of elder brother. He thought there would be no chance for him since he only entered the sect 2 months ago. Elder brother, I also didn't go last year. Zhao Dazhou that is separated with XiaoMo by a hair finally voices his objection. He had thought that this time would definitely be his turn. Who would have thought that the last spot would go to XiaoMo? This little brother that he thinks nothing of, who basically doesn't have any right to the spot based on his qualifications. Fang Chenlu had already expected that he would say that, so he calmly explains, "Fifth brother, you are now at the critical point before your breakthrough. You should concentrate on refining magic pills." Zhao Dazhou opens his mouth but is unable to say a word to counter his argument. He looks up and sees that his father doesn't have the slightest reaction, meaning he also agrees with elder brother. He is unable to stop feeling disappointed since he thought that it will finally be his time, and yet there's nothing for him. XiaoMo, who was sitting right at the back, also opened his mouth. Seeing brother Zhao protest, he thinks of giving the spot to him, but unexpectedly elder brother is one step faster, voicing out this reason. He can't see what advantage there would be to go over to the warrior division. He feels that refining magic pills in order to rise in level is more important. Thinking this way, he dismisses his request to avoid being a villain. "Alright, it's decided. You will all set out the day after tomorrow. Remember to prepare yourselves." Seeing that everything is settled, Kongwen lets them disperse. Uncle Xiao walks up to his son, patting his head in consolation. How can he not know what his son is thinking? Undoubtedly he wants to go over to join in the fun and play around with some small scoundrels over at the warrior division. It would be better for him to concentrate on refining magic pills, so he didn't object. While leaving the assembly hall in a daze, XiaoMo suddenly cries out, "Ah!" Fang Chenlo and Fu Zilin that were just about to step out turn around. One looking questioningly while the other frowns. XiaoMo doesn't notice. He is completely absorbed in what just came to his mind. Going over to the warrior division, doesn't that mean that he will have to see that bloke Ling Xiao? This is _____________ too horrible. Little brother XiaoMo, what is it? Fang Chenlu walks over and asks him in concern. The moment XiaoMo raises his head, he sees Fu Zilin that is behind Fang Chenlu. Fu Zilin glances at him somewhat impatiently. With a start, XiaoMo quickly shifts his gaze onto the warm and gentle elder brother. "Elder brother, this trip to the warrior division, how many days will it be?" Taking advantage that elder brother is in front of him, he decides to get answers to the parts he doesn't understand. If it goes well, it will only be 5 days. Fang Chenlu laughs while speaking. He had forgotten that his little brother probably doesn't know anything. Then if it doesn't go well, XiaoMo asks without thinking. 5 days is already too long. Wouldn't it be even longer if it doesn't go well? That's hard to say. But you don't have to worry. It won't go longer than 10 days. After all, the mage divisions also have their own things to take care of and can't stay too long. Fang Chenlu feels that this little brother is getting cuter every time he sees him, saying whatever comes to his mind. He can't help but stretch his hand and pat his head. XiaoMo is lulled into a daze by the patting. He only comes back to his senses after they had left. He seems to have been treated like a little kid. After coming back from the meeting, XiaoMo quickly asks around about the grand friendly competition. If he was still the XiaoMo from over a month ago, most probably no one would answer him. But after becoming Kongwen's disciple, the number of people who want to suck up to him have increased. If it wasn't because he was holed up all this time, the chatterboxes would probably have told him long ago. This so-called grand friendly competition is actually an internal incentive-based competition held by Tian Xin Sec so all disciples can participate. But since it's a competition, there will be times when injuries happen. Internal injuries can be resolved with magic pills. Exterior injuries, however, cannot be treated with magic pills, so in order to not affect the warrior division's competition, the mages are needed. On one hand, they can help with treatment. On the other hand, they can also interact with the disciples from the warrior division. This type of policy is actually quite like foreign relations. Furthermore, this is very important for the mage divisions because it affects the futures of mages. Note: Say 3, say 4, make thoughtless comments. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 55. Warrior Division's Wushuang Mountain. As everyone knows, mages don't have combat ability. Although mages can refine magic pills, their innate talent is not suited to martial arts. Therefore, normal low and mid-level mages need to find a strong and powerful backer. As for high-level mages, they don't have to look for backers. The backers will come looking for them instead. This is because martial artists need the high-level magic pills refined by high-level mages. Therefore, most mages will choose to join a sect. The sect can protect them. Furthermore, if they perform well, they don't even have go here and there themselves in search of magic herbs. However, sects also have their own rules. For example, the last time Ling Xiao left on a mission, they also brought along 3 mid-level mages. Firstly, it is a precautionary measure in case something happens along the way. Secondly, only mages will be able to pick magic herbs and tell them apart, especially when it comes to high-level magic herbs. High-level magic herbs are different from low-level magic herbs. The soul force is needed to pick them. Otherwise the roots could easily be damaged, causing the quality to decrease. This would be like failing to build something because there is one basket of earth short. Therefore, when Tian Xian sect sends disciples out on a mission, they would also send a few mages. Also, mages that return from successful missions are allowed to keep 10% of the magic herbs they bring back for themselves. But not everyone is chosen to go on a mission. Some people have not gone a mission with disciples from the warrior division even though they have joined the sect for 10 years. Therefore, the annual grand friendly competition is a chance. A chance to interact with the warrior division and develop some relationships. If they can leave a good impression, even a low-level mage may be chosen. After getting this information, XiaoMo feels that the way of the mage is a really hard road. The next day, because the magic herbs in the dimension have matured, XiaoMo spends almost the whole day in the dimension right up to the day they set off. Elder brother comes over early in the morning to call him. He lets him prepare the necessary things for the trip before heading over to the assembly point in front of the Hall of Enchanted Herbs. This trip to the warrior division, other than the 4 of them, there are 20 other disciples from other circles. Even from far, XiaoMo can hear their excited discussion of the grand friendly competition. They look very excited except for a few that seem to have gone over before. The last to arrive is Uncle Xiao, coming just on time. He doesn't say anything unnecessary, just reminding everyone to stick to the rules and not talk nonsense when they enter the domain of the warrior division. After that, the whole group set out grandly. Little brother, even though this is the first time for you, you must not let out Master lose face. Oh. You are now representing our Earth Peak. XiaoMo was minding his own business, eyes looking at nose looking at heart, when he suddenly hears someone speaking. He raises his head and sees big sister Nangong Ying's serious expression. It's a moment before he realizes that big sister is speaking to him, so he hastily says, "Yes, please be at ease, big sister. I will definitely mind my actions." Nangong Ying actually freezes because she didn't expect him to be so earnest, making it hard for her to continue what she wanted to say. Fang Chenlo, who was walking in front, suddenly turns around shaking his head. "Little brother, you don't have to be so nervous. Your 4th sister is just joking with you. Even though you are Master's disciple, you have only entered the sect for 2 months. If Earth Peak has to depend on you to keep up appearances, wouldn't that mean that there is no one left in Earth Peak?" There is truth in those words. XiaoMo also knows that elder brother is not belittling him, so he nods in agreement. Nangong Ying also doesn't feel embarrassed after having the rug pulled from beneath her by her own elder brother. She quickly gets into the same groove as them and soon teases XiaoMo again. But he is no longer fooled since he now knows her character. This 4th sister is actually very considerate. Afraid that he doesn't mix well with the others, she would frequently talk to him for the whole trip. Even though the mage and warrior divisions are from the same sect, the groups are actually separated by a mountain. If one does not go by flying but rather by walking, it would take the time to burn half a joss stick to get there. But for mages that frequently walk down the mountain, this is not far at all. After the time it takes to burn half a joss stick, they finally make it around the mountain. The warrior division is now in front of them. Used to the grandeur of Earth Peak, XiaoMo had thought there wouldn't be another mountain that would take his breath away. Who knew that just separated by one mountain there would be an even grander mountain than Earth Peak? The entire Wushuan mountain gives off a towering and majestic air. A line cuts across the lofty mountain. The top part is wrapped in billowing waves of clouds that can topple mountains and overturn seas. The magnificence is boundless. A feeling of insignificance emerges unconsciously in all of them who are standing at the foot of the mountain when looking up at the mountain. Even the disciples who have seen it before feel equally awed. Is this the group of Uncle Xiaojin? Someone from the warrior division that had long been waiting respectfully for the arrival of this big group of disciples immediately walks over. Uncle Xiao gives a faint nod, in the manner of a senior. That disciple doesn't dare to delay even a little, quickly inviting them in. The disciples of the warrior division are distributed over the 5 peaks of the mountain into 5 lineages. They are the East lineage, West lineage, South lineage, North lineage, and Central lineage. The disciples taking part in this grand friendly competition are from these 5 lineages. As for the place of the competition, it will be held on the huge plateau halfway up Wushuan Mountain. That plateau is called Sudden Lightning Plateau. According to legend, the founder of Tianxian sect used divine power to open up this plateau. Also, every month there will be a day when lightning will strike the plateau, hence the name of Sudden Lightning Plateau. Because the competition will only start tomorrow, Uncle Xiao lets them go around on their own for now, only restricting them to not wander far. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 56. Dream. Fang Qinle knows that it is XiaoMo's first time here, so he plans to take him on a walk to look around. XiaoMo doesn't refuse. After all, he will be spending the next 5 days here, so he should really familiarize himself beforehand. The only thing that surprises him is that Fu Zilin doesn't appear. Fang Qinle sees him looking around and guesses what he is looking for. Your second brother is resting in his own room. He doesn't like places with a lot of people. XiaoMo nods. He can see that from second brother's character. Elder brother, do you have a very good relationship with second brother? The two of them walk shoulder to shoulder heading out when XiaoMo suddenly asks. We have known each other since we were little. Does little brother think we have a good relationship? Fang Qinle smiles as he answers the question with a question. XiaoMo rubs his head awkwardly. He knows that his words were a little uncalled for, but he was looking for a topic of conversation when that cold as ice second brother just came to his mind. Fang Qinle says, actually don't look at Lin's ice-cold exterior. He is really an outwardly cold but inwardly warm person. It's just that for various reasons he looks difficult to get along with. But if you spend some time with him, you will find that he is really different from what he looks like on the outside. XiaoMo hesitates before asking, may I ask why? It's fine. After all, it's not an unspeakable secret. Fang Qinle says with a sigh, the reality is Lin's dream is not to be an outstanding mage. Since young, his biggest dream was to soar in the air freely as a martial artist, but he doesn't have to continue. XiaoMo can pretty much guess the rest of it. For a man of ambition, the road of a mage is undoubtedly one of broken dreams. Although mages are also very amazing, they can only refine magic pills. Unless they become high-level mages, they have to attach themselves to someone with power. Fang Qianlu looks ahead and suddenly reveals a contented smile, but, although Lin doesn't have the natural talent to be a martial artist, he is actually a genius when it comes to refining magic pills. If he didn't have to frequently make trips down the mountain to look for magic herbs, each time for over a month at that, he most probably would have surpassed me a long time ago. I didn't know that second brother is so awesome. XiaoMo praises with sparkling eyes. Yes, Lin is really very amazing. That's why even the Grand Master values him. Each time he wants to go down the mountain, he will send 2 high-level people to protect him. Fang Qianlu beams while he nods. In his opinion, as long as Lin is happy, it doesn't matter what he does. Although he has no way of helping him to fulfill his dream, as his closest friend, he will always support him. XiaoMo inclines his head and looks at Fang Qianlu's smiling face. He suddenly feels that the elder brother right now is a real elder brother. The two of them carry on walking and chatting. Engrossed in chatting, they only realize where they are when they have already walked out of the west side. The west side is where the Earth Peak disciples are staying. The other areas are the east side, south side, and north side. The Flying Peak disciples are at east side while the Heaven Peak disciples are at the south side. As for the north side, it is reserved for distinguished foreign guests. Fang Qianlu realizes that they have walked into the east side, so he calmly decides to head back with XiaoMo, but right at that moment, a group of people walk up to them. XiaoMo takes a clearer look and suddenly gets the impulse to cut off his own 2 feet. Enemies on a narrow road, enemies on a narrow road. This is the 3rd time he meets this Princess Tang Yunqi, and all within 2 months. He also purposely secludes himself and rarely goes out. This kind of frequency and they actually meet again. This type of coincidence can only be called apeshit. But in hindsight, since each of the 3 peaks sent people over, that Tang Yunqi would definitely be on the list. And since the west side and the south side are also so close to each other, the probability of meeting is higher than he imagined. Of course, Tang Yunqi also catches sight of him. Her face sinks and she suddenly walks towards them. After standing firmly in front of them, she smiles coldly and says, XiaoMo. I didn't expect to see you here. You really have some guts. Let me give you some advice. This is no longer Earth Peak. You better be careful lest you meet with a big misfortune. XiaoMo mouth tightens slightly. He now knows that this princess won't let him off. Fang Qianlu frowns slightly. He had heard rumors about Tang Yunqi, but he didn't expect her to be so arrogant. Junior sister Tang, you have no quarrel with little brother XiaoMo. Why are you being so aggressive? Tang Yunqi glares at him and laughs coldly, saying, no quarrel? If big brother Fang wants to pretend to not understand, there's nothing I can do about it. But let me advise you, this is between him and me. It's best that big brother Fang doesn't interfere. A flash of displeasure appears in Fang Qianlu's eyes. Just when he is about to speak, XiaoMo suddenly pulls his hand. Elder brother, don't get angry with her because of me. XiaoMo sees that Fang Qianlu is getting angry, so he knows that he can't let this get any further. Even elder brother, the one that everyone at Earth Peak considers as good-natured, can be angered by Tang Yunqi. This clearly shows the knack she has to drive people crazy and forsake one's life. Little brother. Fang Qianlu feels that his little brother is really too passive. He doesn't know that XiaoMo only feels that it is unnecessary to haggle over every ounce with this type of people. Because the more you argue, the other person's arrogance will only get worse. Right then, a group of people walk in under the close-by arched stone gate. As if seeing the group of people gathered, those few people simply walk up to them. The one in front is surprisingly the one that XiaoMo has not seen for a few days, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao has a fondness for white. He is dressed as usual in a luxurious white robe. Elegant and dashing, he is the focal point wherever he goes. Tang Yunqi sees him and immediately her cold sneer is replaced with delight. She lifts up her lotus feet and runs towards him, calling him happily, "Elder brother, why are you here? Are you here to see me?" Ling Xiao gives her an indifferent glance, then looks at XiaoMo, who is 3 meters away. Just when he is about to call him, his eyes fall on his hand that is still clutching Feng Chenlo. He suddenly narrows his eyes. XiaoMo can almost feel the hot scalding gaze that falls on his hand. He quickly withdraws his hand in fright. Notes. Ape shit, Yuan 2 Fen 4? Homophone for fate, Yuan 2 Fen 4? Celebrate a festival, quarrel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Mistakenly touched. Ling Xiao doesn't bother with Tang Yunqi that is looking at him expectantly, and simply walks up to XiaoMo. XiaoMo sees that he isn't saying anything while continuing to look at him and elder brother. He hesitates before laughing uncomfortably and asking cautiously, "Elder brother Ling, why are you here? What's the matter? Am I being a bother to your tender and loving time with your elder brother?" Ling Xiao raises his brow slightly. Seeing his expression, XiaoMo knows that he is angry, but he doesn't know why. So he can only explain, "No, you misunderstand. Because it's my first time here, so elder brother is taking me around to familiarize myself with the surroundings." Little brother. Ling Xiao suddenly smiles, walks over and intimately drapes his arm over his shoulder. XiaoMo feels a little terrified, surreptitiously glancing at Ling Xiao's arm that is draped over his shoulder. What is he up to? Ling Xiao looks at him and says warmly, "Next time you feel like taking a walk, tell me beforehand. Elder brother will personally go with you. It doesn't matter where you want to go, understand?" XiaoMo immediately nods his head like a chick pecking rice. That last word was said in a threatening tone. If he were to shake his head, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. Ling Xiao nods in satisfaction, having no intention of removing the arm from his shoulder. At this time, everyone is already shocked speechless by their intimate actions. It seems elder brother Lin Xiao has never been so close to anyone before. Not even with his own disciples. What more, a disciple from Earth Peak? Before this, some had thought that the rumors were partly false. But now, seeing with their own eyes, the reality is even more extreme than the rumors. The ones that suffered the biggest shock is not the people from Heaven Peak but rather the few disciples that came with Ling Xiao. Each one of their jaws fall to the ground, looking at this scene unfolding in front of their eyes with horror. Elder brother. This junior brother, can it be Earth Peak's Uncle Kong's newest 7th disciple, XiaoMo? A young man steps up from the crowd. It's junior brother Zhou Peng that Ling Xiao met after returning to Tian Xin sect. The one that has absolute trust in Ling Xiao. As for the rumors about elder brother and XiaoMo, Zhou Peng had heard a little about it. He was worried that the latter got closer to elder brother harboring ulterior motives, so he sent people to look into it. Later, when he found out that he was only a probationary disciple, he figured that this person probably wouldn't be able to stir up great winds or huge waves, so he simply put it aside. Right up to the time he heard news about his being accepted as Uncle Kong's disciple. Being accepted as the disciple by one of the 3 great mages of Tian Xin sect for no rhyme or reason, Zhou Peng feels that this XiaoMo is most probably not an ordinary person. This rouses his suspicions again, so he again asked around about him. But all the information he received is related to elder brother. Thus Zhou Peng realizes that the way elder brother treats him is not as simple as he imagined. Seeing that one speaking is Zhou Peng, Ling Xiao smiles, "Such a rare meeting, let me introduce all of you." The other 2 junior brothers can't help looking at each other. Elder brother is actually introducing him to them. Looks like he really thinks a lot of XiaoMo. Ling Xiao pulls XiaoMo to his front and holds him from behind. He points to Zhou Pang and the others saying, "These are all my junior brothers." From right to left is Zhou Pang, Qin Xiu, and Luo Xia. You can just call them Big Brother. Big Brother Zhou, Big Brother Qin, Big Brother Luo, pleased to meet you. XiaoMo greets them somewhat stiffly. Very pleased to make your acquaintance, junior brother you. Zhou Pang and the others reply one after the other with no hint of contempt. This brotherly scene seems to stab blind the eyes of Tang Yinqi. Seeing elder brother intimately hug XiaoMo with her own eyes, she is so jealous to the point of losing her mind. She still can't understand what it is that XiaoMo has to make elder brother suddenly give him such special treatment. Not wanting to stay any longer and be further humiliated, Tang Yinqi glares hatefully at the uneasy XiaoMo before turning around and running out of the south side. XiaoMo's smile is now fixed stiffly on his face. He thinks about the overlooked Feng Chenlu standing at his side. Zhou Pang and the others have long ago heard of Feng Chenlu since he is Earth Peak's elder disciple. They also met him last year during the grand annual friendly competition. But they only exchanged a few words since the ones working with them have always been the people from Heaven Peak. After exchanging a few words of greetings, Ling Xiao leaves behind a "I'll come look for you tomorrow" before leaving with his 3 junior brothers. Seeing them walk further into the south side, Feng Chenlu withdraws his pensive gaze and looks over to XiaoMo. The latter is right in the act of wiping the sweat of his brow, seeming to be very relieved, causing him to raise his brow. Little brother. Elder brother. Little brother. A monotone voice comes from the front, cutting off what Feng Chenlu wants to say. The two of them turn around and see Fu Zilin that is standing just outside the south side gate. Tall and handsome but wrapped in cold detachment like wintry ice that remains unchanged throughout the year. Feng Chenlu knows that this is not a chance encounter. He is 80% sure that Fu Zilin is looking for them, and probably for some urgent matter. If not, with his nature, he won't leave the room of his own accord without someone urging him. Talking while walking, Feng Chenlu finds out that it is Uncle Xiao that is looking for him, thus reminding him of something. Most probably Uncle Xiao wants to discuss tomorrow's arrangements. Because there are many more disciples in the warrior division than the mage division, and also because all 5 warrior division lineages will be taking part, the mages must be evenly assigned beforehand to avoid chaos when the time comes. XiaoMo thinks that this has nothing to do with him, so he is about to take his leave when he hears elder brother say, "You will come along." There are 5 lineages in the warrior division, with the central lineage being the strongest. The central lineage is different from the other 4 lineages. The younger generation with the highest strength are brought into the central lineage. They are the cream of the crop chosen from the east, south, west, and north lineages. Ling Xiao is from the central lineage, and also is the central lineage's strongest disciple. Zhou Pang and the other 2 are also the same. But the competition for the central lineage is different from the other 4 lineages. Because their strength is too high, the central lineage competition is separate from that of the other 4 lineages. What Uncle Xiao wants to discuss involves the central lineage. The disciples of the central lineage are the core disciples of Tian Xin sect. Each of them is a rare talent. Tian Xin sect is also prepared to nurture them wholeheartedly. So, their future status in Tian Xin sect will definitely be higher than the other 4 lineages. But because they are the core disciples, information about them cannot be leaked out. So the assigned mages must be discreet. Zhao Zhen's suggestion is to send Feng Chenlu and Fu Zilin. They are the most senior, with spotless backgrounds, so they are the best choice. Unexpectedly, the first one to object is Feng Chenlu. On top of that, he wants to send XiaoMo and Fu Zilin together. This surprises not only Zhao Zhen. Even XiaoMo feels that he is hearing things. Zhao Zhen expected the first one to object would be Fu Zilin. Why? Uncle, Chenlu as the elder brother has the duty to look after the other brothers. If I were to go with second brother, and something unexpected happens, you also won't be there, so what would happen? Of course, it's not that I don't trust fourth sister, but I'm afraid she won't be able to cope by herself. But, your seventh brother just entered the sect 2 months ago. Zhaozhen knows that what he says is not wrong, but he still has one doubt. Fang Qianlu had long ago thought about this issue. Uncle, if you are worried, you can let seventh brother take a vow. Zhaozhen looks at the determined Fang Qianlu, and then looks at the shocked XiaoMo, before finally sighing while nodding. Alright, let's do it like you suggested, but don't worry, uncle. If something happens, I will bear the responsibility myself. Hearing his last word, Fang Qianlu knows what he wants to say. Without the slightest hesitation, he takes on the responsibility. Leaving Zhaozhen's room, on the way back, XiaoMo finally can't take it longer and asks the question in his heart, Elder brother, why did you recommend that I go? You seem to have a good relationship with Lin Xiao. But you seem to be afraid of him? Fang Qianlu doesn't give him a real answer, instead asking him one in return. It's not really like that. XiaoMo has no way of explaining the reasons behind it. Fang Qianlu doesn't pressure him further, just saying, Tang Yunqi is someone that would seek revenge over an angry look. This time, you have insulted her. She will definitely plan to hurt you from the shadows. Me and Uncle Xiao can't always be looking after you, but it's different for Lin Xiao. His standing is even more stronger than Tang Yunqi. With you right under his eyes, one would think that even Tang Yunqi won't dare to go overboard. So elder brother did that for me? XiaoMo looks wide-eyed at Fang Qianlu. Elder brother actually gave up this great opportunity of his own accord for him. Such magnanimity, such sense of brotherhood, it really makes him feel very touched. Of course not. Seeing his face brimming with emotion, Fang Qianlu can guess what he is thinking. He laughs Puqi. This little brother is really too naive. What I just said to Uncle Xiao is the truth. Before we set out, Master urged me to take good care of the group of disciples. So, even if you're not here, I would also suggest someone else. XiaoMo immediately? Fine, it seems he did read too much into it. Note. Emoticon for oars. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 58. Top grade magic pills. XiaoMo opens the door of his room, but when he sees the person outside, the corner of his eye suddenly twitches. Someone clearly said that he will look for him tomorrow morning. But now is obviously night time. Furthermore, it has only been 6 hours since they met during the day. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about what he is thinking. He simply pushes open the other door and walks in. His overbearing manner makes people think that this is his room. After taking a seat, a pair of warm yet sharp eyes stare fixedly at XiaoMo. This is simply a cudgel on top of sugar-coated bullets. XiaoMo's scalp starts to feel numb from his stare. He quickly shuts the room door before walking up to him. He carefully steals a glance at his face and thinks back to what happened these few days. It doesn't seem as if he did anything to provoke him, so he just asks, Elder brother Ling, didn't you say that we will meet tomorrow? Why are you here now? Listening to your tone of voice, are you not happy to see me? Ling Xiao raises his brow slightly but doesn't reveal what he is thinking. XiaoMo shivers. No, you can come whenever you feel like it. There's no way he dares to oppose. He is not yet bored of living. He has already somewhat figured out Ling Xiao's dictatorial character. Ling Xiao stares at his face, as if he wants to dig out a hole. Only when XiaoMo seems to can't bear it any longer, does he quietly withdraws his gaze. I never imagined that you would make it on the list. List? What list? XiaoMo is confused. What? Don't tell you don't know that every year for the friendly competition, the mage division will draw up a list of people that will be responsible for the central lineage? Thinking that he has yet to hear of it, Ling Xiao explains it to him. XiaoMo blinks a few times. He just discussed that this afternoon with elder brother and Uncle Xiao. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to find out so quickly. He is really too well informed. But thinking of his standing and status in the warrior division, he feels that it is only to be expected. I know about that. Uncle Xiao looked for us this afternoon to talk about it. It was supposed to be elder brother and second brother. But elder brother wants to take care of the other disciples, so he let me take his place. This time it will me and second brother going to the central lineage. XiaoMo shakes his head while explaining the situation. After all, it is not a secret. Ling Xiao narrows his eyes and looks at his slightly smiling face. This elder brother of yours, he seems to treat you a little too nicely, but... These words make XiaoMo think of this afternoon's misunderstanding. His cheeks suddenly start to flush a pale pink. Really too embarrassing. However, this reaction, in the eyes of Ling Xiao, is a bashful expression. In a split second, a dense dark storm rages in his eyes, but the other party doesn't notice, not even a little bit. He is still deeply lost in his own thoughts. Elder brother Ling, is there something else? XiaoMo suddenly shivers, remembering that there is someone else in the room. But by the time he looks at Ling Xiao, the latter's face is back to what it was before, so calm that it seems that the whole scene just now is just an illusion. Ling Xiao looks somewhat meaningfully at XiaoMo. That gaze is like a little dagger, seeming to cut from top to bottom. Slowly and carefully scraping over, not missing even a tiny bit. The latter feels goosebumps pop up following his gaze. There is still one more thing. Since you have things to do for the next few days, you can leave the magic pill matter for now. Wait until you return to Earth Peak, then you can make up for it. XiaoMo suddenly feels touched. Ling Xiao is finally showing some consideration for him. This really is like red rain falling from heaven, snow in June. Although it is beyond his imagination, it really happened. This really surprised him beyond belief. But when he hears the rest of his words, all of his grateful emotions seems to have been blown away by a strong wind. After feeling touched, he again got the wrong idea. Did you hear me? Not hearing his reply, Ling Xiao raises his brow while looking at him. XiaoMo's shoulders shake a little. I understand. Ling Xiao stands up. So be it, I will personally come pick you up tomorrow. XiaoMo cries out, you mean you want to come here personally to pick me up? He had thought that Ling Xiao meant that they would meet during the competition. He didn't think that he would personally come here. If not, Annie? Ling Xiao asks him indifferently. Of course he is not going to tell XiaoMo that his original intention was indeed to meet him during the competition, but he changed his mind. Since XiaoMo likes Feng Qinlu so much, he purposely doesn't want to let them have the opportunity to spend time together. So he of course will come as early as possible to take him to avoid them interacting with each other where he can't see. He doesn't know why he doesn't like it when he sees XiaoMo's reaction, but since it is like that, he just does what he wants. XiaoMo shakes his head. He knows that Ling Xiao is getting angry. But he still can't figure out what he did to make Ling Xiao this angry. Thinking it over, it doesn't seem he did anything. After Ling Xiao leaves, XiaoMo still can't figure it out, so he decides to forget about it. Although Uncle Xiao allowed them to have a good rest tonight since they will have things to do tomorrow, XiaoMo doesn't want to waste time. This month, he had been busy with the magic herbs in the dimension. He hasn't refined magic pills for a long time. So he wants to take advantage of this time to use the magic herbs from the dimension to try refining a batch of magic pills to see what the quality would be like. Acting out his thoughts, XiaoMo immediately locks the room door and brings out the cauldron that is always stuck to his side from his magic bag. The cauldron is still the same one that Earth Peak provided. Black and heavy, unattractive in outward appearance. XiaoMo did think of buying a better cauldron, but he hasn't raised enough money. The other 2 times he sold magic pills, the money was basically used to buy magic herb seeds. The remaining funds is just not enough to buy good cauldron. But that is only one reason. The most important reason is buying one will make people suspicious. He is a child from an impoverished family. Entering the sect for 2 months, how could he possibly have money to buy a good cauldron? Considering all these, XiaoMo has no choice but to give up on this idea. XiaoMo takes out 12 stalks of magic herbs from the dimension. He doesn't dare to take out too much. Although he had already locked the door, there is no guarantee that someone won't barge in. The 12 stalks of magic herbs are materials for the fasting magic pill. The last time he went down the mountain, he conveniently asked around and figured out that there is a considerable market for the fasting magic pill. Some martial artists can do away with eating and drinking once they reach a certain level. But not everyone has this ability. Such as normal people, 3 meals a day is a must. And then there are those lower-level martial artists and even mages themselves. Adding up all these people amounts to a huge number. But as everyone knows, the fasting magic pill is only available as low-quality magic pills. Mid-grade and top-grade magic pills are very rare. Even if they exist, they would be taken by those with money and influence. It's clear how considerable the market for the fasting magic pill is. XiaoMo takes a deep breath and picks up 3 stalks of magic herbs. These magic herbs are from the first harvest in his dimension. They contain a very high concentration of spiritual energy. Just by holding them in his hand, he can smell that clear freshness. His whole heart and soul seem to be cleansed, making him feel very refreshed. XiaoMo feels a little excited. He didn't expect that elevating the quality of the magic herbs will actually have such an effect. If he were to refine them into magic pills, what kind of quality would they be? Putting the 3 stalks of magic herbs into the cauldron, XiaoMo slowly releases his soul force. After over a month of training, his soul force is stronger than before, purer than before. Very quickly, the silvery white spiritual energy permeates the cauldron. Under his skilled movements, the 3 stalks of magic herbs slowly transform into a pool of magic liquid. The next step is to remove the impurities. Although they are called high-grade magic herbs, even high-grade magic herbs will inevitably contain some residual impurities. What XiaoMo wants to do is to eliminate each and every one of those impurities. Although there is no guarantee, fortunately he has already practiced it over 1,000 times. Going through the motions, he doesn't feel it is especially difficult. But after refining it once, he feels like the will is there but the ability is not. It's not because his soul force is insufficient, but the remaining impurities can't seem to be removed no matter what he does. In the end, he can only go ahead and start the blending step. Because the quality of the magic herbs is not the same, in order to avoid failing, XiaoMo proceeds with extreme concentration. 5 simple steps. He doesn't dare to make any mistakes. Each step is carried out with utmost care. He seems to be more absorbed than ever. Even if someone were to knock at the door, he most probably won't hear it. Half a joss stick later. XiaoMo looks at the magic pill lying in the palm of his hand while wiping off a handful of sweat. A very deep dark blue color. This is what they call a top-grade magic pill. The medicinal fragrance contained in the magic pill is stronger than any low-grade magic pill he has ever smelled. The whole room seems to be flooded with this medicinal fragrance. XiaoMo looks at it contentedly. When he shows it to Ling Xiao tomorrow, he would definitely be very happy. When he's happy, he shouldn't be angry anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Pick up. The next day, XiaoMo wakes up very early and is still full of vigor. Last night he refined magic pills for almost 6 hours. But that was with the help of the magic water. The effect is really extraordinary. He doesn't feel the least bit tired. He then heads towards the front of the west side to assemble with the rest. Just when Uncle Xiao is dividing up the people, Ling Xiao appears. Not a minute earlier, not a minute later. Upon seeing Ling Xiao, the Earth Peak disciples all feel very curious. Although he did go to the Earth Peak canteen the last time, not everyone saw him. Most of the people's impression of Ling Xiao are still based on the rumors they heard before. But thinking of the recent rumors, everyone turns to look at XiaoMo. Ling Xiao showing up here most probably means he is here to see XiaoMo. Uncle Xiao. Although Ling Xiao is here to pick up XiaoMo, he is not that arrogant to ignore Uncle Xiao. Although with respect to his status and standing, Uncle Xiao really nobody in his eyes. But although the original Ling Xiao is arrogant, he still treats the elders very politely. Since he is now playing the part of Ling Xiao, it's better if his character doesn't depart too much from the original. Uncle Xiao had also heard the rumors about Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, but he never did give it much thought. Now, seeing that Ling Xiao is here personally, and seeing the reactions of the other disciples looking towards XiaoMo, he more or less figures it out. But although he understands, Uncle Xiao doesn't say it out, only asking, "Nephew Lin, are you here to receive the disciples?" Ling Xiao raises the corner of his lips saying smoothly, "To tell Uncle Xiao the truth, Ling Xiao is here to pick up little brother you." Standing among the people, XiaoMo feels his eyelids twitch. Even if he is here to pick him up, does he have to stress the word little? Although he is not yet an adult, he is definitely not the youngest one here. Among them, there is still one that is a year younger than him. Nephew Fu also wants to go. If Nephew Lin doesn't mind, could you let Nephew Fu go along with the both of you to the central lineage? Zhaozhen nods his head. With Ling Xiao bringing them over, he feels more at ease. So he doesn't object and even hands Fu Zilin over to him. Speaking about that, the one he is most worried about is Fu Zilin. This disciple looks very even-tempered, but in reality he is actually very stubborn. "I don't mind." Ling Xiao beams while replying. Zhaozhen's suggestion was what he expected. As long as it's not Feng Chenlo, any other disciple would be fine. Zhaozhen immediately feels relieved and calls out Fu Zilin and XiaoMo. The central lineage is not the same as the other lineages. The atmosphere is more serious. The most unacceptable thing is being a blabbermouth or inquiring about the internal matters. Therefore, after Zhaozhen calls them up to the front, he strongly urges them to not do things that are uncalled for. They must abide to what the elders put in place. He repeats his advice to stress its importance. Even though Fu Zilin is as cold as ice, hearing these words he nods his head slightly. Although the action is small, Zhaozhen knows that he understands. XiaoMo doesn't dare to answer Zhaozhen as indifferently as Fu Zilin. When he finished speaking, he nods his head vigorously and also says that he understands. Seeing their repeated assurances, Zhaozhen finally feels at ease and hands them over to Ling Xiao. With that, the three of them head towards the central lineage. At this time, the friendly competition has yet to begin. XiaoMo walks in the middle, strongly feeling that he is walking in the wrong position. To his left is a walking iceberg, frequently releasing puffs of cold air. To his right is a wolf in sheep's clothing, able to turn into the devil at any time. He didn't realize it before, so this is the tragic result. When he thinks of changing positions, Ling Xiao's meaningful look falls on him again and again, scaring him stiff such that he can't even think of changing positions. He proceeds in this uncomfortable situation all the way to the central lineage. The central lineage is located on the highest peak of Wushuan Mountain. That enormous peak is located behind the other four lineages. And behind that is an endless sea of clouds. Ling Xiao brings them there via a relatively remote route so they don't meet other disciples from the warrior division along the way. Finally, they stop in front of a huge temple gate. A black gold-rimmed plaque hangs on top of the gate. On the plaque is written grandly two words, central lineage. The imposing air is quite extraordinary. People of lower strength would feel uncomfortable looking at it. The person who wrote those words must be very powerful. Just glancing at it, XiaoMo's heart starts to beat faster. He can't help feeling his heart waver. But it's only for a moment. Although he is not a martial artist, his soul is stronger and more resilient than normal people. This cannot be separated from him practicing the heavenly soul scroll. If it was one of his other brothers, they might not feel this way. Fu Zilin is a level 4 mage. His soul force is much stronger than XiaoMo's. The power of the two words have no effect on him. As for Ling Xiao, don't even talk of making an impression on him. It wouldn't even be strange if the person who wrote these two words is in awe of him. XiaoMo shakes his head and finally shakes of that feeling. He raises his head and runs into Ling Xiao's gaze at him. The latter is expressionless. Seeing that he is fine, Ling Xiao withdraws his gaze. XiaoMo then sees Ling Xiao take out a black tablet from his chest and throw it through the temple gate. The still air starts to ripple outwards. The black tablet looks as if it is sinking into a swamp, slowly swallowed up by the ripples and finally disappears. XiaoMo has seen this type of phenomenon before in the library. When he wanted to take the books off the shelves, he also needed a tablet. Later he learned that the bookshelves are protected by a barrier. If you don't take the tablet from the old man guarding the library, even if you manage to enter the library, you still won't be able to take the books off the shelves. On top of that, you will also be discovered. Now this situation most probably means that this is also a barrier. That black tablet is simply the key to open the barrier. After having experienced it so many times, it is not unexpected that XiaoMo is no longer shocked by these strange happenings. In fact, the happenings in this world have long surpassed the scientific reasoning he is familiar with in his past life. If he still wants to use scientific reasoning to explain all of these unscientific events, he might as well put a knife to his own throat and kill himself. Although the temple gate doesn't change, after the tablet disappears, XiaoMo knows that they can now enter. Fu Zilin doesn't wait for Ling Xiao to speak, and walks ahead into the gate. XiaoMo wants to follow closely, but he suddenly remembers his uncomfortable position. Right at this moment of hesitation, his shoulder is pulled and held with a strength that can't be easily denied. A familiar scent floods his nose. If it's not Ling Xiao, who else can it be? Beloved little brother. If you don't want to walk, I can carry you. Oh. Shallow laughter floats above his head. XiaoMo unconsciously pictures himself being carried by Ling Xiao. Goosebumps immediately spring up. It's really too scary, okay? He then immediately runs for his life chasing after Fu Zilin. Ling Xiao looks at his escaping back before raising his head and having a good laugh. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 60. Share a room. Personally picked up by Ling Xiao, it must be said that this is an extreme honor. After the news got out, practically everyone wants to see what that little brother who was personally picked up by Ling Xiao looks like. Ling Xiao is an extremely talented person envied by all. Although he can be insolent and reckless or cold and aloof, it still doesn't change his place in the hearts of his brothers. Especially now that he has changed a little. Ever since that time he came back from his trip down the mountain, his character has changed. Before, Ling Xiao only had one expression on his face, indifferent. No matter if he is concerned about you or alienating you. But the current Ling Xiao is no longer the same. A warm smile often hangs on his handsome face. His voice sounds more pleasing to the ear. A thread of mischief and wickedness runs through his gentle and unrestrained nature. Bursting with magnetism, one cannot deny that under the allure of his gentle like jade voice and smiling face, more and more brothers are captivated by his charm. It's not as if nobody doubts this change in Ling Xiao. The fact is, the first day Ling Xiao returned to Tian Xin sect, he already caught the attention of a few wily old foxes. When the two of them met, Tang Fan already probed Ling Xiao, but he failed to find anything questionable. As for the others, they only found out about the change in Ling Xiao later on. Tian Xin sect, as a major sect, needs to exercise caution in every respect. So other people also probed Ling Xiao, but just like Tang Fan, they failed to find anything questionable. That's because the current Ling Xiao knows about the various secrets of Tian Xin sect. But what they never expected is that it is actually from Lin Xiao's memory. But compared to Lin Xiao from before, the current Ling Xiao's personality is much more likable, so many more brothers want to get closer to him. In just one short month, most of the brothers and sisters in the warrior division have been won over by him. Even those that could not be won over by Lin Xiao are now firmly in Ling Xiao's camp. The current Ling Xiao's standing in the warrior division is much higher than that of original Lin Xiao. So, when XiaoMo and Ling Xiao show up together, it immediately attracts a large crowd of onlookers. Elder brother, this is the little brother. He looks not bad, ma. Oh, not bad, it's the type I like. Turns out the person that elder brother personally went to pick up is him. I've seen him before. It's Earth Peak's outstanding talent Fu Zilin, the famous poker face? XiaoMo. Fu Zilin. Ling Xiao, aha. With all of them talking on top of each other, it's completely different from what has been said about the central lineage disciples, described by outsiders as mysterious and elitist. They are unexpectedly chatty. It's only that their attention is focused on the wrong target. Zhou Peng supports his forehead with his hand. You are all wrong. It's not him. The discussion immediately dies down. Then XiaoMo walks out hesitatingly from behind Fu Zilin. In an instant, pairs of eyes shoot at him like X-rays. Shrinking his neck, he wonders if he can step back from this battlefield. What a cute little fella. Not even 18 BA? Phew, that's more like it, ma. How can elder brother like a poker face? Big sigh of relief. Looks like elder brother likes the small and weak type. No wonder he didn't accept his previous pursuers. If I had known, I would not have learned the Qinggang sword technique. Gross, it wouldn't change anything even if you didn't learn it. Look at your bear-like nature, says a junior brother in disgust. Impudent brat, how can you speak to your big sister like that? How am I like a bear? XiaoMo blushes beet red from their words. Ling Xiao likes him? Not possible. Although Ling Xiao did help him out a lot, it's all in exchange for his hard work. On top of that, he had also agreed to many unfair agreements on his part. Ling Xiao is relatively thick-skinned, seemingly unfazed by their words. After saying a few words, he lets them go handle the preparations for the competition. He then takes XiaoMo and Fu Zilin to their rooms. It's just that the central lineage is not the same as the other four lineages. The central lineage is a forbidden place for people that don't have business here. So usually, there are no visitors. Because of that, there are no guest rooms, so they will have to cram in and share rooms with others. But after Ling Xiao explains this, the one with the biggest reaction is actually XiaoMo. You mean, I have to sleep in the same room with you? XiaoMo looks at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Central lineage has no guest rooms. All the previous competitions also have multiple people sharing one room. It can't be that your elder brother didn't tell you about it, ma? Ling Xiao beams as he speaks. From the tone of his voice, he seems to be in a good mood. XiaoMo's mouth hangs slightly open. He really didn't hear anything about this from elder brother. He always thought that everyone will have their own room. Where is my room? Fu Zilin, who hasn't said a word the whole time, finally opens his mouth. He accepts the reality much more readily than XiaoMo. This is also his first time in the central lineage, but his mental toughness is much more resilient than XiaoMo's. On top of that, there is his cold as ice nature, making it unthinkable that he would bother to squabble about trivial things. That's because there is really only one outcome, that is to accept it. Ling Xiao smiles as he points to the neighboring room. Next door is junior brother Zhou's room. You will have to stay with him for the next few days. Fu Zilin nods his head indifferently. He then walks right over, pushes the door open and Pine shuts it again. The whole process is straight to the point, not the tiniest bit of hesitation, as if he has done it many times before. XiaoMo looks at him with eyes wide open and mouth agape. But thinking of his own situation, he simply can't take it. If he has to share a room with someone else, he can still accept it. But the person he has to share a room with is Ling Xiao that loves to make fun of him. Such an extremely mean person. Elder brother Ling, was this assigned beforehand? XiaoMo suspects that Ling Xiao is abusing his power. Ling Xiao narrows his eyes as a flash of wickedness seems to emerge. A devilish hint appears in his eyes, but he maintains his gentle and amiable smile. A relaxed drawl can be heard. Do you mean to say that you would rather room with someone else than share a room with me? No. XiaoMo's head shakes like a drum-shaped rattle. He feels that his eyes are getting blurry. Don't forget, with the situation you're in, you can only stay with me. If someone were to find out about the secrets on you, do you think that other than me, there is someone else that would help you conceal the secret of your magic water dimension? XiaoMo can't help but feel guilty. He really only now just thought about this issue. Ling Xiao is right. He holds such a huge secret on his chest. If someone were to discover his secret, it would most probably spell the end of this life. So he is left with no other choice but to stay together with Ling Xiao. Seeing his lowered crestfallen face, accepting his fate, Ling Xiao gleefully puts his arm around his shoulder. He beams as he says, "Let's go be a little brother. I'll let you take a look at Lin Zhao's room. Do you know that you are the lucky first one? None of your other brothers have had the pleasure." XiaoMo pouts. He himself doesn't wish to be the lucky one. Notes: 7 mouths, 8 tongues, talking all at once. Not dragging mud, not carrying water, no nonsense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 61. Sleep with me. The arena for the Central Lineages competition is the large piece of empty land to the left of the temple gate. This is also where the Central Lineage disciples regularly practice. After being chosen as the location for the competition, a large enclosed arena was erected. Because the number of Central Lineage disciples is not as many as the other 4 lineages, and because they are core disciples of extraordinary talent, the competition will be single 1-to-1 rounds. Although the time for the competition has not arrived, there are still a lot of people gathered here. In the past, the brothers and sisters would be talking about matters concerning the competition. Like if there's a dark horse or results of the rankings, but this year it's a little different. What everyone is talking about seems to be all about XiaoMo. Especially a certain jealous to the point of death young girl. You're saying that brother Xiao is really staying in the same room with that XiaoMo? Tang Yunqi's heart is seized with jealousy to point of insanity. Heaven knows that when she heard this news, how much she wanted to rush over to Lin Zhao's room and drag XiaoMo out, even if it costs her life. She has not even stayed in brother Zhao's room for over an hour, and XiaoMo actually will be living there. The few disciples from the same peak who regularly hang out with Tang Yunqi glance at each other. When they first heard about it, they also didn't believe it. Among them, a delicate and pretty young girl nods her head, saying with certainty, "Junior sister Tang, this is really the case. I saw the list yesterday. XiaoMo's name is listed behind elder brother." "Why?" Tang Yunqi complains bitterly. The young girl hesitates before saying, "It seems as if elder brother personally requested that XiaoMo stays with him." Tang Yunqi grips her 5 fingers into tight fists, squeezing to the point that her knuckles turn white and give out clear pi-pa sounds. Raging flames flare up in her eyes as if they could shoot out at any time. She had thought that Brother Zhao's interest in XiaoMo would not last too long. But now that they are living in the same room, the relationship between those two are most probably not as simple as she had imagined. No way, this must not be allowed to continue. Brother Xiao can only be mine. Tang Yunqi grits her teeth and says darkly. Junior sister Tang, he is now staying together with elder brother. I'm afraid it won't be easy to lay a hand on him. One of the brothers says awkwardly. Even though he really wants to harm XiaoMo, if they were discovered, it would not go well. So, even though he wants to pander to Tang Yunqi, he still has doubts. So what? It's not as if elder brother can be always by his side. The young girl glances at that brother with a hint of contempt and disdain. Call yourself a man and yet you don't even have an ounce of courage. That's right, they can't always be together. Brother Xiao also has to compete. At that time, XiaoMo will definitely be by himself, the perfect time for us to act. Anyway, I have another option. The hesitation in Tang Yunqi's eyes is immediately replaced with viciousness. She has to make XiaoMo pay or else the future would not be smooth. Looking at the ice-cold expression in her eyes, that brother can't help but shiver. Thinking it over, he still says hesitantly, Junior sister Tang, I think it's enough if we just teach him a lesson ba. He is after all Master Kong's personal disciple. If something were to happen and it gets traced back to us, what will we do? The young girl glances at him and says with a smile, Brother Liang, you seem to be lacking in courage ba. Brother Liang knits his brow saying, Junior sister Lu, this has nothing to do with courage. I only feel that even if you want to teach him a lesson, it has to be within limits. If something serious happens, who will take the blame? Don't tell me you will? The young girl's face darkens. She glares at him but doesn't say a word. No matter what, Tang Yunqi already made up her mind to take advantage of this opportunity to teach XiaoMo a good lesson and warn him to stay away from Lin Xiao. At the same time, under a big tree not far behind them, a black figure stands. It's not certain how long he has been standing there. What is certain is that he heard everything Tang Yunqi and company were discussing. A flash of light appears in those dark black eyes when he hears a certain name. Right now, XiaoMo is forced by Ling Xiao to take a tour of Lin Xiao's room. There is really nothing to see in Lin Xiao's room. If Lin Xiao was a girl, then there might be something worth seeing. It might also arouse some interest in XiaoMo. After all, no matter if it's this lifetime or the last lifetime, he never had the opportunity to visit a girl's room. In his previous life, he had an older brother and a younger brother. What was lacking was an older or younger sister. He was the second oldest and didn't receive much attention at home. His family didn't really bother about him, so when the time came to take the high school exam, he purposely chose an elevator school that would allow him to go straight to university and is also far from his home. He didn't want to stay in the dorms, so he rented a room outside. As a result, the tragic him dropped dead before he could experience university life. Wiping away imaginary tears, XiaoMo's thoughts finally drift back to the present. Looking around Ling Xiao's room, XiaoMo still feels a little envious. Even though there is nothing worth seeing in a man's room, the quality of the room is not bad. Compared to his bare room that can't be any more bare, Ling Xiao's room can undoubtedly be described as high-class and luxurious. The wood is not the ordinary red birch wood but thousand-year white wood, continuously emitting a light fragrance. It not only calms the heart and bolsters spirits, it also has excellent protective properties. It is said that only the seniors get to enjoy this privilege. So the fact that Lin Xiao was given this room shows clearly his superior status. At this time, XiaoMo, whose heart is bursting with envious bubbles, has no idea that Tang Yunqi and company are quietly plotting against him. Why is there only one bed? XiaoMo comes out from the inner room, finally feeling something is off. When he was looking around, he was trying to figure out what feels not quite right. The room has a bed, a table, a tea set, a wardrobe, all the usual things. But he feels that something is off. Only when he walks out and sees Ling Xiao sitting by the table and drinking tea does a sudden flash of realization dawn on him. Ling Xiao puts down the teacup and raises the corners of his mouth. It's a room for one person. How many beds do you think is needed? XiaoMo points to himself and says dryly, what about me and E? Where am I going to sleep? Ling Xiao reveals what would be considered a wicked smile in XiaoMo's eyes, and says frivolously, of course you will be sleeping with me. If a fan were to appear in his hand, he would definitely look just like a local tyrant forcefully abducting a maiden, smiling lewdly at the small white rabbit in front of him. XiaoMo immediately turns into stone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 62. Sit on my lap. It takes almost 2 hours before XiaoMo accepts the reality that he has to share the same room and the same bed with Ling Xiao. But because the time for the competition is fast approaching, he has no time to restore his traumatized mind. Although 2 people will be sharing one room and one bed, the warrior division didn't provide them with beddings and such. Items needed for washing up are also not provided. All these are up to the mage disciples to bring their own. Luckily they all have a magic bag. Although not huge, it is more than enough to carry these things. By the time XiaoMo takes out and arranges his things, the time for the competition arrives. Although the central lineage has fewer people, when a big group of people descend on one spot, it is still a sizable number. A dense mass of people sit spread out in various areas. One of the areas is for the elders of Tian Xin sect. It is located right in front of the arena, 15 chairs in a row. 10 of them are already occupied by elders. The ones that have not arrived are probably the big shots, so they would show up last. Another area is for the participants. The participating disciples seem to have all arrived. Some have their eyes closed, resting their mind to properly prepare for today's competition. Some are chatting with their brothers. On the whole, the atmosphere is pretty good. There's definitely none of the cold attitudes just because they might be facing each other later. The last area is for the mages. Although not many, most of them are already in attendance, including the one that hates XiaoMo right to her bones, Tang Yunqi. When the 2 of them appear, the looks could almost be felt physically. The most lethal one is the one from Tang Yunqi. XiaoMo had long expected that the princess would turn up at the central lineage, so he had prepared himself mentally. But it still shocks him. There must be an unbelievable amount of hate condensed into that glare. He has no doubts that if looks could kill, he would not only be dead but also without an intact corpse. Butting against the pressure, XiaoMo lifts his foot wanting to head to the mage area, but his arm is suddenly seized. Ling Xiao frowns at him. Where do you think you're going? XiaoMo freezes for a moment before pointing at the mage area saying, go there. That is our area. I just saw that second brother is also there. There are too few people over there. You can just follow me to the competitor seats. Ling Xiao glances at the mage disciples that are continuously looking over at them. He doesn't like how Tang Yunqi and company are looking at XiaoMo. Is that all right? XiaoMo didn't expect that Ling Xiao would say that. I say it is, so it is. Ling Xiao says that and doesn't ask his opinion again before dragging him by the arm to the competitor seats. XiaoMo quickly adjusts his steps to avoid falling over in front of everyone. It's a while before he says, but the competitor seats seem to be fully occupied. Where am I going to sit if I go over there? Ling Xiao turns around and glances at him with a slight smile. Even if there isn't a seat, I will make it so there is. If not, you can also sit on my lap. I don't mind. XiaoMo slips and almost falls. Luckily his arm is being held by Ling Xiao. After getting over the shock he gnashes his teeth saying, but I mind. What, sit on my lap? He is a man, not a girl. If that were to happen, not only will he completely lose face, he will most probably also drown in other people's spittle. At that time, even if he were to jump into Huang River, he won't be able to get clean. Ling Xiao shrugs indifferently. Just when XiaoMo is being led by Ling Xiao to the competitor seats, flames of rage almost shoot out from the eyes of Tang Yunqi, who is seated with the mages. The extreme jealousy is even more intense than the time she heard that they would be sharing the same room. She had thought that once he comes over, she would definitely give him a dressing down. But he didn't even give her the chance. If Tang Yunqi had a handkerchief in her hand, it most probably would have been torn to bits. Junior sister, could it be that elder brother Lin knows about our plan? Probably not. Tang Yunqi says with a dark face. They came up with the plan on the spot. At that time, there was no one else around, so they couldn't have been overheard. Furthermore, with her status as the daughter of the Grand Master, there are only a few that dare to offend her. Then it most probably is just a coincidence. The person speaking suddenly lowers his voice. Looks like I can only use that method. Tang Yunqi says gloomily. Actually, she doesn't want to use that pawn so quickly. It's only that seeing how Brother Xiao is protecting XiaoMo at every turn, she feels that if she were to endure it any further, she would soon explode. When everyone is lost in their own thoughts, they forget that sitting among them is a disciple from the same peak as XiaoMo, Fu Zilin. Most probably because he is too quiet, Tang Yunqi and company completely forget that he exists. On the opposite side, XiaoMo is being pulled by Ling Xiao into his camp. There are 5 rows of competitor seats. Each row has 10 spots. Ling Xiao's seat is in the middle of the first row. A very good position. To the left and right are Zhou Pang and Qin Shiyu. The both of them arrived long ago. Zhou Pang sees Ling Xiao dragging XiaoMo over and immediately stands up and gives up his seat voluntarily. The junior brother by his side also stands up and readily gives up his seat to him, running to the back seats. Seeing this scene, XiaoMo is at a loss for words. These people are too nice. No wonder Ling Xiao was so confident. With the passing of time, the Grand Master Tang Fan finally shows up. He brings along a few high-level seniors. The central lineage disciples are core disciples, so it is only right for them to receive all the attention. After that, Tang Fan starts by saying some encouraging words. Since this is a friendly competition, the fights will only go so far. After saying a few opening remarks, Tang Fan retreats back to the seats, giving way to the judge, an elder named Zhang. This year's friendly competition will be held by drawing lots, just like last year. The people who are chosen will get on the arena. The first one to fall from the stage will be the loser. The one who voluntarily admits defeat will also be the loser. I hope you all will act according to your abilities. Now we will begin drawing lots. After Elder Jiang says this, a junior brings up a square box. In order to prove that there is no funny business, Elder Jiang shakes the box forcefully in front of everyone. He then puts his hand inside and takes out 2 pieces of paper. Opening the pieces of paper, Elder Jiang says forcefully, the first one is Zhou Pang. The second one is Ling Xiao. Please get into the ring. Immediately a huge commotion erupts under the stage. This is only the first fight and already the 2 of them are chosen. Really too much of a joke. Everyone knows that the relationship between Zhou Pang and Ling Xiao is very good. Furthermore, even though Zhou Pang is not as strong as Ling Xiao, he is still among the top 10. Looks like one of the 2 will have to be eliminated. Note: show of strength after getting off the horse, severity shown by newly appointed official. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Lifespan. XiaoMo reflexively looks over at Ling Xiao. The latter is not the least surprised. A smile like the spring breeze is still hanging on his face, elegant and dignified. just like a noble prince. Looking over, XiaoMo's mouth twitches as he sees the junior sisters over to the side acting like maidens shyly peeking at Ling Xiao with what can only be described as extremely bashful expressions. XiaoMo has never understood why girls like this type of men. The called-upon Zhou Peng is the first to enter the arena. Standing at 1.8 to 1.9 meters, his figure is very imposing. He has a strong, sturdy, tall and straight figure with the tension in his muscles vaguely visible. Especially the muscles on his arm, under a layer of clothing, one can almost feel the energy. On his back is a 500 catty heavy double-edged sword, the heaviest sword there has ever been in Tian Xian sect. From this, one can infer that Zhou Peng should be the strength class martial artist. Standing on the stage, Zhou Peng doesn't wait for Ling Xiao to join him. Instead, he cups his hands saying, "I didn't expect that my first fight will be with elder brother. Truthfully, Zhou Peng is very happy. After all, there are not many times when I can spar with elder brother. But I know my own strength. The me now is not able to defeat elder brother." Everyone is looking at him in surprise. These words, can it be he's going to give up this fight? In the elder's area, a light flashes in Elder Zhang's eyes. He suddenly darkens his face saying, "Zhou Peng, even if you are no match for Lin Xiao, there is no harm in trying. Furthermore, just from one fight you can find out how big is the gap between you and Lin Xiao. Blindly chasing will do you no good." Zhou Peng laughs heartily. "Thank you, Elder Jiang, for your advice. Unfortunately, yesterday when elder brother was giving me some pointers, I had an enlightening experience. My training is showing signs of a breakthrough, so I am going to go into seclusion for a few days. Since it's like that, you can get down BA." The Grandmaster Tang Fan's serious face finally shows a hint of a satisfied smile. Zhou Peng is his direct disciple. When he got onto the stage, Tang Fan could already tell that is almost at the point of a breakthrough. After not seeing him for a few days, Zhou Peng's training is again one step higher, making him feel a little surprised. Now, hearing his words, he learns that it is the work of his elder disciple. This makes him feel at ease. As their master, he is the one that is most clear about the relationship between those two. Seeing that the Grand Master has already decreed, Elder Jiang says, "So I'll declare that Zhou Peng withdraws from the first fight. The winner is Lin Xiao." That said, an enthusiastic applause breaks out under the platform. Among them, the one clapping most loudly is actually Tang Yunqi, her pretty face flushed bright red in excitement. XiaoMo also applauds, but not strongly. Listening to the applause, he feels that his palms hurt just from listening to it. Is it really necessary to clap so strongly? It's not as if a leading celebrity has arrived. Everyone had thought that they would be able to witness a tiger versus dragon match. But no one expected that before the fight even started, Zhou Peng already withdraws. For some people, it would be wrong to say they are not disappointed. These few months there have been very few chances to see Lin Xiao's power. Although the number one position in the warrior division is still his, there are certain disciples of overweening ambition that are not willing to accept being weaker than Lin Xiao. The saying is right. Know yourself and know your enemy. Then you can fight 100 battles and win 100 battles. If Lin Xiao's strength were to be revealed a little, the later opponents of Lin Xiao will have a higher chance of winning. So there are quite a few disciples, and even certain elders that wish to know how powerful Lin Xiao is. It's too bad that this good opportunity disappeared when Zhou Peng withdrew. Although unexpected, it is still quite reasonable. Following that, is the second fight. Elder Jiang is again the one to pick names. This time, there is no unexpected withdrawal. The opponents are one male and one female. Because it is a mixed draw, this result is very normal. Of course, no one will say that it is unfair. In Longshao continent, it is also equally important for women to increase their power. If not, they will end up as playthings to be trifled with. The both of them are in the top 20 rank of the central lineage. There is not a huge gap in between them, so their strength is well matched. Giving and taking, an all-out fight. Everyone looks on full of interest. No one is still talking about the first fight. No winner is determined after 1 hour of fighting, but in the eyes of the higher-level martial artists, the winner is already clear. Just a little bit later, the woman falls from the stage. The reason is insufficient strength. The man standing on the stage cups his hand towards the woman and says politely, "Big Sister Yang, you've let me win." Elder Jiang again stands out and announces the winner. Right after that is the third fight. This time it is a fight between two men. As a man, XiaoMo also had dreams of becoming a top-notch warrior. Flying over masts and walking on walls, smashing rocks with one strike, he feels that this is especially manly. Most importantly, delicate girls love this kind of strong men. But dreams are just dreams. Its relation to reality is just like how north is to south. Of course, it's not as if he has never gone to the gym or signed up for karate and taekwondo classes. It's just that he has no talent for martial arts, because from head to tail he is a complete dunce when it comes to sports. His sense of balance can't be any worse. The simplest physical education test, the high jump, he has never gone above half a meter. He still remembers a physical education test, precisely the high jump. The result was he was the worst in the class. Even the fattest girl in the class did better than him. This became the biggest shame in his life. But it can't be helped. He really has no talent for sports. So seeing other people display their powerful style, he feels from the bottom of his heart admiration, jealousy, and hate. Why does he not have the talent for martial arts? He had thought that by crossing over, his new body would be able to change his previous situation. But he ends up as a mage, lacking in fighting ability, delicate and weak. Ling Xiao looks over at XiaoMo looking at the stage with a complicated expression. He raises his brows. "What are you thinking of, Ne?" XiaoMo returns to his senses and glances resentfully at him. He lowers his head dispiritedly. Why can't mages cultivate superpowers? Ling Xiao gets what he is thinking. Looks like he got upset looking at the fight happening on stage. He laughs freely. There are 10,000 beings on heaven and earth. Some have not. Heaven has given you a great power, so some other things must be taken away. Although it is true that mages can't cultivate superpowers, the magic pills they refine are very important to martial artists. Martial artists are also the same. Although they are strong, they need to face many dangers. The two can be said to have an interdependent existence. I heard that martial artists have very long lives. If the mage dies, wouldn't they have to look for another one? XiaoMo also knows that what he says is reasonable. No matter which world, there can't be a person that is perfect in every way. Just like the person in front of him. On the outside he looks perfect. But deep inside he really loves to make fun him, extremely evil. Saying that, XiaoMo sees Ling Xiao looking at him strangely. Who told you that mages have short lives? Can it be I'm wrong? But isn't it true that mages can't cultivate special powers? Then how can the lifespan be lengthened? XiaoMo exclaims in surprise. He had always thought that to be the case. Ling Xiao looks at him as if looking at a complete idiot. He lifts his hand and raps him on the head saying angrily, "Who says you're not cultivating special powers? Your usual refining magic pills, isn't that cultivating special powers? The book I gave you, don't tell me you're not practicing? How can there be someone as stupid as you? Didn't your master and brothers tell you?" XiaoMo holds his head as his tears start to swim. They really didn't, ma. If he wants to know, he still has to ask. But, that book, isn't it for cultivating that soul force? Speaking those last words, XiaoMo purposefully lowers his voice. After all, Ling Xiao already said that alchemical techniques to cultivate the soul force is very rare. Although he is now a disciple of Kongwon, he still is not allowed to practice the alchemical techniques from Tian Xian sect because he has not been in sect long enough. What he doesn't know is that Ling Xiao had long ago set up an illusion around them. What the others see is not two people talking but two people looking earnestly at the competition. A smile seeps into Ling Xiao's eyes as he looks at XiaoMo and elegantly spits out one word, idiot. XiaoMo pouts and looks at him miserably. This is not his fault. He came to this life late. How would he know so much? Although he had borrowed quite a few books from the library, the books do not record these things. He also didn't hear the other disciples talking about it, so he assumed the others also don't know. So he had always thought that mages have very short lifespans. But he also can't tell Ling Xiao that he was transported over from Earth. Even given 10 times the courage, he still won't dare to say that. Ling Xiao likes to see his resentful appearance. Although this habit is abnormal, he doesn't mind being abnormal. Satisfied with bullying him, Ling Xiao finally magnanimously tells him all about the lifespans of mages. Mages and martial artists are the same. Although the way they cultivate special powers and the type of special powers they cultivate are not the same, the lifespan is comparable. Furthermore, mages usually have more secure lives. That's because they don't have inner demons and such things. They also won't accidentally fall into the dark side because of improper practices. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 64. Lei Ju's Provocation. XiaoMo's eyeballs spin one round, finally discovering a crucial point. Can it be that the lifespans of mages is tied to cultivating the soul force? That's right. Ling Xiao finally feels that he is not beyond redemption, actually able to figure this out. At least he is a teeny bit better than an idiot. When mages refine magic pills, they have to stimulate the soul force in their body. So while refining magic pills, the body is also being cleansed. This soul force comes from your soul. Furthermore, the soul is the foundation of the body. As long as the soul survives, the body will also survive, understand? Elder brother Ling, you're so awesome. You even know these things. XiaoMo looks starry-eyed, in adoration at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao seems to be affected by his expression but immediately looks away calmly. He then haughtily ridicules him, that's just because you're too stupid. XiaoMo immediately puts away his foolish smile. He now realizes that this person can't be flattered. He won't even feel grateful after being flattered. Elder brother Ling, as long as mages keep on refining magic pills and keep on training their body through their soul force, they would have an eternal life? Ling Xiao smiles slightly at him. XiaoMo wants to smile back at him unconsciously, but he suddenly remembers that every time he smiles, it is not a good thing. So he immediately holds it back. Of course, a second later, he hears a haughty voice ridiculing him. Idiot. Of course not. XiaoMo humbly asks for clarification, then what does it mean? Ling Xiao says seriously, not all mages can live forever and never grow old. This has to do with inborn talent. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan of the mage. The soul will also be stronger. When the soul gets strong enough, they can even attack other people. Hearing the last part, XiaoMo's eyes light up. He has always thought that mages are weak people without any fighting power. Elder brother Ling, is what you said true? As long as the mage's soul is strong enough, it can be used to initiate attacks on others? There is no need to wait for attack from others before striking back? XiaoMo says excitedly. He feels as if all the blood in his body is boiling. Of course, but it is only possible for high-level mages. Ling Xiao reveals a row of spotlessly white teeth towards him. He then looks on smugly as XiaoMo looks as if he had just been splashed with a bucket of cold water. Zeze, this excites him every time. XiaoMo was indeed splashed with water, not cold water, but ice water. It's really too damned unfair. His soul is green. His innate talent restricts him to a mid-level mage. A high-level mage unfortunately would only remain a wishful dream for this lifetime. After all this talk, he finally found out that mages can have some fighting power, but he does not qualify. If he were to become a mid-level mage, he should already be burning incense and worshipping Buddha. After all, green souls are really not much of anything. The battered XiaoMo finally loses all interest in watching the competition on stage. It would only cause him to be envious. Actually, by the time he finished his talk with Ling Xiao, the competition could be considered fully underway. Other than the second fight where the opponents were closely matched, the others are quite far apart in ability. For example, the 5th ranked on the central lineage list versus the 15th ranked. This disparity is too wide, so the winner and loser are quickly revealed. From morning to the afternoon when the sun is almost setting, a total of 25 fights were completed while XiaoMo was in a daze. Just when he is rapped on the head by Ling Xiao, he raises his head just in time to see something flying towards him. Immediately a cold sweat breaks out all over his body. Just when he is trying to figure out what is going on, Ling Xiao sitting next to him grips his collar and pulls him slightly to his side. As for that unlucky fellow caught by no one, he flies straight into the chair that XiaoMo was sitting on. Looking at the painful expression on the unlucky fellow, and the chair that is now in pieces, XiaoMo is really grateful that Ling Xiao pulled him away in time. If not, suffering a blow like this, all the bones in his body would be broken, but XiaoMo looks over to the arena. A competitor is standing on the edge of the platform. A gigantic body. His shoulders are almost twice the width of his. Not only that, the muscles on his exposed arm are super exaggerated. This person is also a strength-type competitor, and one that seems even stronger than Zhou Peng. A square face with thick bushy eyebrows that look as if they have been drawn with a brush. This is not a handsome man but rather an extremely manly man. It's just that his expression makes XiaoMo uncomfortable. A cold expression without any trace of emotion. It's as if he purposely threw his opponent at him, looking provocatively at Ling Xiao. Lin Xiao, I look forward to the day I get to fight you. Lei Ju speaks slowly, raising the corners of his thick lips. Ling Xiao adjusts his sleeves, raising his head to look at the giant from the corner of his eyes. The corner of his mouth rises slightly but his eyes remain indifferent. The target is standing on the platform and also much taller than Ling Xiao, but he still gives off a sense of inferiority. Just like a ground beetle in the imperial palace. Even if it were to put on dragon robes, it would still remain only a ground beetle. Junior brother Lei. Then I sincerely hope that you would be able to last till the end. It would be bad if you were pushed out halfway by someone else. I will wish the same for you. I hope that you won't be crossed out halfway. I really look forward to fighting with you. Lei Ju smiles coldly. Incomparably self-confident. Other than Lin Xiao, he is the strongest man. But he is the perennial number 2. Because each time they meet in competition, Lin Xiao would always crush him. After this, Elder Jiang stands out and announces the results of the competition. The next round of the competition will be held the next morning. The sun starts to set. The fiery red sun dyes half the sky red. Wushuang Mountain has always had a lot of clouds, and as they are dyed red, the sky simply becomes a magnificent sight. Much more beautiful than the sights on Earth. XiaoMo raises his head and can't help letting out a gasp in admiration. Such a spectacular sight most probably have never been seen on Earth. Ling Xiao looks back at him, who is looking up at the sky stupidly. His hands start to itch and he almost raps him on the forehead. Little brother, still not leaving? Are you going to spend the night here? Spend the night? XiaoMo unconsciously looks over towards Tang Yinqi. There is an ominous glint in the latter's eyes, scaring him and causing him to immediately look away. He would want to stay here overnight only if his head were slammed in between doors. Furthermore, he has an intuition that Tang Yinqi is looking for an opportunity to deal with him. If he were to stay behind, he can guarantee that what appears in front of everyone tomorrow would be XiaoMo's corpse. On the way back, the other disciples bid goodbye to Ling Xiao one after another. In the end, the one remaining on the road with them is the cold as ice Fu Zilin. As for the one that should also be with them, Zhou Peng, not even a shadow can be seen. After asking Ling Xiao, he finds out that Zhou Peng had earlier rushed off to go into seclusion. Doesn't that mean that second brother will be staying by himself? XiaoMo nods his head and suddenly realizes an important matter. If that is the case, then is it possible for him to? Don't even think about it. The great Ling Xiao that sees through what he is thinking immediately dismisses his wishful thinking. Why not? XiaoMo grips his fists and says indignantly. Ling Xiao looks at his puffed up cheeks and smiles slightly, because your second brother won't share a room with you. Just as he says this, the door next door shuts with a pang. XiaoMo. With this, XiaoMo loses all hope after being soundlessly and ruthlessly rejected by Fu Zilin. The first day in the central lineage passes very smoothly for XiaoMo. There aren't many people that were injured in the first day of competition at the central lineage. Most of them were light injuries, so XiaoMo's talent was not put to use. Even if there was a chance, it would be taken away by disciples from heaven and Flying Peak. Everyone also wants to leave a good impression on the disciples of the warrior division. So compared to others, XiaoMo is more lively tonight. Because he already took the fasting magic pill, XiaoMo doesn't have to go out to eat. Ling Xiao already has no need to eat, so he also doesn't go out. XiaoMo sees that Ling Xiao is meditating and has no time to bother with him. Thinking that he did not take a bath yesterday, he takes out a set of clothes from his magic bag and enters his dimension. Before taking a bath, he plucks the mature magic herbs and places them on the rack. He busies himself for over an hour. Because he is worried that Ling Xiao would wake from his meditation and upon finding him not there would think that he had gone out, XiaoMo hurriedly takes a bath and immediately leaves the dimension. Once out of the dimension, XiaoMo looks into the inner room. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao is still meditating. XiaoMo thinks that since it's still early, he takes out his cauldron. After all, Ling Xiao already knows his secret, so it doesn't matter that he sees it. After that, he takes out tens of stalks of magic herbs from the dimension. This time, it is material for the spiritual energy magic pill. Even for level 1 magic pills, high-grade magic pills require twice the amount of soul force during the refining process when compared to low-grade magic pills. The last time, XiaoMo already tried it out. When his soul force is full, he can refine 3 pieces of high-grade magic pills in one go. Less than twice when compared to the amount of low-grade magic pills. Even though the ratio is very different, as long as he diligently practices, he would be able to refine more in the future. Just when XiaoMo is preparing to throw himself into refining magic pills, Ling Xiao opens his eyes in the inner room. Notes: Zeze, clicks tongue. Ground beetle, narrow-minded. Dragon robes, emperor's court dress. Underscore 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 underscore. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 65. Black figure outside the window. XiaoMo is very absorbed when he refines magic pills so much so that he wouldn't even realize if someone were to stand right next to him. When Ling Xiao walks, he doesn't make a sound. But that is when no outsiders are around. Because in front of others, he is Lin Xiao, and not Ling Xiao. But when he sees XiaoMo using the tea table as a stone platform to refine magic pills, his lips twitch. He raises his hand and simply spreads a barrier that cuts off smells. Although he is not a mage, he still knows that when mages refine magic pills, the magic herbs will give off a medicinal fragrance. Especially when it comes to higher level magic herbs, when the magic pill is formed successfully, that medicinal fragrance will be even stronger. Furthermore, this is the central lineage where high-level masters are as many as there are clouds. Any slight movement will be discovered immediately. If he didn't wake up in time from his meditation, he would have been in trouble. Seeing that XiaoMo doesn't realize his presence, Ling Xiao walks over to the tea table and glances at the magic herbs. They are all high-grade magic herbs, about 30 stalks. He soon thinks about the magic herb garden in the dimension. It looks like magic herbs watered with magic water is not quite the same. Ling Xiao pulls a chair and sits opposite XiaoMo. Thinking about it, this is the first time he sees XiaoMo refining magic pills. Seeing that fair and clear face flushed red, Ling Xiao thinks about the time they first met. At that time, XiaoMo was far from how he is now, able to calmly face him. It's as if from the first look, he wanted to avoid him. That's right, avoid him but not terrified of him. This made him feel very intrigued, not only because he and Ling Xiao were from different divisions. He is someone that is used to being above everyone. Person that is used to everyone fearing him. So, towards the person who was hell-bent on avoiding him, XiaoMo, Ling Xiao was very intrigued. That's why he threatened him to give up half his soul. Of course that was just to scare him. The soul is an intact entity. If one were to give up half, that would mean death. After that, the more time he spent with him, the more he wanted to make fun of him. Looking at his furious but not daring to say a word expression delights him to no end. Just like that, it became only natural with time. If XiaoMo knows what Ling Xiao is thinking in his heart, he might take the cauldron in his hands and throw it at him. But he is already entering the last stage, so his mind is even more concentrated. So he basically doesn't know that Ling Xiao has been staring at him for quite a while. A quarter of an hour later and XiaoMo finally succeeds in refining a spiritual energy magic pill. The whole room is flooded with medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy. The time he used this time is 1/3 of what he used last time. The speed has increased significantly. He only needs to practice a little more and he should be able to catch up to the speed he uses for low-grade magic pills. Wiping off the sweat on his forehead, XiaoMo raises his head and jumps in fright from the enlarged face before him. You, how come you're awake? Ling Xiao glances at the magic pill in his hand. XiaoMo notices his glance and thinks that since this magic pill was for him anyway, he is just about to hand it over when he sees Ling Xiao frown and look out the window. Following his gaze, he looks over and sees absolutely nothing. Elder brother Ling, is there anything outside? XiaoMo asks curiously. There's someone outside. Ling Xiao answers indifferently. The magic pill in XiaoMo's hand almost slips out. Terrified, he quickly uses his other hand to hold it firmly and says anxiously, there. There's someone? How can there be someone? Can that person find out that I'm refining magic pills? If I get found out, should I run away? But I don't know the way. And I don't know where to go. When XiaoMo gets anxious, the words would unconsciously come out non-stop. Ling Xiao's serious expression changes into amusement when he sees his over-the-top nervous behavior. How can this person be so interesting in With me here, what are you afraid of? I had already put down a barrier a long time ago. Even if it was the Grand Master of Tian Xian sect himself that comes over, he wouldn't be able to see through it. What more that mouse outside whose power is only so-so. Even if he were to plaster himself to the wall and try to listen, he would only think that we have already gone to sleep. Barrier? When? How come I didn't know? XiaoMo calms down but is still very curious. When you were refining magic pills. Ling Xiao glares at him. XiaoMo lets out an "oh," no wonder he didn't know. At that time, He was fully concentrating on the insides of the cauldron, so it's only natural that he didn't realize, who is that person outside? Why is he spying on us? That person is the one who presided over the arena today, Elder Jiang. He also presided over last year's competition. But nothing in particular happened. Elder Jiang is a very low-profile person, but his relationship with the other elders is not bad. But before today, he didn't do anything strange. Then, what now? XiaoMo swallows repeatedly. It's actually Elder Jiang. Thank goodness he wasn't discovered. What else can we do? Of course, just wait and see. Or, would you prefer that I kill him right now to avoid any future trouble? Ling Xiao looks at him and somewhat playfully licks the corners of his lips. It almost seems that if XiaoMo is to nod his head, he would immediately go and do it. A drop of sweat rolls off XiaoMo's forehead. How can I like killing people? You don't misunderstand. Elder Jiang is after all Tian Xin Sec Senior. It may be that, that's right, it may be that he was just passing by and accidentally bumped into your barrier. No need to be so nervous. I wasn't serious about killing him. This is after all Tian Xin sect. Killing him would only bring trouble. Looking at his nervous behavior, Ling Xiao can't help but laugh out loud. XiaoMo ignores his jab and lets out a sigh of relief. He had thought it would be like that. After calming himself, he realizes that he is still holding the spiritual energy magic pill in his hand. He immediately hands it over looking for praise. Elder brother Ling, look at this magic pill. It's a high-grade magic pill refined by me. Ling Xiao had long ago noticed it. Seeing him handing it over, he immediately reaches out and takes it. He looks and looks, sniffs and sniffs. This is really excellent, much more fragrant than the flawed low-grade magic pills. Thus he impatiently throws it into his mouth. Every time XiaoMo sees this action, he can't help feeling his heartache. It's just too wasteful. He has never seen such a person. Eating magic pills like eating jelly beans. Furthermore, it doesn't matter what grade of magic pills. It can't be that he isn't afraid that eating too many magic pills will cause the spiritual energy in his body to wreak havoc, causing his meridians to go in reverse? Even as he is, he knows that eating too many magic pills is not a good thing. After finishing the magic pill, Ling Xiao appears unsatisfied as he looks at XiaoMo. Such a tasty magic pill, he really wants to have his fill. In one glance, XiaoMo knows that he still wants more. Thinking of the magic pills that he refined yesterday in his magic bag, he simply takes them out saying, "This is a bottle of fasting magic pills. There are 10 inside. I refined them last night. Make do with these first BA." Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao only looks at the bottle in his hand. Why did you refine fasting magic pills for no reason? XiaoMo rubs his head while speaking. The cauldron I'm currently using has a small crack on the bottom. I'm afraid that it may split open at any time, so I'm planning on buying a slightly better cauldron. But I don't have enough money, so I'm planning to refine fasting magic pills to sell. I've already asked around. High-grade fasting magic pills are in relative short supply. 50 or more pills can be sold by auction. At that time, the price should be high. These 10 pills are my practice pills. If you want, you can just take them. I will just refine some more. Ling Xiao stares at him with an expressionless face. His mouth suddenly twitches and says as if slighted, "No need. It's the same if you give them to me tomorrow. Don't think of sending me away with your practice pills." XiaoMo pouts. He actually thinks I'm trying to pawn them off. Even though they are practice pills, they are still top-grade magic pills, okay? Furthermore, he had never heard him belittle his magic pills before. And those were low-grade magic pills. Furthermore, at that time he was still a novice. Don't talk about quality, his skills were also nothing to shout about. Really can't understand what he is actually thinking, But since he already said he doesn't want it, he won't insist and ask to be snubbed. His refusal also suits him just fine. Thinking like that, XiaoMo simply puts the magic pills back into his magic bag and starts on the second magic pill. Because of the presence of Ling Xiao's barrier, XiaoMo is more at ease this time. He once again neglects Ling Xiao's existence and starts refining magic pills as if there is no one beside him. Seeing that he is ignoring him, Ling Xiao doesn't feel the least bit angry. He sits back on the chair and looks at him with an even more complicated expression than before. Just before, when he heard XiaoMo saying those words, he felt irritated and displeased. Soon after, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. It must be known that he is someone that can be said to be even more heartless than demons. Even so, Ling Xiao doesn't feel disgust. This inexplicable feeling for the first time is not something he especially detests. It looks like from the time he started to get together with XiaoMo, he has become more and more kind-hearted. If XiaoMo knows what he is thinking in his heart, he would definitely ridicule him silently in his heart. Really embarrassing. Even though they have not known each other for long, but from the time Ling Xiao conveniently wiped out the original Lin Xiao, XiaoMo had known that he can't be a good person. This point, XiaoMo really takes as the truth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 66. First Night. That night, in Ling Xiao's room where outsiders can't see, the shadow of XiaoMo from the night luminescent pearl falls on the window. The still and absorbed appearance is very fascinating. It's said that a man is most charming when he is completely focused. This saying is of course not false. Ling Xiao that is sitting in front of him, other than occasionally closing his eyes, for the most time is staring at XiaoMo. From the Shu period to the Z period, XiaoMo refined magic pills for a full 4 hours. He only stops when he uses up all his soul force. Putting the last magic pill into the bottle, XiaoMo wipes the sweat off his forehead. Although his complexion is a little pale, he can't help from grinning. This time, his speed in refining magic pills increased again. He refined 10 high-grade magic pills in 4 hours. Much faster than yesterday. Elder brother Ling, here are 10 magic pills. The taste should be the same as the one you ate. XiaoMo tidies up all the things on the tea table before handing over the bottle containing the magic pills to him. Ling Xiao looks at the bottle in his hand and then glances at his pale cheeks. Just when XiaoMo thinks that he is going to refuse, he suddenly takes the bottle and says expressionlessly, "Next time, you don't have to be so hurried." Saying that, he turns around and heads into the inner room. XiaoMo. Bastard, you should have said that earlier. When he was refining the magic pills, he thought that Ling Xiao was waiting impatiently for them. That's why he carried on for 4 hours non-stop to pump out the 10 magic pills. Who knew that when he finished, he actually said those words? Clearly he tricked him. After cursing inwardly, XiaoMo then follows him into the inner room. Z period is equal to the time between 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. on Earth. It's now 11 p.m. Although not especially late, all the lights are out in the central lineage. Exactly the time when everything is silent. When XiaoMo walks in, Ling Xiao is just taking off his outer garment. Only a white inner robe remains. His tall slender figure is vaguely visible under the robe, revealing the contours of his muscles. His manner, although indifferent, is still majestic and threatening. Looking on, XiaoMo's face suddenly flushes, much like steamed shrimp. Only now does he remember that he will soon be sleeping on the same bed as Ling Xiao. "Little brother, why are you still standing there? Get over here and sleep." Turning around, Ling Xiao sees XiaoMo rooted on the spot, seemingly at a loss. His cheeks were no longer pale like before. Instead, they are bright red. In a glance, he can tell that he is very nervous. XiaoMo already doesn't know what to do with his hands and feet. He says cautiously, "Elder brother Ling, I think it would be better if I put the futon on the floor for myself. Two people sleeping together is a little cramped. And adding on one more person all of a sudden, you would also not be used to it, ba. Ling Xiao curves his lips. Haven't done it yet, how do you know that I won't be used to it? XiaoMo is rendered speechless. This type of thing and you still need to try it first? Nonsense. Without asking his permission, Ling Xiao walks over to him and grabs him by the arm and pulls him to the bed. He then says suggestively, "Little brother, do you need me to help you undress?" The first reaction for XiaoMo is to use his other hand to grip his collar as if terrified that Ling Xiao would really help him undress. But when he regains his senses, he almost falls to his knees. Why did he react like a woman? It's all Ling Xiao's fault. If he didn't always tease him with that tone, he wouldn't have developed such a conditioned reflex. No need, I'm used to sleeping in my clothes. XiaoMo blushes and forces out a seemingly fair and sensible reason. Ling Xiao looks him up and down, raising the corner of his mouth. Sleeping in your clothes, wouldn't it be uncomfortable? XiaoMo laughs stiffly, still okay. Hearing these words, Ling Xiao glances at him ambiguously. Since you like it, I also won't force you. Now, it's time for bed, ba? Of course. XiaoMo quickly takes off his shoes, terrified that Ling Xiao will suddenly change his mind. He crawls onto the bed and immediately burrows himself into a corner on the inner side of the bed. Then he furtively pulls a corner of the blanket and wraps himself up in it. When Ling Xiao lies down, he sees his weak posture like a curled-up turtle. He can't help laughing out loud. Supporting his head with one hand, he taunts him, "Little brother, do you have to be so afraid? Can it be that you're afraid that I'll eat you up?" No, I think that this is just nice. It's just that it's a little unusual, that's all. This type of feeling is actually like how two enemies who refuse to live under the same sky suddenly find themselves sleeping on the same bed. That feeling is one of extreme awkwardness. Who would have thought that they would sleep on the same bed one day? Although Ling Xiao and him are not enemies, he still feels the same way. That's the feeling that if he were to relax his hands and feet a little, the other party would do something terrifying at any time. As you say. Ling Xiao languidly spits out those words, turns over and goes to sleep, no longer paying any attention to the cocooned XiaoMo. XiaoMo makes use of the moonlight from outside the window to see Ling Xiao closing his eyes. His relaxed and even breathing suggests that he is already asleep. This speed can almost be entered into the Guinness Book of Records. Pulling at the blanket, XiaoMo feels that the blanket is too small. He obviously forgot about this when he was putting things in order earlier that morning. Because this is originally a one-person room, the blanket will of course not be too big. Furthermore, Ling Xiao is taller and wider than him, so when he covered himself, he already used up half. On top of that, he is curled up in a corner, so his body is mostly uncovered with a huge empty space in between them. With the cold air invading, it's so cold that he can't stop shivering. XiaoMo rubs both of his arms. Looks like he can only tough it out tonight. Tomorrow he will think of something. Not long after, sleepiness sets in. XiaoMo is eventually unable to ward off his sleepiness, closing his eyes and falling asleep. Just at this time, the one that should be already asleep, Ling Xiao, opens his eyes. He turns his head and looks at XiaoMo curled into a ball, amusement showing in his eyes. Actually, with his physique, this type of cool night air is really nothing. He can even sleep in the ice and snow. He only did this to see how long XiaoMo can hold out before getting closer. Unexpectedly, before that happened, he actually fell asleep. Shaking his head in disappointment, Ling Xiao takes the blanket and wraps him up. He then closes his eyes again and quickly falls asleep. Ling Xiao had thought that he would be able to sleep until daylight. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, he is awakened by a warm body rubbing against him. When he opens his eyes, he sees that the one who should be in the corner, XiaoMo, sticking to his body like an octopus with 8 feet. He even brought the blanket along with him, except that there is only a corner that is still covering his thin body. The most of it still remaining in the corner. Most probably because it sensed a heat source, so XiaoMo's body unconsciously moved over to rub against the heat source. The head rests on his chest, and maybe because it's too stiff, so the lips move as if making some small complaints. But the hands and feet are tightly wrapped around his body, the body no longer shivering from the cold, seeming to be in an even deeper sleep. By the time Ling Xiao realizes what is going on, XiaoMo is already hanging onto his body. Every breath he takes is full of his scent. XiaoMo is a restless sleeper, hanging on his body, and yet he still flails around. He accidentally rubs against a certain part on the lower half of the body, eliciting a slight reaction. Ling Xiao's expression changes slightly. He quickly restrains this fidgeting body. XiaoMo then stops moving and looks for a comfortable position. Pouting, he falls into a deep sleep. Because a certain body is starting to react, the body becomes hotter and hotter. XiaoMo feels the increasing warmth and becomes even more reluctant to let go. Ling Xiao lowers his head and sees XiaoMo sprawled on his chest. His mouth opens slightly, suddenly showing his teeth. Luckily, his willpower is extraordinary. If not, something embarrassing would have happened. Strongly pushing down the reaction, Ling Xiao is no longer able to fall asleep. With his eyes open, he stares at XiaoMo for most of the night. The next day, XiaoMo wakes up and finds himself sleeping in Ling Xiao's arms. He jumps in fright and tries to get up. Unexpectedly, this movement affects the eyes closed but not really sleeping Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao opens his eyes and glares fiercely at XiaoMo. The two arms encircling his waist don't budge. He says thickly while breathing heavily, "XiaoMo, just you try and move again." XiaoMo immediately doesn't dare to move. He shivers and shrinks back into those arms, speaking falteringly, why am I sleeping here? Why do you think Ling Xiao's husky voice spits out those words. Although the voice is very sexy, it still gives off a sinister feeling. XiaoMo shivers. If he knew, then he wouldn't have to ask. Thinking like this, he feels something stiff and hard poking his thigh. When he realizes what that stiff and hard thing is, his whole face, including the ears and neck, turn bright red like the color of blood. This is really too horrifying. Even though morning vigor is a normal physiological phenomenon for men, but when he thinks that his thigh is being poked by that plaything, he feels his scalp getting numb. Why is it like this right after he wakes up? Who can tell him? Notes. Shu period, 19 to 2100 hours. Z period, 23 to 1 o'clock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 67. As long as you help me. XiaoMo is not used to being in such close contact with a man. But for some reason, with just a slight move, that stiff hard thing seems to get bigger, pushing against his thigh. Not only getting hotter, but he can also feel it getting harder. At this time, Ling Xiao's arms, looped around his waist, grips him tighter. Tightening around his waist as if wanting to snap him in two. XiaoMo endures until his whole face is bright red. He finally can't take it any longer. He feels that if he were to keep quiet any longer, he would really be snapped in two. Elder brother Ling, can you let me go first? Soon I won't be able to breathe. Ling Xiao glares at him again. Although he doesn't say anything, he loosens his grip on him. XiaoMo feels it and immediately heaves a sigh of relief. He was almost crushed to death. He then steals a glance at Ling Xiao and stammers, "Elder brother Ling, since it's no longer early, we should be getting out of bed? Also, you have to compete today." Ling Xiao doesn't answer, the expression in his eyes profoundly alluring. The black pupils of his eyes reflect the bright red face of XiaoMo. A youngster of 17 to 18 years old. A delicate and fair radiant face. Not tall but very thin and small body. At first glance, this person's appearance is not the type that would catch people's attention in one glance. But after staying with him for a while, it starts to fascinate him, making him want to understand him further. XiaoMo is a man of many expressions, frequently revealing all his thoughts on his face. Someone that is very easy to understand. It precisely for this reason that Ling Xiao always finds it hard to resist teasing him. But XiaoMo is also the one that is most able to endure out of all the people he has met before. Clearly feeling wronged, to the extent that flames are leaping in his eyes, and yet not uttering a single word and forcing it down. But what he doesn't know is that the more he does this, the more Ling Xiao will tease him, trying to find his breaking point. It's just that he suddenly realizes that XiaoMo is actually quite good looking. The fair and clear face that seems to have two pink puffy clouds on each side. Looking at them, they look like plump, juicy, and fragrant sweet honey peaches. Enticing people to take a bite. In fact, Ling Xiao does just that. Lowering his head and taking a bite out of one of his cheeks. The latter, because of extreme shock, loses his soul, simply not having any reaction whatsoever. Luckily Ling Xiao only bites him lightly, but it still leaves a faint mark on XiaoMo's face. Really delicious. Ling Xiao licks his lower lip, revealing an unsatisfied expression. A pair of sharp cheetah-like eyes, fixed on XiaoMo's flushed pink cheeks. As if he's thinking of taking another bite. XiaoMo's mind that had flown away returns to him when Ling Xiao says really delicious. His first reaction is to cover the place where he was bitten and open his eyes wide in shock. With an expression of disbelief, you. What about me? Ling Xiao smiles until his eyes turn into slits. The irritability he felt from not sleeping the whole night immediately disappears when he sees this expression on XiaoMo's face. How can you bite me? XiaoMo puts on a tiger face and says indignantly. Ling Xiao ponders for a moment, then beams while saying, because I feel like it. XiaoMo is so angry that his lips start to quiver. He glares at him saying, you feel like it so you bite? I'm not a piece of meat on the chopping block. Ling Xiao suddenly raises the corners of his mouth, revealing a cynical and frivolous expression. How do you know you're not a piece of meat on the chopping block, N? The last syllable is said in an extremely sexy manner, making the listener feel the magnetism in that rich, deep and low voice. If the sisters of the central lineage were here, they would definitely be squealing in excitement. It's too bad that the only other person here is XiaoMo. His whole attention is focused on the first half of Ling Xiao's words. There's no way for him to pay any attention to how that last word is different from normal. He is already so angry that his whole body starts quivering. What is the meaning of this? XiaoMo gnashes his teeth. Don't think that just because he has no combat ability, so he can be easily bullied. He is also someone that can't be trifled with. It's exactly what you think it means. Ling Xiao's smile is quite moving. The clearly manly handsome face is tinged with an enchanting elegance. His tone is light as down, as if in a pretty good mood. XiaoMo widens his eyes, wanting to object but looking at the brilliant smile that makes him look like a whole different person, the courage he drummed up immediately shrivels up. The expression on his face is also immediately replaced by a cute and pitiful look, like a bullied damsel in distress. Wasn't it still fine last night? Ling Xiao is immediately elated. This fellow was obviously in a fit of rage, and yet in just a moment, he actually went back to his original nature. And here he thought that he had grown some balls, actually daring to talk back at him. But as happy as he is, Ling Xiao doesn't plan on letting it go just like this. Making him unable to sleep the whole night, this debt must be paid. Little brother, why do you think you ended up sleeping in my arms? He also wants to know the answer to this question. Why is it that the first thing in morning, he finds himself waking up in Ling Xiao's arms? XiaoMo thinks that he has a good sleeping posture. Although he moved out to live by himself in his last life, when he was still living back home, his parents and his younger brother that lived in the same room never said that he had bad sleeping habits. So he always felt that his sleeping posture is very proper, just like that. But this belief is destroyed today. He really wants to scream that it's not true, but looking at Ling Xiao's expression, it's obvious that something must have happened last night. If not, Ling Xiao would not have any reason to say these words, but... Thinking like this, XiaoMo can't help but laugh in embarrassment. Did something happen last night? In an instant he changes from an indignant and justified victim to the accused. Furthermore, he is now the helpless person with all the power now being in the hands of the other person. Of course, this little lamb, no matter how it tries to disguise itself, it is still inherently a little lamb. This thing just can't be changed. A gleam flashes in Ling Xiao's eyes. He lies with a poker face. Last night, you... After sleeping for half the night, you suddenly woke up and pressed down on me. And not just that, you had this animal strength from who knows where, and you suddenly wanted to tear off my clothes. If not for the good quality of my clothes, they would have been torn to shreds by that animal strength of yours long ago. XiaoMo listens until he feels his heart shudder. Analyzing this long string of words, his heart feels like a well with 7 buckets going up and 8 buckets going down. Right until he hears those words, tear off my clothes, it completely floors him such that he desperately wants to play dead. Oh my god, this person is definitely not him. No way. It must be an illusion. How can he do such things? But looking at Ling Xiao's expression, he doesn't seem to be lying. He is suddenly thrown into chaos. This revelation is too explosive. He had never thought that he has such a hot-blooded side to him. Then. After that, XiaoMo's tongue is in knots. After that? Ling Xiao raises his brows and snorts, of course I stopped you in time, but... XiaoMo immediately lets out his breath. This is the best thing he has ever heard. But just as he started to relax, Ling Xiao's but again makes his heart jump up to his throat, pang pang pang, as if it is about to jump out. There's still more? But what? Although I managed to stop you, you still held on to me and refused to let go. On top of that, you wouldn't stop flailing on top of me, keeping me awake the whole night. Those last words were said somewhat vengefully. XiaoMo's ears appear to be flooded with blood, the temperature of his cheeks also rise to the boiling point. He doesn't dare to look at Ling Xiao anymore. No wonder this morning when he woke up, Ling Xiao also immediately woke up. So he didn't sleep the whole night. If someone were to press on him and flail about, he also wouldn't be able to get any sleep. Like this, he really falsely accused him. I'm sorry. XiaoMo is red-faced, apologizing meekly. XiaoMo has his head lowered so he doesn't realize that Ling Xiao is beaming. Where's the anger? But he still doesn't want to let him go just like that. So he clears his throat and says, don't think that it will be fine with just an apology. But I can forgive you, as long as... As long as what? XiaoMo eagerly chimes in. After all, he's the one in the wrong. A devious look flashes across Ling Xiao's eyes, as long as you help me think of a way to soften that hard stick down there. Saying that, he intentionally jerks his lower body. XiaoMo is unable to ward off the jab. He immediately jumps up as if someone stepped on his tail. Luckily Ling Xiao didn't use much strength to restrain his waist, so he breaks free in an instant. Gaining his freedom, XiaoMo quickly scurries into the corner, looking at Ling Xiao in shock. If he didn't look he wouldn't have known, but with one look he jumps in shock. His line of sight unconsciously moves to Ling Xiao's lower half. He sees a huge tent pitched between his thighs. Only separated by a thin layer of white cloth, the huge ferocious thing is faintly visible. Thinking that he was just jabbed by that plaything, XiaoMo feels his scalp getting numb. That's really too big, ba? That's not the most important thing now. Ling Xiao actually wants him to help him.